to the War Room. I'm really, really curious to hear what John Schneider has to say coming up with these guys later at 4 p.m. You guys are going to hear from the general manager on draft day, literally an hour before the start of the draft. You will be hearing him. And I can't wait to hear what he says because, Brady, the last thing I want to talk about before we get to four down territory, to me, this is fascinating for John. And I've always wondered, as I'm sure you have, but I'm hoping you have more insight than me. I've always wondered about the kind of limitations or extent of control that John Schneider's had over drafting. One of the stories I know we're talking about is it's John's first draft without Pete. Unfortunately, I don't really know what that means. Like, we're not in the War Room, right? I did tell you one time I used the bathroom near the War Room, and that was thrilling. It was the closest I've ever been.
Yeah, so
to
you
being
didn't
an NFL
like
GM.
pop your head in and take a picture of the draft board.
No, there was another curtain there. Between I was in the hallway, and there was another curtain before you could get into where they're actually sitting.
Okay.
So unfortunately, I was not able to get valuable intel. Yeah.
That's a missed opportunity, is what I would say.
It certainly is.
Yeah.
And for that reason, they'll probably not let me in this building again. But it was many years ago. But tell me a bit about your perception, maybe what you're curious about, what you might want to ask John Schneider later tonight, knowing that it's his first, quote, solo draft.
It's his first draft without Pete Carroll. I don't think that's going to change as much as people might think. Now, some of the specs that they might be looking for position-wise, like, we all know that under Pete Carroll, for most of his tenure anyways, they looked for long cornerbacks, and the cutoff was like 32-inch arms. They started to relax on that in the later years under Pete Carroll because I think they realized they were passing up on pretty good cornerbacks who just didn't have that type of length. But the point there is that, I think position by position, they might be looking for things a little bit differently out of certain guys to play in Mike Macdonald's defense. But everything I've ever heard is that this was John Schneider's show. Meaning, yes, Pete Carroll did have final say. I think I think that really came into play more so at other points in the offseason, like free agency, when it came time to decide, hey, are you gonna pay, are you gonna match an offer to keep this guy, versus Pete Carroll putting his foot down in the draft room and saying, nope, we got to have this guy. Now, I think there's one semi-example of that. I think the Rashad Penny situation in 2018, a lot of the organization, a lot of the front office liked Nick Chubb and wanted to take him with that first-round pick.
Hurts,
not to bring up the and realize that's a sore subject, but I think that is one instance where and I heard that Nick Chubb was Pete's guy too, but from what I understand, Brian Schottenheimer really wanted. Brian Schottenheimer had kind of he had some concerns there, and so they deferred and they ended up passing on Nick Chubb, taking Rashad Penny. But by and large, I think this has always been John Schneider's show and will continue to be.
Well, it's Brady Henderson's show today. He's in for Michael Bumpus, and we got 4 football questions for him. Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Brady. Who's a player who's been widely mocked as a top 10 pick who, if he fell out of the top 10, would be very tempting for the Seahawks at 16?
Yeah, Dallas Turner is one of those names.
He
spent a lot of time in the top 10. Now, as we were talking earlier, there have been some more recent mock drafts that have had him slipping outside the top 10, which means maybe that's plausible. You've seen him mocked a lot to Atlanta in the top 10. Atlanta, of course, badly needs an edge rusher. But here's what I would go back to, Stacey, is going back to last year's draft. They loved Devin Witherspoon. They really loved Will Anderson Jr., who was the number one defensive player on their board. Of course, he was gone by the time they picked at 5, and they happily took Devin Witherspoon, and that worked out wonderfully. But Will Anderson Jr. was their top guy, and I think you could look at Dallas Turner, and Brock Huard has used the phrase, maybe he's Will Anderson Jr. light. Maybe not quite as polished or productive at Alabama, but if you just look at some of the testing numbers, the size is similar. He might even be a little bit more athletic than Will Anderson Jr. was, and so he is a guy that I think, if he does slip out of the top 10, that could be an interesting option for them at 16.
I love hearing someone's a little more athletic than another top 5 pick.
Yeah,
it's
can
great
you imagine
to hear.
that? Right.
Second down. Okay, so with Dallas Turner being your answer there, why do you think edge rusher would be a fit for them at 16? Because it's not their greatest need. You've talked about that being interior offensive line.
Well, you could also say that fixing their run defense is another massive need, and you typically think of that, of a defensive tackle accomplishing that. How about a powerful, rugged defensive end like Jared Verse, who put up an ungodly number of reps at 225 pounds at the combine. What was it, like 30 reps or something? That's offensive lineman's type strength that you're getting out of a defensive end. When you watch him play, when you hear rugged, run-stopping defensive end, you think maybe the guy might not be that explosive.
I think of Viggo Mortensen.
Oh, interesting.
Well, when I hear rugged.
Rugged, okay. That would not be the first name that came to my mind, but yeah, I can see that. I can see him coming off the edge, setting a hard edge. No, but when you hear rugged and you hear 30 bench press reps, you might not think a super explosive guy, but when you watch Jared Verse come off the edge, I mean, he is incredibly bursty, incredibly fast. So he seems like the total package, and maybe not quite a similar player to Dallas Turner or Leatu Latu or somebody, some of those other guys that are projected to go kind of in that range. But I think edge rusher could be a need there, or I would say edge defender, just because, you need to stop the run too.
Third down. Who is the most fascinating player in the first round? You have a lot of choices.
Yeah, quite a few. I would say Cooper DeJean. He's a fascinating player. Now, we've actually seen him connected to the Seahawks in a few mock drafts. I have a hard time seeing that happening, but he is a fascinating player, and they obviously have some level of interest in him because they brought him out here on a 30 visit. But one of the reasons I say fascinating, is he's a white defensive back, and I know you guys have done the race draft, and as we all know, there's certainly not too many white cornerbacks in the NFL.
There's not a lot to choose from.
Yeah, and he is just a incredibly skilled, incredibly versatile player. They're talking about, is he going to be a cornerback? Is he going to be a safety? Could he sort of play that hybrid Devin Witherspoon role where you start him at outside cornerback and then you move him inside the nickel? So he is a fascinating player. Another part of his story is that he's coming off, I think, a broken bone in his foot or his ankle that ended his season early last year. So talking about a guy still being a top, a first-round pick despite all that, despite coming off the injury. There's a lot of interesting elements to his game and his story. And
I can't get over his teammate, fellow corner, being white, too. Like,
Riley
everyone's already talking about, like, oh, yeah, it's great. I mean, starting corner, he's white. You don't see white cornerbacks a lot. Oh, and his teammate was, too.
Yeah. So remember the Seahawks
What?
Seahawks made a trade on day 2 last year with Denver, and that's how they ended up with an extra third-round pick this year. Denver traded up to get Riley Moss, who was Cooper DeJean's teammate at Iowa.
Fourth down. All right, in 2 minutes here, the Seahawks always like to zig when others zag, but is there a move they could make that would genuinely shock you?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit there, which is that cornerback. That would be a move that I realize some people are talking about it. Like Daniel Jeremiah had them taking, I think, Terrion Arnold in his latest mock draft. Look, I realize that need is not the only thing that comes into play when we talk about who you're going to pick with your first round selection. Look, last year you could say they didn't really need cornerback, was not one of their biggest needs, and they still took Devin Witherspoon at number 5 overall. I would just say it is really not that big of a need right now, and to bypass other positions, the interior of your offensive line, defensive lineman, to take a cornerback, that would be a very interesting decision. And I would wonder, what does that mean for Riq Woolen, a guy who was fantastic as a rookie, I would say did not take a step forward. And I would wonder if that means they have some questions about his future. And I would wonder if they took a cornerback in round 1, one of my first questions would be, are they considering trading Riq Woolen?
I'd be wondering the same, because with so many glaring needs, it would be, this is a need that I didn't know about. Like that's the only answer to me, is that this was a need that I was not aware of, and that you were looking at him. You might have had, he's the best graded player we have left, but I don't know about that.
Yeah, and I know everybody wants to make the comparison of, Mike McDonald had Kyle Hamilton in Baltimore. Kyle Hamilton was this chess piece who moved all around. Yeah, okay. You've also kind of got that with Devin Witherspoon, the guy. He's not playing safety, but you're moving him from left cornerback to to nickel in passing situations. And then McDonald, I was at the owners' meetings in Orlando last month, and he was talking about being, willing to move those guys around from one side to the other. Like, for years, Pete Carroll pretty much exclusively had, one cornerback play on the left side, the other guy play on the right side. They didn't flip-flop those guys. They didn't have them travel with number 1 receivers. But it sounds like he's open to doing that with his cornerbacks in Seattle. And so Cooper DeJean The point being, Cooper DeJean would seem a little bit redundant in Seattle.
Yeah. You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. Brady Henderson in for Michael Bumpus today. The Seahawks seem pretty confident in Geno Smith as their starter in 2024, but does it rule out a quarterback as an option in this year's class? That's next.
The 2024 NFL Draft starts today, and Seattle Sports will be live from Seahawks headquarters.
This is where you just rely on what you believe is right for your football team.
Hear every single pick and exclusive analysis from former Seahawks Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, and Dave Wyman.
Does he bring people together? Yes. Does he make people around him better? Yes.
Wall-to-wall coverage starting at 4 p.m. And catch tomorrow's coverage on the video stream at seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports is your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer at Swedish called CyberKnife. And who better to explain it than Dr. Meyer? He's part of the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest, specializing in Swedish CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, what can you tell us about a prostate cancer diagnosis?
Well, being diagnosed with prostate cancer is life-changing, but realize that there are a lot of excellent treatment options.
What makes CyberKnife so effective?
Well, the CyberKnife targets radiation precisely on the prostate cancer and spares the surrounding vital organs. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life and fewer side effects during and after treatment compared to other options. Also, the treatment is completed in just 5 short sessions.
Accurate, precise, and with proven results. Learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer at swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate or give them a call, 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Everyone knows by now that Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is the best place to sell your car without the hassle of trying to sell it yourself. They pay you all of your cash for your car up front, and then once they resell it, they share 50% of their profit with you. But what about when you're looking to purchase your next vehicle? I'm here with my friend Mark from Wayscar Ford. We know the profit sharing program is great, but why is Wayscar Ford the best place to buy a new car?
Well, not only do we have great prices, but you can shop with confidence. Now, every dealer says they're not going to press you. We do not. You get a full 5-day or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee on absolutely every car that we sell. Hey, look, we don't want to sell you a car unless you want to buy one. That doesn't do us or you any good. Okay, but one thing I can promise you is a great price and absolutely no pressure.
So whether you're buying or selling a car, Wayscar Ford Isuzu is the place to go. They have the highest Google ratings of any Ford dealer in the Puget Sound region with thousands of reviews. Go to wayscarford.com. That's wayscarford.com.
You want more speed? Well, then you're in luck because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds and they're faster than ever. And with super fast internet and a reliable connection, you could do more of what you love whenever you want. More gaming, more downloading, more video chatting, and more cozy nights on the couch streaming your favorite movies and TV shows. If life with more speed is sounding pretty awesome, well, that's because it is. And it's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. So make the call today to 1-800-XFINITY.
There's a reason Buc-ee's has been around for over 50 years. It's the combination of modern-day technology with good old-fashioned customer service. Buc-ee's Complete Auto Repair, local and family-owned, with financing available and no appointment needed. Check Buc-ee's.com for locations.
It's Cookies Country Chicken's Saucy Reminder. 10 sauces. You know where? At Cookies. They've got that real good chicken.
So many sauces.
Fresh fried chicken, any way you like it. At Cookies. CookiesCountryChicken.com.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-3536, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Bump and Stacy
Powered through the Alaska Airlines Studios.
on Seattle Sports.
Here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Rost.
It is day one of the NFL draft. We are less than 90 minutes away, so here's what's going to happen. Brady Henderson in for Michael Bumpus. We are going to be with you guys for the next half hour, so we're going to be taking your draft questions, a draft edition of What I Need to Know coming up at 45 after. You can get those in now, 866-979-3776. Then you are going to have a panel of analysts coming your way, live draft coverage. It's still going to be here on Seattle Sports. You're going to hear from Brock, Wyman, Bob, and Bump is going to be with them. So do not go anywhere. Stick around. You're going to want to hear their live draft show. Let's get to our questions, though, here, Brady. So, again, draft questions coming your way in 15 minutes. Get those sent in. Here's where I want to start. Are the Seahawks going to take a quarterback in this draft? I know that it feels like we've kind of talked this into the ground, and I don't know how many people actually expected at pick number 16, even though we know Schneider was at Michael Penix's pro day and that Ryan Grubb went to Bo Nix's pro day. The bigger question to me is, and I was debating asking you just off air and then stopped myself, I am torn between knowing that John Schneider desperately at some point wants to have his quarterback and draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
And also knowing maybe this isn't the year. So I don't know how to make sense of it. How are you feeling?
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair assessment. I think you need to start with any conversation about the Seahawks possibly drafting a quarterback. You've got to start with this fact, which is that in 14 years, they've drafted 2 of them.
2!
And one was a 7th-round pick. The other was a 3rd-round pick, obviously Russell Wilson. And so this is a team that has not easily fallen in love with quarterbacks, at least enough to draft them. Obviously, there is a long-term question about Geno Smith. I don't think that they are 100% sold on his viability as the long-term answer there. That's part of the reason why they traded for Sam Howell. They also needed a backup quarterback. But Sam Howell gives them sort of what Drew Lock was, which was a young backup with, in their mind, the capability upside to be a starter. So if they have not forced that pick, and we heard John Schneider use that language before, saying, on with Bob and Dave, saying, you just can't force a pick at that position because of all that comes with it. Well, taking a quarterback at 16 when you've already got, a viable starter, at least for the here and now, and Geno, you just traded a pick.
I've effectively used a 3rd rounder.
Yeah, the equivalent of a mid-round pick. You gave that up for Sam Howell. I would think that taking a quarterback in that number 16 overall, or even at some point later in the 1st round, to me that would feel like forcing a pick. Now, again, maybe they fall in love with a guy there, but as we've seen, this is not an organization that easily falls in love with quarterbacks. I would say, with regards to Michael Penix's pro day, yes, John Schneider was there, But I would say that's the UW pro day. I mean, there might be
Right.
10 guys, 10 UW guys this year.
Fautanu also there.
Yeah, Fautanu, Roger Rosengart. I mean, go down the list. I mean, I looked at a mock draft that one of our guys did, Matt Miller. I think at one point he did a 7-round mock draft at one point, and there were 10 Huskies in his 7-round mock draft. So there was a lot of players there. And look, I remember keeping an eye on Schneider during that, and during the offensive lineman workouts when Fautanu and Rosengarten, he had a close eye on those guys. When Michael Penix was throwing, he didn't seem to be watching as intently. Now, maybe that was just an acting job and a put on, and if so, then give him an Academy Award. But just based on
Very interesting,
other
Brady. This
things
is why
I've
we
heard.
have you on, Brady.
Yeah,
little nuggets.
I just don't get the sense that they love Michael Penix enough to take him at 16 overall.
Let's talk about not taking a quarterback at 16. Tell me what you think about this, because this is sentiment that I've seen from a lot of people and that I've wondered myself. Here's the layout. The Seahawks probably not going to take a quarterback at 16. Geno is just fine as a starter for this year, but next year's draft class, not especially great. How about you take a flyer on day 3? I have heard that take so many times. How would you feel about doing that?
A flyer on day 3, yeah. I mean, that would depend on what you've accomplished to that point in the draft, I would say. I mean, if you wait to day 3 and you haven't drafted a defensive tackle there, then and your choice is between a defensive tackle and a projected late round quarterback like, I don't know, Sam Hartman or Joe Milton or Jordan Travis.
Yeah.
To me, that would feel like you're just drafting a quarterback to draft a quarterback. Unless they see something like really special in one of those day 3 guys, then they're like, I can't believe this guy fell, past the 3rd round. Okay, but again, they just haven't done that. Hasn't been their MO. And you don't need to draft a quarterback this year just to draft a quarterback.
I got to be honest, I am envious of teams that draft their guy. Like, imagine being a Texans reporter right now and you're covering a team where it's like, what if CJ Stroud's the guy? Every game you cover on Sunday, you're watching to see something else he does that will further prove himself. It's a really exciting thing to cover.
Yeah.
And I think naturally as a reporter, I'm sure you feel this way. When you feel like you're covering potentially a superstar or a really, really great team, it's just more fun. It's interesting. There's a story there. And so selfishly, I've thought it would be fun to have that. I also think Geno has been really solid for them. And I've wondered if part of, being excited about how or wanting them to take a quarterback is just the idea of, well, I don't want this toy, I want another one. You know what I mean? When I don't know that a quarterback they draft this year is an upgrade over Geno unless they're somehow miraculously going to trade a number 1 and get Caleb Williams. And they just didn't tell me.
Yeah, oh boy, that would be, talk about draft shocker. That would be one. No, I do think that, we were talking earlier, the last question was about a day 3 quarterback, and I just maybe, but I wouldn't anticipate it. I think a day 2 quarterback is plausible.
Now I'm interested.
Yeah, and we already know that they brought in Bo Nix and Spencer Rattler on 30 visits to team headquarters here. So we know that there is some level of interest in those guys, and I think they wouldn't do that unless they thought there was a chance that one of those 2 guys could fall.
And those are the 2 names you're watching for there, Bo and Spencer Rattler.
Yeah. Now look, I mean, the reason you bring a guy in on a 30 visit is because you want to get to know him more. You want to get questions answered on that guy, whether it's personality-wise and or medical. So and I think John Schneider said they just wanted to spend a little bit more time with those guys. Well, you don't really need to do that, I think, with Penix because, your offensive coordinator was his OC in college.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably one reason why they didn't bring him in for a visit because they already knew him. So them not bringing him in for a visit doesn't necessarily mean they wouldn't potentially be interested in him as a day 2 guy. I just don't see it. I just have a hard time seeing it at 16.
All right. So let's, I love the take that you have about if they do take a quarterback, it's not going to be a day 3 flyer. I think it could be someone on day 2. Love the take. Let's move away from the draft and just talk about Geno. When I think of where this team needs the most help, I don't look at Geno going, you're the reason that they lost an extra 2 or 3 games. I think that this team can be set up for success in a big way and can leave this draft weekend feeling improved without taking a quarterback.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a new system. You should have at least a slightly better offensive line, depending on when they address that position. And a lot of that's going to have to do with whether Abe Lucas can stay healthy at right tackle. But you've got a new offensive line coach. You've got a new head coach. I mean, everything is new. I think the weapons, for the most part, are going to be largely the same when you talk about your top 3 receivers and Noah Fant at tight end. Backfield's going to be the same. But I think there's enough newness around there to where I wonder if there's like part of the thinking is, yeah, let's see if this new staff can coax more even play out of Geno, right? He's had 2 seasons. I would say he's had 2 halves of each of those seasons that were excellent, right?
Yes.
The first half of 2022, and then the second half, really it was more like the final 6 or 7 games of last season. But there's been 2 significant chunks of each of those 2 seasons where if you put those together, like he's a Pro Bowl, all-pro type guy. I think the goal should be, finding some way to marry those 2, chunks of season together. The point is, like, you see, he's got the talent. The question is not about, the arm strength or the velocity or the accuracy. I mean, he's one of the more accurate quarterbacks in the NFL. He's got the tools. It's just about coaxing more even play, and I think there's an eagerness to see whether the new coaching staff can get that out of him.
All right, so keep an eye out for a potential passer drafted on day 2. That's what Brady's potentially watching for. And then obviously the theme of the weekend is going to be to become a more talented team, including adding talent around the quarterback you already have. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. We have Brady Henderson in with us, filling in for Michael Bumpus. You're going to hear Bump along with the rest of the guys coming up immediately following us, still on Seattle Sports and on the stream if you're watching it on seattlesports.com. Brady knows everything about this team. He has been studying for the draft, and so get your draft questions. I'm keeping it just to the draft. I know we have some fun with this segment, but just draft questions today. And I've got a question for you, Brady, to lead this off that I know is on all of our minds heading into tonight.
Oh boy.
Don't go anywhere.
The 2024 NFL Draft starts today, and Seattle Sports will be live from Seahawks headquarters.
And do not count anything out with John Schneider.
Hear every single pick and exclusive analysis from former Seahawks Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, and Dave Wyman.
The more we talk to John, the more I have no idea what he's going to do. No clue.
Wall-to-wall coverage starting at 4 p.m. And catch tomorrow's coverage on the video stream at seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports is your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible. But how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $600,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer. But to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. In a consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance. All that's gone. After that's done, we pay half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 5/5/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for Window Nation. Now, April's here, and if your windows won't open for some of that fresh spring air or seal tight to keep out pollen or bugs, then it's time for you to call my friends at Window Nation. With proven quality, Window Nation carries customized windows by Milgard, made locally for our climate. And right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free. Plus, you could save even more with no interest or payments for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Shane Company loves Seattle so much, we decided to open another jewelry store in the area. Come say hi at our new South Center Square location in Tukwila. Shop our beautiful selection of fine jewelry or stop by our new Create Your Own station and make something one of a kind. You can also step into our pop-up radio booth to share a story about your jewelry for a chance to be featured on the radio. And of course, you can still visit us in Linwood too. We can't wait to see you.
Now you have a friend in the jewelry business. Shane Company and Shaneco.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours. The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-3536, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Are you tired of yo-yo dieting and frustrated with fad diets that feed you processed foods or use drugs and injections that suppress your hunger? And despite your good intentions, you're losing motivation and feel overwhelmed trying to lose weight because you've had nothing but slow, unreliable results. I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and we know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies to help you become you again. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Yeah, it's Mike Salk here. One of the great parts of this program is you get the results you want by eating real food. It's nothing prepackaged. There's no box meals. You go to the grocery store and you buy real food, fruits, vegetables, meat, etc. It works.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Bump and Stacy
Powered through the Alaska Airlines Studios.
on Seattle Sports.
Here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Rost.
All right, it is an NFL draft edition of What I Need to Know, and we have Seahawks reporter for ESPN, Brady Henderson, in with us. We are live from Seahawks headquarters, quite literally sharing a wall with the Seahawks war room. We're not hearing any secrets, unfortunately, but Brady
I've
will
got
be...
my ear to the wall.
Yeah,
I can't hear
we've been trying to spy. Brady will be here. Make sure you're following his coverage. And then also immediately following us on Seattle Sports, you're going to have all the guys with a live draft show. Bob is going to be hosting. You're going to hear from Wyman, Bump, Brock. It's going to be a great show, so don't go anywhere. Let's get to your questions, though. I have a couple questions from listeners about the draft, but Brady, I also have one from me. My biggest question is, I have spent weeks thinking of what the Seahawks are going to do at 16. What if there's no 16? How likely is it that the Seahawks actually trade back?
Oh, I think it's very likely.
I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, it's very likely, and their history says as much. I've got it pulled up right here. I know this because I wrote this 2 days ago. Okay, in 14 drafts with Seattle, John Schneider has entered day one with a combined 14 first-round picks. So they haven't made 14 first-round picks, but they've started day one with a combined 14. They've moved back with 6 of those selections, and with 3 of them, they moved back multiple times. So that just gives you an idea. Basically, half the time that they've had a first-round pick, they've moved back with it. And I would add, too, at least a couple of the times that they stayed put and stuck at that spot, they've strongly considered trading back. 2022, I'll give you one example here. 2022, that's the year they took Charles Cross, 9th overall. Before they made that selection, they discussed a trade with the Jets, who wanted to move up from 10 to 9, but they decided not to do it because they were worried that Joe Douglas would take their guy Charles Cross at number 9. So, and then even last year, remember, last year they took Devin Witherspoon at number 5 overall. We heard afterwards that John Schneider said there was 2 players that had either of them fallen to that spot, they would have not traded back. They would have taken them at number 5. Will Anderson Jr. and Devin Witherspoon. Will Anderson was gone. It was only Devin Witherspoon left, and yet what'd they do? They took almost all of the 10 minutes allotted to them before taking Witherspoon because they were thinking about trading back. Now, I don't know how strongly they were considering doing it because Witherspoon was their only guy left, but they at least thought about it. So this is a team that is always looking to considering trading back, and they don't have a second-round pick, obviously, this year, so I think that's going to be a very strong consideration, if not a likelihood.
All right, to the Mac and Jacks text line for your guys' questions. One listener asks, underrated need is center. Any at 16 worth taking? Someone solid and reliable where you don't have to worry about the position for a decade?
Well, that'd be nice. Now, the thing is...
That'd be a nice change.
Yeah, that'd be nice. The thing is, center is probably the least valued position on the offensive line in the eyes of NFL people. That's why you typically don't see like a true center going in the first round. Now, sometimes you see, a versatile guy who can play center but could also play guard go in the first round. So here's a name, Graham Barton. I think he played tackle at Duke, but the thought is that he doesn't have the ideal arm length to play tackle in the NFL, so he would likely move inside to either guard or center. So he's a guy that has been projected to go somewhere in the 20s. So could he be a trade back possibility if the Seahawks do move back to somewhere in the 20s? Yeah, and could he be a long-term answer at center? Yeah, I think that could be a consideration, but that's just the way that NFL teams typically value centers. I would not anticipate Seattle doing that at number 16.
Someone wants to know your favorite draft night snack or meal. You're going to be working here. So did you bring your stuff, or are you turning to the cafeteria?
Yeah, one of the best parts about covering the draft at Seahawks headquarters is they let us eat in the cafeteria. Everybody's nodding their head in approval. Oh yeah,
Lefko, Taylor, Brenna just nodding along.
Yeah,
yes, solidarity.
The crab cakes are incredible. Now, are we gonna address the elephant in the room?
Yeah,
which is the massive stain that I have.
I normally 9.5 times out of 10 will have a Tide pen with me, and I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I haven't even stepped foot in the cafeteria yet, and I've already got a stain on my pants. So
you could
just imagine what I'm going to look like.
Brenna suggested this to me because I spilled soup on my pants, and there's like taco seasoning. Yeah. It's just tying something around your waist. I know it's very 90s, but you could consider it.
Yeah, like a fanny pack maybe.
Yeah, make sure that you guys.
Embarrassing me. I'm glad I'm not there with you guys. Get it
when Brady tweets out who the Seahawks take at 16 or whatever they do at 16, someone just please respond and say only, Brady, did you cover this stain yet, or are you still walking around?
You can't take me seriously
messed
right
up.
now.
Be professional, please.
Yeah.
What I need to know. Let's see. This is a tough one. How about this one? Other than cornerback and quarterback, which are hard to differentiate, to speak slowly, what would be a pick, and you can go position or player, where you would just ask, why this guy?
Running back would be one obvious one. And then safety. Yeah, and I realize there's a long-term need at safety when you've got, Julian Love and Rayshon Jenkins both playing on short-term deals. Kayvon Wallace is maybe going to be their third safety. He's also on a one-year deal. So long-term, it's a need. But that seems like more a position that you would try to target on day 2 at some point.
This is a draft question, though not a Seahawks draft question. Curtis, feel free to say your answer as well. What I need to know from the 425, what's your number 1 pick in a candy draft?
Oh, a candy draft. I'm going to go with either Almond Joy.
I'm sorry.
Whoa, what?
Yeah.
Bob Stelton is on in 15 minutes from the back of the room just yelled, what?
Yeah. No,
You're right, Bob. Exactly. That was exactly my reaction.
Yeah, well, maybe I would trade down, seeing that there's not a whole lot of value.
You might as well just draft a punter number 1 overall.
I would trade back and take Almond Joy. Here's another one.
Get value, please.
Heath Bar. I love Heath Bar. I love the toffee.
Brady!
Yeah.
God.
Are you 75 years old.
The correct answer is Reese's Cups.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I do love
That
Reese's
is such
Cups,
a clear number one option.
If
That
it's-
it's Andrew Luck.
Brady, are you hoping Werther's Originals are also available too?
Did you see those strawberry bonbons back there?
Yeah, no, look, I like them. I just don't like them as much.
I will let you know, Brady, we have loved having you, but the 509 all caps just said Almond Joy with 5 question marks.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like a nut.
I'm sorry that I'm sorry I attacked you, Brady. We will we'll ask you some actual Seahawks questions so that you can redeem yourself. When's the most recent time they moved back? Would you count Jamal Adams' trade as moving back?
No, we're talking about moving back on draft day, right? So that
Yeah.
would have been. They haven't
That's
done
a good
it.
Brady question.
Yeah, they haven't done it in a few years. I went back and looked this up the other day. They haven't done it in a few years, but again, in 2022 they thought about it. Last year they considered it. In 2021 they did not have a first-round pick. That was because they had traded it the year before for Jamal Adams, and then 2020 they stayed put and took Jordan Brooks at I think 27. So the last time they did it was 2019 when they had 2 first-round picks that year.
I don't have any more draft questions because the rest of the Mac and Jack's text line has just been people agreeing or disagreeing with your pick. You do have some supporters.
Of course I do.
You guys are a quiet but strong army.
Of course.
You're out there.
Yeah, Almond Joys are incredible.
Brady, where can everyone listening find your work for tonight's draft?
Good old Twitter. Well, no, ESPN.com, and then also on Twitter.
At Brady Henderson.
Yeah.
On X.com, ESPN. Follow Brady's work. He's going to be live from Seahawks headquarters. And so will Bob, Wyman, Bump, and Brock. They're joining you guys next for live coverage, day 1 of the NFL draft. Don't go anywhere.
The 2024 NFL Draft starts today, and Seattle Sports will be live from Seahawks headquarters.
This is where you just rely on what you believe is right for your football team.
Hear every single pick and exclusive analysis from former Seahawks Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, and Dave Wyman.
Does he bring people together? Yes. Does he make people around him better? Yes.
Wall-to-wall coverage starting at 4 p.m. And catch tomorrow's coverage on the video stream at seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports is your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handled employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left, you want Chevy, go to the right, you want Mazda. Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, man, come with me, let me show you. And then having him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's Cookies Country Chicken Lunch Fry Time Reminder. Need a hot wing and a cold drink? You'll find it in Pioneer Square or Ballard at Cookies. That's real good chicken. And tell them,
make it spicy.
Fresh fried chicken any way you like it at Cookies. CookiesCountryChicken.com.
Mike Salk here for RiversideRoofingLLC.com, where you can enter your address and receive a hassle-free quick quote on your roof replacement within seconds. Do it this spring and save time, money, and get your project done at RiversideRoofingLLC.com, the roofing company you can trust.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you. Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing? That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every leaf filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's It's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leafilter.com/build to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard. Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/build and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
You want more speed? Well, then you're in luck because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds and they're faster than ever. And with super fast internet and a reliable connection, you could do more of what you love whenever you want. More gaming, more downloading, more video chatting, and more cozy nights on the couch streaming your favorite movies and TV shows. If life with more speed is sounding pretty awesome, well, that's because it is. And it's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. So make the call today to 1-800-XFINITY.
We are your home for the Seahawks and the 2024 NFL Draft.
The Seattle Seahawks select
Thursday, April 25th on Seattle Sports, 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. The John Schneider Show on Wyman and Bob every Thursday until Draft Day with Seahawks President of Football Operations, John Schneider.
Well, it is draft day. It is finally here, Dave. We have arrived. We are safe and sound. We got the man who's got the plan sitting right next to us. He's going to unveil everything for us right now. We've had so much fun talking to him each and every week. He is the one, the only John Schneider, President of Football Operations and General Manager of your Seattle Seahawks. How are you, man? How you feeling?
I feel good. Yeah.
Yeah.
You look relaxed. You look rested.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well rested. Yeah. Last week was not so much. Yeah.
No. Did you?
I told you. I was thinking of you guys right away. I got up. I'm like, why am I awake?
It's our fault.
Those guys did it to
we
me.
Apologize.
Yeah. All good.
Did you sleep last night?
Great,
Do you feel like all my ducks are in a row? All my plans are in place?
Yeah. Everything's just totally buttoned up. We're ready to go. We got the whole draft. No. Yeah. No. I mean, as much as we can. And got up this morning, went to mass with my brother and my sister and prayed on it. My wife. My sister's not here.
Oh.
My brother is here. Bill and Tracy, and they dropped me off, and I've literally been on the phone ever since, just kind of like getting caught up. Because to your point last week, you don't really know, like, necessarily how serious people are, like,
right.
a week, 2 weeks out. And so, like, okay, now even you're this much closer today, it's like, okay, they are serious about moving, or they're not, and trying to find those safe landing zones, if you will, to be if things kind of go a certain way.
You know that there's going to be surprises today, right?
Yep.
So
yeah.
when you start thinking about the day, how many different scenarios are there, or do you just have to, in that moment, react and just go to this, that? Are you confident about that part of it?
Well, this one is you can try to plan more for this one with scenarios. I was sitting with Mike last night and, going through it the first time with him. And it was pretty cool. He's like, yeah, it's actually like game prep, right? You're like, if this happens, then we go here. If that happens, we go here. Yeah. If we can't go here, we go there. That's the put that you're going through all these different scenarios, and how far back do you go, or, or how far up do you go? Sorry, I didn't mean to say back. No, anyway, neither here nor there. But yeah, just playing out those different scenarios. Now, when it gets to, really the last, the third round, fourth round, the rest of the way, it is reactionary. You're like, okay, yeah. Now you got to really think on your feet because it's way too many scenarios to go through.
Right. Have you ever had a situation where it went completely haywire in front of you to a point where you were sitting there going, well, now what do we do?
Yeah.
Like it just went so opposite of anything you anticipated.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally. Yeah, no, honestly, it happens. It happened to us. Now it's like by round, right? Sorry. By round.
GMs are bugging him right now.
Yeah. You got to take that call?
I do, actually.
No. Should we get Dave on the horn here? He can negotiate?
Yeah, it's just by round. And so last year we were literally like, okay, we would have had to go a round down. We were ready to pick, but we would have had to go a round down, and Willie was able to, we were literally on the clock, and Willie was able to work something out with Denver. So we traded with Denver. But we were like, okay, we're forcing the guy here. To your point, we're pushing this guy. We know we're pushing him around. So thank God we didn't have to do that.
Yeah. Are there GMs that you don't really, I mean, you probably know, you obviously know who is the GM, but are there guys that you don't really know that well that, will call you and it's kind of a new thing, right? I mean, you know John Lynch, right?
Right.
I'm assuming Howie Roseman, guys like that, but there are guys that, every once in a while you'll get a call from and like, oh, this is the first time we've spoken.
Yeah, not necessarily the first time we've spoken, but, on this playing field, where you're kind of like, all right, well, are we just talking about the weather, or are we talking about the game last night, or do we want to talk about the trade stuff? Are we going to get going on that, or are we going to, everybody has different ways of doing it. Some guys are much more clear when they just text you, and then you can get on text and then kind of finish things up a little later. So it's it's just newer people, and with that, even if I don't necessarily know the general manager, just somebody in the building that I know has a direct line to the general manager or whoever's making the picks.
Yeah. How different, if at all, was it going into this draft without Pete? You guys have been this team for 14 years.
I've thought about it several times a day. It's wild. It was a place, a time, and Pete enjoyed the hell out of it, and it was fun. He made the process very, very fun. We haven't had quite as many deep dives as he called them. Let's go do another deep dive.
Come on, Johnny.
Yeah, exactly. We've watched the Ohio State-Michigan game 740 times now. No, but the activity, the brain, all that. I was thinking about it this morning, but I'd be on the phone, talking to an agent or another team or something, and he'd just come right in, pop right in there, what's his name from Seinfeld, just come busting right, Kramer, just come busting right through the door. Hey, who are you talking to? I'm like, hey.
None of your business.
No, it's just been. I think the coaching staff's done a phenomenal job because they've been putting their processes in, and then also spending time interviewing the players, so you can tell. The teachers, the level of teachers that we have here with the Zoom calls and the different philosophies, different ideas, different ways of teaching, and then the job they did with their evaluations, and then spending the time that we did in the draft room together last weekend was phenomenal, working with those guys and getting to know them, and then those guys understanding as well what our board looks like, how it works, the philosophy of it, and what everything entails. With the acquisition on the draft weekend.
Have you ever had a situation where you get a big disagreement between coaches, and I'm sure you have meetings about how you want to collaborate, but you've got your scouts, and then you got your coaches, and they're going to have different opinions, right?
Yeah.
That occurs every once in a while?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a system that we work through with it. It's like, all right, well, you see in here. This is the way we see it. Now we're going to sit down and, do some more studies. Sit down and Mike and I'll go through it, or coordinators and, the Trent and Nolan and Matt and Aaron and those guys will all just study it again. So we're studying some stuff yesterday afternoon. It was like, all right, we got to. That was later on draft, like later draft stuff, but stuff we need to get buttoned up, and because you want to have the buy-in. You want to have everybody on board and ready to roll. So it's just a communication piece. It's listening, and it's understanding, trying to put yourself. It's like a negotiation, right? You're trying to put yourself in the other person's shoes, and the worst thing you can do is really is draft a player. It's happened in the past. We drafted a player or two that we didn't, and I should have known better. Like they didn't really have the position coaches buy-in, and then they're just not going to coach the player as hard.
It seems like the conversation around this draft is, all right, this is John's first solo mission, even though it's not solo. Obviously, everybody's involved, but there's a different focus on you now. Like, all right, who's got more pressure, John or McDonald? And it seems like most people point to you because your first solo ride, if you will, without Pete, who was such a big presence. Do you feel that at all? Do you get any sense of, okay, I got to make this count to show what I do here?
I don't. We've been doing it for 15 years, and like I've said over and over again, Pete was phenomenal about turning it over. And in those 14 drafts that we did together, there was probably maybe 8 times where he was like, wow, I don't, like while we were going, it was like, I don't see it like that at all, and I kind of agree with this. And it's like, all right, well, if that's the case, then we're not going to do that. We're not going to head that way. So I don't really. And Mike's a really clear, concise communicator. I think you guys will find that the more time you spend with him.
Do you think teams overreact and sort of panic when it comes to quarterbacks a little bit? I mean, that seems to be kind of a wild card. Because people are going to draft, maybe panic that, hey, it's not a good class next year or the year after that. You see that?
Yeah, I think it's important to study the class next year, right? So everybody's, been doing that. I'm sure every club's evaluated that as well and what that looks like. And, you could try to do it, but you don't necessarily know because we spend so much time with these guys throughout the evaluation process. But by the time you get there, you don't, okay, you think, like we think we have all these guys figured out, but really we still don't when they come in the door. Like we're still evaluating them. We're still going to be figuring them out. We're going to still be figuring out how Mo can help them and Soup and the trainers and the coaches and how they learn. We're still going to be learning these guys. So when you get into especially quarterbacks, do people push them? Yeah, absolutely, because it's the premium position. And we've found too that, and obviously you've noticed it since we've been here, and only picking 2 quarterbacks is when you do move a lot, or you give up a lot to go get somebody, it's a double whammy when it doesn't work out. It's like it really sets the organization back. So you have to be really clear with it, but you also can't. If you have a guy, you can't be too what we call it, cute or whatever, and trying to move around because the player should be picked in this area or that area, because of what? Because ESPN says they should or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like if you like the player, it's your board, it's your organization, go for it.
Well, one of the things we were talking about this past week is looking at the 2021 draft. Of the first 5 quarterbacks taken, 4 have been traded. Wow. When you look at it now, do you go, man, I thought this guy was going to be a star, this guy, or do you feel like, I kind of saw that then?
Receiver class too, right? That was a good receiver class, right? That was Chase and those guys as well.
Yeah. So Trevor Lawrence is the only one.
Those guys to this year's, that's kind of how people are.
Well, I'm just curious, as you get removed from remove yourself a couple years down the road, and you look at it going, yeah, that makes sense, or wow, I'm really surprised that's how that turned out.
It's a combination. What was the situation? What kind of offense were they put in? What organization did they go to? Where was the guy? Was too much pressure put on the guy? Could they wait? It's always can the guy sit and learn? We just, we're in this world of instant gratification, and these guys have to be put out there, and you draft a guy, you better put him out there, and he better perform. Well, I get back to the NFL Europe days. I mean, those guys were. Several of those guys are winning Super Bowls. They need time to play. They need the reps, and they need pro reps. So, the Brad Johnsons and Kurt Warner and Mark Bulgers and, J.T. O'Sullivan and all those guys, like Jeff Garcia, those guys got to, I'm missing guys, but they got to go play the game, and these guys need that too. Now, in this draft, Bo Nix, Penix, Daniels, there's guys that have played a lot of football.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so I remember
really long-winded answers.
No.
Jeez,
It's all good.
Rambling man here
This
today.
is the John Schneider show. You talk as much as you want to.
Don't use up all your words now. Okay. What about you have a notebook that you would, write in like a diary basically.
Yep.
You're still doing that.
Yes.
On a day like this, do you go back and look through, or do you
I was
already
talking
know?
to Mike about it last night, like what it looks like where, okay, the middle of the second round is going to be a lonely, lonely time, especially if we don't pick up a second pick, right? Like that's going to be, and how the board it just disappears in front of you. You're kind of like, everyone is just like bang, bang. You spend so much time evaluating these guys and the scouts, like everything that goes into it, all the investment, the literally like the money that goes into it, the man hours that are put into this. It's and our people do such an amazing job. I love our staff so much, and so to see those guys leave, it's like, okay, well that was great. I spent 15 days in Tallahassee trying to get that guy figured out, and he just left. So the way they disappear is kind of like, all right. Comes off and it hurts.
It's just like a body blow each time. Like, oh, he's gone.
Yeah, it really is. But getting back to like reading and be like, all right, cool. Things settled down in the third round. They started going our way in the fourth round. We were able to kind of move around, and we were able to manipulate the board better this year because we had this amount of numbers and a certain round and that sort of thing. Yeah.
I'm guessing when you hired Coach McDonald, you knew his philosophy, the kind of players he likes. But I'm wondering how much more you learned just figuring out differences between how you evaluate players, how much you guys have in common as you've gone through this process.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's ongoing. We're continuing to do it. We're still learning each other. We're still figuring out what it looks like. But I would say he has this rule, he knows exactly what he wants, but it's also he's a very I don't want to say pliable, if pliable is the right way, but he can adjust, and he can literally he gets it. He's a good listener, but he knows exactly what he wants.
It's funny. Everybody's concentrating on the first round guys, pretty much first and second, but and where you build your roster and where you kind of make your hay is in the late rounds, right? I mean, you've had some, KJ in the fourth. I think it was Cam. We were going through it yesterday, and. Why do you think you have been so successful with some of those late round picks? Is it sticking to your process, or?
I think the guys, the scouts, the studying, and then the buy-in from the coaches and the development. Are you going to spend the time to develop the players? If everybody buys in, if the area scout has conviction and has been through the process with the individual, and then the coach, then we all vet it together, and then the coaches come in, and then if you have the conviction of the coaches, at a certain spot, everybody's just kind of all in. Everybody wants to take care of that player and have that player develop. And, again, they need the reps, they need the opportunities. And so, I tell the guys all the time, especially the local visit we have, it's like, the first round is Thursday night. It's like this big entertainment thing. It's awesome. Get it. Congratulations. You got drafted in the first round. That's awesome. Then you got Friday night, round 2, round 3. And then Saturday, to your point, Dave, is really when that's when you make your hay. And, that's the blood and guts of it. It's awesome. Finishing the draft, adjusting the board for rookie free agency, which is a whole nother draft in itself. That's incredibly sped up. And then on Sunday they make people, the guys like yourself make fun of guys like me. Give us
we would never.
F's and D's and all that, whatever
we
that
would
kind
never.
of stuff. And then, but I tell the guys and then Monday they're talking about next year's class already. So you guys need to flip your mind to get ready to be competing with grown men, because in our case, these guys have been here working for 3 weeks. They're 3 weeks ahead of you, and they're going to be relying on you guys to lift their competitive level up as well. So they go through this process of enjoying okay, cool, how am I getting acquired? I got drafted, which must be an amazing thing. But then also okay, I got to flip my mind to get back into football mode, not 40 mode or short shuttle mode or interview mode. It's it happens really quick for them.
Yeah.
It takes longer for some of these guys. I mean, they're 21 years old. I don't know how I would have handled that. You know?
Well,
I don't know. I would have handled an $8 million signing bonus at 21 years old.
Yeah. How'd you handle it, Dave?
Yeah, how would it go?
Well, I'll let you know when I make that much.
The thing we always hear about this league, it's a copycat league.
Yeah.
Copycat league. Does that apply to the draft, do you think? Because and I'm thinking specifically of somebody like Brock Purdy or even Russell Wilson, somebody who's looked at as undersized or they don't have the cannon arm and they're taking late, 3rd round, 7th round for Purdy, obviously, last pick in the draft. Do you think that shifts the way clubs, GMs might approach drafting a quarterback going, well, they did it. We could do that too.
Great question. I think it's cyclical, you know. I mean, I think it goes in waves. Right now, running backs, you know, it's kind of like, oh, you can get a running back. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. You know, we've taken running backs in the 2nd round 2 years in a row because we had those guys just rated so high. They were just like, oh, those guys are good players, you know. But, yeah, I think, you know, then other teams, you know, compare to your point. They compare the Brock Purdy's or, you know, well, that was, you know, this guy kind of reminds me of Brock Purdy. Okay, well, if he reminds you of Brock Purdy, then don't draft him in the 7th round. Like, yes, you might want to take him. You might want to take him in the 2nd if that's the case. You know, like God helps those who can't help themselves. I mean, sometimes we stumble into stuff. You know, so but people can say that, right? Well, you can get a guy later, you know, or this, but then you just have to have conviction for that player. But to your point, the copycat part of it with the draft is really kind of like it goes in waves. Like, okay, like we'll probably see in a couple more years, you know, the importance of the running back coming back in because people aren't tackling anymore, and you know, like the tackling's falling off. And okay, so these guys are going to stand out more. We need more runners, and maybe we get away from playing 7-on-7 and you know, more hard like old school football.
I remember when you drafted Richard Sherman, I had a buddy from Stanford, and I was like, what's he doing drafting Richard Sherman? Yeah, I mean, that was such a great get. I mean, I thought he was the best tackling corner in NFL history. I mean, he would hit you, man.
It was full buy-in from everybody.
Yeah.
You know, the you know, our West Coast scout to it was, I'm trying to remember who it was at the time, I apologize, but like West Coast to the area, to the over-the-top guy, to the coordinator, to the position coach, to the head coach, to everybody had this buy-in. It was like, you know, this guy's going to be a player, and he felt that confidence. Obviously, he had it already, you know, and then he just had that incredible swag about him, and that just rubbed off on, you know, the whole rest of the team, really. I mean, that everything he exuded, but that's so fun to talk about. I could talk about that sort of stuff all day. I love those stories, you know, like, well, such a big get for us, you know?
Yeah. Well, you've had so many of them, though. I mean, like we talked about, even free agent. I mean, Doug Baldwin is a free agent.
Doug Baldwin's one of the most underrated receivers in NFL history, man.
Well, he's one of the greatest in the history of this organization. Yeah, he's a free agent, and Sherm a 5th rounder, Tariq Woolen a 5th rounder, Cam,
Stanford
KJ. Yeah, that's probably what it was.
No, but you're right, Cam, KJ. I mean,
just late round picks. And you look at these guys as all-time Seahawk greats.
Yep, and I would say it's the buy-in from like the staff to like everybody's bought in. Everybody's like, okay.
What does that mean?
Buy in from the coaching staff with the scouts. Like, okay, cool. I really like this guy.
We're going to trust your evaluation.
Yeah, and they're like, okay, well, you trust evaluation, and you know what? Like, I really liked my interview with him. Like, this is going to be great. I can work with this guy. Let's go. I can't wait to coach him. And so that's, you know, we're learning this staff right now. We're okay. Do you like the guy or do you like the guy? You can love your pets, you just can't love your pets, you know. That's kind of like that's a Robin Williams, that's from a movie, I forget. Anyway, that was my movie line for the day.
Oh, you got it. Any rituals on this day that are tried and true? Every year you have, remember last year you had the gas station attendant?
We have the gas station shirts for the 3rd day, because that's like our ultimate work day. That's like the greasy, grimy, get busy day. We hand those out. We just handed 3 new ones out upstairs to our interns and stuff. So
So anything other than that? I know you went to mass. Your brother's here.
Just really you know, praying on it and then getting everybody together and just have some alone time before it starts. Had some alone time last night and then just ready. It's a big process. I mean, it's so wild that like, you know, we're doing this like. Today I'm thinking like, oh, that's here already. Let's go. But I mean, now it's like you're sitting here thinking about all the time that went into it and what everybody's done, and just I'm just so proud of everybody and so thankful, so grateful to everybody in the whole building.
Well, and the other thing to me that's fascinating is that there's some kid sitting somewhere and you're about to determine his life, basically.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if the Seahawks hadn't picked me, I wouldn't have met Shannon. I wouldn't have, you know, my whole life because of that.
That's what Tracy was talking about after Mass today. She was like, you know, she was like, I was just praying about, like, all these families that, like everybody in the National Football League is going to be affecting tonight and, you know, throughout the weekend. I mean, it's just like, how does that, like think about that. Isn't that overwhelming? I'm like, oh, it's not overwhelming at all, babe.
It's all you need is more pressure.
It's that kind of day. Like, my back's really hurting, Trace.
There wasn't enough pressure there. You're making breaking lives here. Perfect.
Yeah, no, but I just think about, like, and to think about, you know, like, how blessed we are to be doing this, and, like, I was so into it as a kid. Like the entertainment part of it now is huge. Yeah. I mean, when they're going to cities, like, they're going to the draft, they're, you know, I mean, it's amazing, and it's just it's a great weekend. I mean,
yeah. Last one before we let you go. I'm sure the worst calls you make are conversations when you're letting somebody go. But
yeah.
Is I got to imagine up at the top is calling a draft pick saying, hey, so-and-so, we're going to pick you next year.
Yeah.
I mean, that for you has got to be.
Yeah, that's the best.
The best.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. It's just like.
I mean, tears going, hearing that reaction on the other
you can
end.
hear the families in the background, and, like, you know.
What was it? Maybe one of your favorite. I mean, I know DK broke down. Like, what took you so long? I think it was.
Yeah, that KJ was whispering because he was about to go across the stage. So he's, like, talking real quiet like this. I was like, we're getting ready to draft you right here, man. Like, everything okay? He's like, I'm at my graduation. And he was literally, like, getting ready to go across the.
Oh, he's.
Yeah,
really?
yeah, that was an awesome one. Yeah, some guys just, like, you know, some guys are super quiet, you know, like, they don't really say much. I'm like, I was expecting you to be a little bit more excited. You know, like,
do you want to play here?
Yeah. I mean, we didn't turn it in yet.
Like, we could change our minds.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Well, John, it's been fun talking to you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys. It's been great.
This is awesome.
Been awesome.
We wish you obviously the best.
I'll come on and BS with you guys sometime when you're doing a baseball game again or something.
Let's do a recap. Let's do a recap of the draft.
Sure, we'll do it.
All right.
All right.
There you go. There's John Schneider. We're going to come back, weigh in on our final pre-draft conversation with the Seahawks GM and President of Football Operations as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft.
Based on how you view this team as it sits right now, and you identify, in your opinion, the holes that they have. Do they have enough draft picks to fill the holes you see on this team?
Wall-to-wall coverage live from Seahawks headquarters.
Yes, I think they do if you're drafting for position, but they're not going to draft, by position. They're going to draft, where is the best competition.
Exclusive analysis of every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports, your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
After years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman here, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were opened to an alternative to surgery. And I'm talking about stem cell therapy with Dr. Wagner. It helps with severe osteoarthritis, including bone-on-bone, loss of cartilage, even rotator cuff, labrum, and meniscus tears. It's all about getting people back to doing all the activities they love without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and get this, he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, and he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 5/5/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. Equal bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, it's Amanda. Ditch the glasses and contacts and see life better with King LASIK. It's quick, painless, and you could be seeing 20/20 the very next day. Plus, this month you'll save $1,000. Start with a free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com.
At State Roofing, we don't just install roofs, we build peace of mind. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing, and we stand firmly behind our work, protecting your investment for years to come. Backed by warranties that offer you protection, reliability, and trust long after the project. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com for a free estimate.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Spring is here. If you've got windows that are cracked, leaking, won't stay open, or won't open, it's time for you to call my friends at Window Nation before their schedule fills up. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. Call 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Wall-to-wall coverage live from Seahawks headquarters. Exclusive analysis of every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and it was about a year ago that I started Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. April 1st was my first day. By April 15th, I'd already lost 17 pounds. I ended up losing 35 in 8 weeks, and here's where I felt it. I wasn't hungry. I wasn't craving junk food. I had a lot more energy to do things that I like to do, walk 18 holes. I bought brand new clothes. They fit me better, and people were all saying I look 10 to 15 years younger also. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic made and continues to make a big difference in my life, and I know it will for you too. Do you have an upcoming vacation you want to look your best for? You're looking to get ready for summer? You want to be healthy and look your best? EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. It's healthy, safe, sustainable weight loss. Just schedule a free 15-minute, no-obligation consultation right now and take the first steps towards being your better self. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. I lost 35 pounds. How many will you lose?
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, the draft hasn't started officially. Wyman and Bob here live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Our thanks to John Schneider, who joined us in the previous segment. Maybe our final. We'll see if we can get him in for a wrap-up. We put that out there, planted the seed. Hopefully he'll join us after the draft, and we can go through and get his thoughts on everything that took place and how much of it was according to plan and how much they had to adjust. But pretty fascinating time as you know, his first go-around without Pete. Talked a lot about that. Obviously, he's got very high praise for Pete, but this is a whole different dynamic. Brand new coaching staff. He and McDonald. It's going to be interesting to see how things go in the war room. If there's passion about one player and he's got passion for another player, how all of that's going to shake out.
Yeah, well, I think the thing about John is he's a football junkie. He just loves it. So, I mean, yeah, there's lots of pressure, but I don't think he even thinks about that. I think he's just having a blast.
Yeah.
I mean, he's running the show. He's going to run the draft and just putting together I mean, that's probably something he dreamed about when he was a little kid. Well, he probably dreamed about being in the NFL as a running back, but that didn't work out for him. But yeah, I think he's up to it, and I'll be really curious to see this year with all the new coaches. I mean, there's so many question marks, and we're just not used to that around here. It's been 14 years, where you had Pete and John.
Yeah, I mean, as much as it's an adjustment for everybody in this building, it's an adjustment for the fan base. You kind of knew what you got with Pete. We got used to parsing Pete and their dynamic with each other. Pete and John up there doing their post-pick press conference. They go out there and speak to the media, and that's been the case for 14 years. So this sort of officially is the beginning of the new era, the first major moves, if you will, under the new head coach out there. And we'll see how different things look. I mean, I don't know. My opinion, has your opinion changed in terms of what you think they're going to do at 16? I know a lot of it will depend on what happens in front of them. That'll dictate a lot of what they may or may not do. But just the idea that they pick at 16 or they don't, they move either up or down. They could move up.
Well, I
Seems
think
less likely, but
my prediction would be this: that there is going to be kind of a run on the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And I think all 6 are going to be gone by the time they get to 16. So that could really help the Seahawks if there's a couple of guys that fall a little bit. I think the safest bet is Troy Fautanu. I think at number 16. I think that's, and I know Bucky Brooks has that same thing, just incredibly gifted. And I was talking with the morning show this morning with Brock and Salk, and like within 3 years you've got 2 first-rounders at offensive tackle, or possibly guard. But that's, I mean, you build this team through the with the trenches in mind, and with that pick right there, I mean, incredible feat. And Brock and I were talking about it. Brock we both kind of made a comparison to Walter Jones, and that's just because of his feet mostly and his hands and everything. But it's he's a pretty special player. So I don't. It's not a sexy pick, but I think that would be my most likely to happen. I think it's going to look like that. The other thing, I think Rome Odunze might be the first wide receiver taken, because they have Malik Neighbors and they have Harrison Jr. in front of him, and I feel like the NFL values him a little bit more than the mock drafters do.
Yeah, you said that would be a bit of an upset. I mean, I would love to see that happen for him. I'm still convinced that Harrison Jr. will be the first wide receiver off the board, and everybody, every mock we've looked at, which at this point has got to be at least 100, has him going number 4 to the Arizona Cardinals. We'll see, if they move out of that pick, if they move out of that spot or not. I think Odunze has the chance to ultimately become the best wide receiver out of this draft. He may not be the first one picked, but if we start looking at numbers 5 years from now, 8 years from now, I could easily see him atop that list, above Neighbors, above Harrison Jr. We'll see what happens there. But back to the O-line, you're right. It's not a sexy pick, but I think most fans at this point are pretty dialed into the fact you need this. Yeah, it's not a quarterback. It's not a wide receiver. It's not that, that player that's going to fill up the stat sheet. It's a guard. It's somebody you're going to have in the interior of your own line. But I think we've watched enough of this line struggle, and I think most fans get it. This is a necessity, and if you've got a difference maker at one of those spots and somebody who is obviously very familiar to people around here playing for UW, I don't think there'd be any blowback, certainly, if they did go with Fautanu. And I'm with you. I think that's, like, if there were Vegas odds on which player they were going to take, that would be the favorite.
Yeah. So, and I think what was the most interesting thing you heard from John today? I'll start. I thought that when he talked about the man hours that get put into every player, and just he's the guy pulling the lever, eventually. And that's because, some scout has put in like hundreds of hours into these guys. And, I was talking about this when I go through and do my little profile. takes like 45 minutes, man. I mean, to look at their tape and look at the combine and and these guys, these scouts are having to travel down there. The other thing was that, you're changing people's lives. That's always been really interesting to me and fascinating because, you're sitting wherever you are in the country and there's a room full of coaches with chewing tobacco and they're sitting there with their snacks and they're making these decisions that are entirely changing some young man's life as to where he lives out. Look, for me, I wouldn't have been here in Seattle. I wouldn't be sitting here with you, Bob. That's the one thing that I really worry about.
That'd be the biggest hole in your life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it's just it's fascinating, and then also just all that time that you put into that. It can pay off later if the guy's a free agent or whatever, but I wonder what that feels like for scouts that put all that time into these guys, and it's like, they're not going to take my guy here.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit of a gut punch. And he talked about, seeing this guy go off the board or that guy go off the board, and you're like, oh,
yeah,
dang, you feel like you probably got to know these guys, and maybe some are part of your 30 visits. You never know which guys he's referring to, but, it informs them down the road. You talk about whether they get drafted or not. Also, if they become available down the road where, Drew Lock. Yeah. Drew Lock was the guy they talked about. We loved him in the draft. We loved him. They did all their work on him. So they had a working knowledge of him when he became available, and they could, get him in this trade and everything. So, yeah, moments like that, they already come in. They're not coming in blind. They're like, oh, yeah, we had conversations. We studied all the tape on this guy coming out of the draft, so they're already in the know.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's the case with Leonard Williams also, because, I've heard that John has been interested in him in a long time, for a long time. So it's probably a guy they were close to drafting, and, I always thought it would be good to sign a guy like that, so you already know all the background.
All right, coming up, we'll set the stage for the draft with our final predictions for the first round. All of that coming your way. It's Wyman and Bob live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft.
Based on how you view this team as it sits right now, and you identify, in your opinion, the holes that they have. Do they have enough draft picks to fill the holes you see on this team?
Wall-to-wall coverage live from Seahawks headquarters.
Yes, I think they do if you're drafting for position, but they're not going to draft, by position. They're going to draft like where is the best competition.
Exclusive analysis of every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports, your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer at Swedish called CyberKnife. And who better to explain it than Dr. Meyer? He's part of the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest, specializing in Swedish CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, what can you tell us about a prostate cancer diagnosis?
Well, being diagnosed with prostate cancer is life-changing, but realize that there are a lot of excellent treatment options.
What makes CyberKnife so effective?
Well, the CyberKnife targets radiation precisely on the prostate cancer and spares the surrounding vital organs. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life and fewer side effects during and after treatment compared to other options. Also, the treatment is completed in just 5 short sessions.
Accurate, precise, and with proven results. Learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer at swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate or give them a call, 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Everyone knows by now that Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is the best place to sell your car without the hassle of trying to sell it yourself. They pay you all of your cash for your car up front, and then once they resell it, they share 50% of their profit with you. But what about when you're looking to purchase your next vehicle? I'm here with my friend Mark from Wayscar Ford. We know the profit sharing program is great, but why is Wayscar Ford the best place to buy a new car?
Well, not only do we have great prices, but you can shop with confidence. Now, every dealer says they're not going to press you. We do not. You get a full 5-day or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee on absolutely every car that we sell. Hey, look, we don't want to sell you a car unless you want to buy one. That doesn't do us or you any good. Okay, but one thing I can promise you is a great price and absolutely no pressure.
So whether you're buying or selling a car, Wayscar Ford Isuzu is the place to go. They have the highest Google ratings of any Ford dealer in the Puget Sound region with thousands of reviews. Go to wayscar4.com. That's wayscar4.com.
You want more speed? Well, then you're in luck because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. And with super fast internet and a reliable connection, you could do more of what you love whenever you want. More gaming, more downloading, more video chatting, and more cozy nights on the couch streaming your favorite movies and TV shows. If life with more speed is sounding pretty awesome, well, that's because it is. And it's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. So make the call today to 1-800-XFINITY.
There's a reason Buc-ee's has been around for over 50 years. It's the combination of modern-day technology with good old-fashioned customer service. Buc-ee's Complete Auto Repair, local and family-owned, with financing available and no appointment needed. Check Buc-ee's.com for locations.
It's Cookies Country Chicken's Saucy Reminder. 10 sauces. You know where? At Cookies. They've got that real good chicken.
So many sauces.
Fresh fried chicken any way you like it. At Cookies. CookiesCountryChicken.com.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-3536, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
We're about 15 minutes away from round one kicking off in the 2024 NFL Draft. It's Wyman and Bob live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center here, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. We'll have our other analysts, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, joining us at the top of the hour. So stay tuned for that as we watch all the pre-draft festivities out there in Detroit, Dave. It looks like there are hundreds of thousands of people outside, all bunched together to watch names be called.
Yeah, it's very strange.
And this is where you and I really kick in with our keen fashion eye and assess what everybody's wearing as they were having some of the bigger names come out, Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. and Roma Dunze coming out on stage. Everybody's got their...
Well, I mean, I think you and I, our standards are you pretty much should buy all your clothes from Costco. That's really, I mean, anything over that is just wasteful. So
I definitely got socks and underwear at Costco going right
now. Definitely got that done. That or Nordstrom Rack.
Yeah, Rack. Yeah, their clothes tend to squeak.
But Brennick said my dad shops there. Like, well, I am pretty much your dad. I mean, I could be anyway. So it's interesting. Just all the fanfare that's going along with, like you said, they're really just calling names. Yeah. That's what they're all there to watch. It's fascinating to me. And the people that are all just jammed in whatever that street or plaza is there, they're just standing there, just watching. And it's amazing what the NFL has done, especially with this event. But I mean,
it's bigger every year.
Yeah.
Every year it gets bigger. And I was telling Stacy, who was in here earlier, for 7 years in a row, I went to the NFL draft, but it was in New York every single year. That was before they were moving it around. So It was in the theater at Madison Square Garden, and then they moved it to Radio City Music Hall, which, is a few thousand, but you see this. And even back then, the commitment from some of these fans to represent their team is unlike anything I can relate to, because there are guys that are in full makeup, full uniform, some kind of bear head on them if they're a Bears fan, some kind of, or a football helmet. I saw guys even back then in like 06, 05 that were head to toe, helmet, eye black, wristbands, shoulder pads, pads in the pants, cleat, the whole thing. And they'd be standing in line waiting to come in.
Were they taped up too? Taped up wrists and ankles?
They might have been. They had the wristbands on. They had gloves on. They had, the whole thing. I mean, like, you're going to, and they would be there each day of the draft. I'm like, you're wearing that every day, and you're going to sit here for hours with a helmet on your head and sit in a theater.
Yeah, the NFL just, they nail it. I mean, everything. You're seeing people in the stands for the combine now. I don't know exactly they're selling tickets or whatever, but I feel like they could get that to the point where they might actually fill up that entire stadium. But the other thing, we talked about this a little bit, is just, these young men who are about to have their lives changed, and you get picked. I remember for me, my brother had ESPN, and because he lived down in the city in Reno, and we were out in the boondocks, so we all went and spent the night at my brother's little condo, slept on the floor,
huddled around his TV,
waiting for the, and then a call comes when Green Bay was on the clock, and it's the Seahawks, and whole life changed. So it's that to me is really, really kind of cool that, somebody's going to entirely, the path, because, typically you go to college, you get, all the skills, and then you sort of interview and you decide on your own. In this case, you're getting selected. And, if it's Cleveland or Detroit or, could anywhere in the country, I mean, you got to go.
Was there even a thought when you got drafted of being there? Was that even an option, or somebody present that to you, or were you like
being where?
Being there at the draft?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. No, that wasn't. Well, I was a second round projection, so I think, but they don't need second rounders there.
No. It's just the pomp and circumstance is unbelievable. It gets bigger every year. I'll really be interested to see when they get the final numbers. When it's all done, they'll talk about how many people actually attended, but it's an ocean of people out there, and luckily it looks like it's a good weather day.
Well, the other thing that has increased rapidly is the mock drafts.
Oh yeah,
and I know you've gotten into it, and it's fun. It's fun to look at and just see where your team's who they're gonna get, or they're gonna trade back, things like. And that's the other thing, they're getting more sophisticated. Like, they're including trades now.
Oh yeah,
and then they're doing the full thing, and so that's become quite popular, and so that part of it helps really, I think, support. Most people get familiar with these names that are going in the first round anyway.
Well, and one of the things, we talked about some of the more common names we saw attached to the Seahawks throughout all these mock drafts. One of the common trade partners I saw in these mock drafts, and it doesn't mean it's going to happen, but was them trading back with the Eagles. And then we saw that article come out on the Eagles saying, hey, they are trying to trade up. Maybe so that would be the one area I would just am curious to keep an eye on. Like, all right, is there anything to that? Is that coincidence that anytime a trade was proposed that involved the Seahawks, it seemed like in the mocks we were looking at, it was with the Eagles. So something just to keep an eye on in that first round, because the Eagles did make it known they're trying to move up. Whether they do or not, who knows? John told us his phone was ringing this morning. He didn't say who was calling him, but our GMs are already
during his interview.
Yeah, I mean, so the GMs are out there already making their phone calls, and
I think that's a guy he's familiar with, Howie Roseman, and I think that does matter. You know, I mean, if it's some guy that you don't know, and I think you can probably get a better deal done if you know the GM that's calling. But yeah, I wouldn't be terribly surprised to see them go back. You know, if the guys that like I always say, there's not, according to John, there's not 32 first rounders.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes there's 12, or sometimes there's 16 or 18, and you know, in that case, if they're picking after that, they're going to move back.
Yeah, right now the Eagles are at 22. So if that, just playing that hypothetical, that's where the Seahawks would go from 16 to 22 if there were anything to. And I wonder, those that propose the trades in the mock drafts, if they're just kind of guessing like this makes sense based on needs, or if they're talking to some people in some of these front offices, they're getting info. It's going to be interesting to watch. I think everybody seems to be pretty dialed in on what the first 3 picks are going to be. Certainly the 3 quarterbacks, with Williams being number 1, and then May and Daniels, we've seen flip-flopped in different mock drafts. Mm-hmm. You know, Daniels going second, he's going third, and others. So we'll see. But it seems like that's been the most consistent thing in of all of it, is that it's been those 3 in some order, and then Harrison Jr. going fourth.
Well, you know what the good news is you know, the top 10 is pretty much quarterbacks and wide receivers, and we've got an ex-quarterback and an ex-wide receiver that are going to be up here chiming in at 5 o'clock. So they'll tell us all about it.
Just dazzling everybody with their expertise and football knowledge. But, yeah, they got the countdown clock on the screen just over 7 minutes to go before the first round. And we'll see Goodell walk out onto the stage. The entire crowd will boo him. That's become tradition to boo him every time he comes out. But they'll do he'll do the introductions, and they'll do all whatever they need to do before he says the Chicago Bears are officially on the clock. So
what are they paying Roger now? Like, is it like
40-some million?
Was it 40 million?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's
that's
40-something, a little over 40 a year. So, yeah, he's able to pay his bills, which we were all worried about. That's good. I'm glad he's going to be okay financially. So we got the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft set to kick off in just over 6 minutes. We're going to bring in Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus with Wyman and Bob here as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center.
I'll throw you out of here.
Seattle
Don't do
Sports
the clapping thing.
On 710.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft.
At all costs, you don't leave this draft without transforming your line of scrimmage.
Wall-to-wall coverage live from Seahawks headquarters.
There is only one exception to that for me, and that is if you truly believe in one of the quarterbacks. As a fan, we are morally, legally bound to be excited about the Seahawks taking a quarterback in the first round, just how it goes. There may not be one available for them there, but if they do it, yeah, it's going to be a fun conversation moving forward.
Catch tomorrow's coverage on the video stream at seattlesports.com.
We're talking with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and president of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And Shannon, over the years, we always hear you talk about be your best self. That's for your patients, and it's also for your great staff.
You're exactly right. We emphasize our staff growing both professionally and personally. We want our staff to be their best self. I'm so proud of the organization we have here and the clinicians. They are motivated to do enhanced education, advanced certifications. The quality of care they provide is just fabulous.
And when you run a great business like Shannon does, you start growing. You have over 40 locations, new ones in Bellevue and Everett, and you want to add to your great team.
We have a robust mentorship program. So if you're out there looking for an opportunity to join an organization that is committed to our patients, our team, and our community, go to irgpt.com. I'd love to talk to you.
If you're looking for care or if you're looking for a great opportunity, just visit irgpt.com to find the location nearest to you. That's irgpt.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
I don't want to dig up my yard if I don't have to. That's why I hired O'Neill Plumbing. They're Seattle's trenchless plumbing pros. All rooter, all trenchless, always professional. O'Neill Plumbing, since 1917.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 5/5/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
I couldn't believe all the colors of stones you could choose from to create an engagement ring at Shane Company. I didn't even know there were like 16 colors of sapphires. And they had so many diamond shapes. I just didn't know what to get. They asked me where we met, and I told them we fell in love in the Caribbean. They showed me their light blue aquamarine, and I was like, that's it, the color of the sea. It was perfect for her ring.
Exquisite diamonds and vibrant gemstones in a rainbow of colors. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
Mike Salk here for RiversideRoofingLLC.com, where you can enter your address and receive a hassle-free quick quote on your roof replacement within seconds. Do it this spring and save time, money, and get your project done at RiversideRoofingLLC.com, the roofing company you can trust.
The 2024 NFL Draft is on Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Your home for the Seahawks and the 2024 NFL Draft.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Come on, man!
It is finally here, everybody, the 2024 NFL Draft, and you're catching every bit of it right here. Seattle Sports on 710. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, and Michael Bumpus taking you through round by round. We're going to have every pick in this first round, give you analysis, break it all down, talk about the Seahawks, who, as we sit, are still there at 16. They'll get the festivities underway out there in Detroit with hundreds of thousands, an ocean of people out there. It's just amazing to see how huge this thing has become. Dave and I have been breaking this thing down every way you possibly can. So excited to get you guys in here and get your perspective on some things. And Brock, let's start with you. Seahawks sitting there at 16. If you had to bet right now and say they're picking there, or they're going to move out of that spot, up or down, what?
That's totally dependent, I think, on one thing. And what you guys said last segment, these 6 quarterbacks. If these 6 quarterbacks all go before 16, they'll draft at 16. They'll be too good a player to pass, I think.
Yeah.
Now, if they don't, and we see it every single year, we see quarterbacks get overdrafted. We see these guys sit around for a little bit. Once you get through a few of these teams, not every team needs a quarterback. And maybe not every team will be willing to risk draft capital to make that trade up. But I think that will be the biggest thing that we'll be talking about the next few hours as we're evaluating all of these picks. Is, oop, there's a quarterback bump. Oop, there's a quarterback bump. Oop, there's another one. There's a tackle. You know, like, do all 6 of those guys go? If they do, we got a chance to take number 16.
Well, and we got quarterback and a wide receiver here, and that's what looks like most of the top 10.
And a linebacker.
This is the NFL.
And a linebacker.
Quarterback, wide receiver.
Yeah, totally.
Well, what do you think, Bob? What's your feeling? I don't know where you were at when this process began. We've all been talking about it every day leading up to this moment now. First round just about to get underway. Has your mind changed at all in terms of what you think the Seahawks may do at 16?
No, I think it's exactly what Brock said. What happens in front of you, unless you're pick number 5 or 6 or something like that, you got to wait at 16 and say, all right, how is the cookie going to crumble? The thing that intrigues me the most, pick number 3, New England. Oh, we're good here. No, actually, we'll trade back. And I'm looking at Arizona. Can you get Marvin Harrison, or do you want to trade back and get one of these other receivers? I love the position of Minnesota, Denver, and Las Vegas. They all need quarterbacks. Are they willing to move up? What are they willing to give up? This is going to be interesting. But as of right now, I think they stick at number 16, depending on what happens in front of them, and we'll see.
You know what I love? I love this mass of humanity, and they're making Detroit look nice. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine if and when this draft comes here? This draft should be here. Maybe
at some point.
Yeah, maybe today it's a little wet. You know, it's going to be a little rainy sometimes. But can you imagine if this draft, it'd be the same thing. You'd have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people wanting to watch it as well.
It is amazing how massive this has become, and it grows each and every year. I was telling Dave before, back in the day, I was going to the Radio City Music Hall every year, or actually the theater at Madison Square Garden, then the Radio City Music Hall. It was contained. It's in a structure. It's in a building, and now it's out in the open, out in the wild for all these maniacs to be out there. Now, Dave made a very bold prediction, Bump. He thinks Rome Odunze will be the first receiver off the board.
Oh, you know what?
Is he crazy?
I don't think he's crazy, because I've said this for a couple of weeks. I got my co-host here, Stacy Ross. What's up, Stacy? How you doing? She's heard me say this week after week. Rome Odunze is the best receiver in this draft. Now, you look at Marvin Harrison. He's been allowed to show more of what he can do. He's got the pedigree, that last name, Ohio State. I get all that. I ain't mad if you think he's the best receiver in this draft right now. Me personally, I think it's Rome Odunze. If he were to go first, the first receiver off the board, wouldn't surprise me. Well-deserved. But it's probably going to be Marvin, I think. I think it's Marvin.
Yeah, well, I think, somebody asked me, like, why do you think that? I said, well, because I looked at the film and I liked him better.
Right.
But that's the analysis we're counting on right here.
Yeah. Well, and I just think you hear whispers from people that know that that he's the best receiver, and it's not all about what you are now. John was talking about that in the interview. Is what are you going to become? And after you get a season under your belt, are you going to be a hard worker? Do you love the game? And, where are you going to be 3 years from now? And I feel like that, that's why they do all these, profiling and psychological tests and things like that. You're trying to, and that's why I don't like that about Harrison Jr. I don't like guys that don't go to the combine and don't have a pro day, because I feel like that indicates that you love it and you're always wanting to compete. And really, the combine to me is a really big one, because you're going to compete against the people that you're going to be, drafted with. I mean, let's see, what kind of a competitor are you? Do you up your game? Are you faster? Do you jump higher? Whatever. I think, so that's one of the reasons why I think Odunze probably will climb up a NB.
Does Marvin Harrison competing in the combine change his draft status, do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I know it would for me if I was doing it. I think it would be if everything's equal and he didn't go, then I would say, yeah. But I mean, look, they call it the Underwear Olympics, so the combine really isn't taken, super seriously. Not like it used to. I mean, there was a guy that got drafted named Rick Graff, and it was based solely on his 40 time in Indianapolis, and I was there for the first combine, and I just remember him openly talking about it. He goes, yeah, I wasn't supposed to be drafted till like the 7th round, and now they're telling me I'm going to be like a 2nd round pick. And that's what happened. But nobody falls for that anymore. You just look at the film and everything, but it does just kind of stick in the back of my mind that he doesn't love to compete. That's the sort of sign that it sends me.
How do you view that, Brock? Because I feel like we're used to the the upper echelon players not competing at the combine, but they're going to do their pro day. He didn't even do a pro day, so
he didn't even do interviews at the combine.
Which is
it's on my terms.
Is that a red flag? Is that if you're a GM, are you looking at that the way Dave does?
I was just looking at a picture last night of the guys invited, and this is one of the smallest groups invited. They didn't want guys sticking around into the green room. Nope. NFL said So this is one of the smallest groups that we will see there. And yesterday I found it a little bit telling. I was watching a video. 14 of them were all wearing their Nike Tech issued NFL gear, and one of them wasn't. And it wasn't Marvin. It was Caleb. Caleb's like, no, I'll do what I want to do. You know, I'll talk when I want to talk. I'll interview when I want to interview. Like I can dictate those same terms. So he didn't work out at the combine. He didn't do anything, for anybody. Like, I'm going to do it my way. Mm-hmm. And, there's very few that have the leverage that Caleb has, and very few that have the leverage and the last name that Marvin has that are going to go about it that way. Will they lose some fans? Sure. Will they lose some benefit of the doubt? Maybe. But for them, they're like, let's say, man, I got this leverage. I'm going to use it. You don't have this leverage. I'm sorry. You got to work out.
I love that. I'm okay with that.
I know you do.
I'm okay with
you
that.
like that Harrison didn't do anything.
No, I respect it. Me personally, I would have done it, but also.
What if you're a GM though, and you're looking for a receiver?
If I'm a GM, I'm watching the film like Wyman said and goes, all right, either I think he's the best receiver or not. I think that some guys it benefits to get into the combine and do their thing. Other guys, it's more of a risk than to get out there and maybe run a slower time or not perform the way you want to. I think with Marvin, he goes, look, my dad's in the league. You know the pedigree. Yep. You see the film. It's all done. A guy like me trying to sneak into the league, oh, yeah, put me to the combine. I'm doing everything 4, 5, 6 times. Yep. But it's different for Marvin.
Well, and it's I don't know. For me, if they're looking at a draft board and they're going, well, man, we got a Dunze and Neighbors and all these guys right here, right next to each other, to me, that would be the differentiating moment. Like, Dunze sat out there trying to do that drill because he kept clipping that cone. Sure. And you're watching him as a GM. Here's a guy who's a perfectionist, who's just working his tail off. And he wants to put on a show. He wants to show what he can do. And then you got a guy on the complete opposite side of the spectrum going, no, there's my
I would have grabbed Rome. Like, what are you doing? You're done.
Did that raise him, though, in your eyes a bit?
Maybe. Not in my eyes, because I watched the film, and I think I know who he is at least. At some point, it's you're doing more harm than good. If I were Rome's agent or anyone in his circle, I would have told him, all right, that's enough, man. They know who you are. They believe in you. Yep. But, it's all different strokes for different folks, man.
They got the celebrities out there, local hero Eminem out there on stage getting the crowd fired up out there in Detroit, where it's just an ocean of people, and they're getting Roger Goodell out there getting the crowd fired up. What do you got there,
Marvin
Brock?
Harrison Jr. has yet to sign a preliminary NFLPA licensing agreement that all other draftees typically sign, which will allow his name and likeness to be monetized after he's picked tonight. So, once again,
See, what does that tell you? Is that an attitude? Is that you just look at him as being a step ahead when it comes to business?
It's business. It ain't personal.
I don't know. Dave, what do you think? I'm looking at it old school like this guy didn't want to work out. He's telling me go look at the film. Now he's not signing this thing that every other draft pick is signing. I'm looking at it like it's kind of an attitude, man.
Yeah, well, I just remember being a veteran and seeing rookies come in that thought they were hot bleep and just thinking how stupid they were. I just you don't know until you get in the NFL. And that, that might be something that also keeps you from, fitting in with the team a little bit that you go to. Oh,
perfect for Arizona,
special.
Right? Go to Arizona then. Go right in, and we'll play you twice a year, and we'll welcome you, rookie, to the NFL right here in Seattle.
We'll take that.
So look, there's Dave's favorite quarterback in the league, Jared Goff, up there with Hutchinson, and a lot of the Detroit Lions up there on stage with Eminem. So they are getting the crowd fired up. I wonder how many people are actually flying in to Detroit, coming in from out of town. These aren't all Detroit locals going to the NFL draft.
If you guys went to your wives or significant other and said, hey, we're going to take a vacation. Let's go to Detroit and watch the draft
in April.
How would that go over?
Nah, we ain't going. We ain't going.
No. It would be poorly received.
No, but it is such a spectacle, and I heard you guys talking last hour about it. It's hope. Tonight is hope. For Seahawks fans, it's hope. For all of these markets, it's hope that we can get Patrick Mahomes, right? That we can get Bobby Wagner, that we can get the guy that is just a program changer for us. And that inevitably, somebody will be. right out of this draft class, and it's a real talented one. There's going to be game changers, and then there's going to be those that unfortunately go the other way.
Well, they are going to put the Bears on the clock officially here in a moment as the 2024 NFL Draft set to get underway. We have got you covered wall to wall here live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft.
At all costs, you don't leave this draft without transforming your line of scrimmage.
Wall-to-wall coverage live from Seahawks headquarters.
There is only one exception to that for me, and that is if you truly believe in one of the quarterbacks. As a fan, we are morally, legally bound to be excited about the Seahawks taking a quarterback in the first round, just how it goes. There may not be one available for them there, but if they do it, yeah, it's going to be a fun conversation moving forward.
Catch tomorrow's coverage on the video stream at seattlesports.com.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handled employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. And I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, ma'am, come with me. Let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, hey, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and every time I fly, I feel like my legs are trapped. No room to move, let alone stretch out. But when I fly premium class on Alaska Airlines, well, I have real, actual room. 4 inches of extra room, actually, which is more than any other U.S. airline. I could even cross my legs. But legroom's just part of why I always fly Alaska premium class. You also get the early boarding and free drinks on most flights. So book your Alaska premium class ticket today and see what legroom can actually feel like. Find out more about Alaska's premium class offerings and book online at alaskaair.com.
Washington Wolfpack, our very own Arena Football League franchise, opens their inaugural season May 5th at Angel of the Winds Arena in Everett. This star-studded team features nationally renowned pros alongside some of the best local talent in Washington State. Join the pack at 4 home games in May. Purchase tickets at WashingtonWolfpack.com or Ticketmaster. The AFL is known for high-flying action, scoring, and entertainment. Bring your family closer to the action than any other level of football in Everett, Washington. Go Wolfpack.
Everyone knows by now that Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is the best place to sell your car without the hassle of trying to sell yourself. But what about the hassle of buying a new car? If you're like me, that can be a really stressful experience, and you want to go to a place with people you trust. I'm here with my friend, Mark, from Wayscar Ford. And Mark, you guys have been family-owned and operated, and that's really important to you. Tell me why.
Yeah, Stacy, we don't pressure anyone to buy a car. Family-owned and operated dealership for over 100 years doesn't stay in business for over 100 years by not taking care of their customers. The one thing I can promise is absolutely no pressure, and every car we sell, new or used, comes with a 5-day or a 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee. If you change your mind for any reason, no problem. Bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund.
So whether you're buying or selling a car, Wayscar Ford Isuzu is the place to go. They have the highest Google ratings of any Ford dealer in the Puget Sound region with thousands of reviews, and that trust is so important. Go to wayscarford.com. That's wayscarford.com.
You want more speed? Well, then you're in luck because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. And with super fast internet and a reliable connection, you could do more of what you love whenever you want. More gaming, more downloading, more video chatting, and more cozy nights on the couch streaming your favorite movies and TV shows. If life with more speed is sounding pretty awesome, well, that's because it is. And it's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. So make the call today. to 1-800-XFINITY.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard, Bob Stelton with you. We've got you covered on every aspect of the NFL Draft. Round 1 underway. The Bears officially on the clock with just over 5 minutes to go. They keep flashing to Caleb Williams there, presumably the first overall pick in this draft. And Bump, during the break we were talking about these guys. You talked about just here's a young man coming into the league who's a Gen Z guy. Yeah. He's just got a different vibe. He's got a different way of conducting himself. And you know, looking at how that may or may not mesh with somebody who is older by NFL standards, maybe a 28-year-old,
right?
Something like that. Do you look at that as a positive? Is it a negative, or is it just, hey, if he can play, everybody will accept whatever it is?
There's one thing that an NFL locker room will accept is you if you can ball. If you can ball, guys are going to ignore whatever differences they have with you. It's just interesting because he is like the first generation of a different type of quarterback that's coming in as far as personality. So I'm just interested to see how it meshes. I think he'll be fine because I feel like he's going to go into the league and have success and work hard and do all the things that got him here. It's just a different story than we're used to hearing when it comes to a personality that's in a locker room and expected to lead a bunch of grown men.
Well, and Dave, you kind of experienced that during your time. I mean, when Bosworth came in, he was not like everybody else. He was a one-man show. He had the stripes shaved in his hair and the mohawk and the Boz personality. How was he received?
Yeah, and then they made him my camp roommate because back when we had roommates. I guess we don't have that anymore. But, yeah, nobody liked him. I mean, the offensive linemen didn't like him. All the veterans, they didn't. He hadn't done anything. He hadn't busted a grape in the NFL. And until you do that, it's maybe the hardest of any sport to make that jump from college to pro. I mean, look at, how many of these, and I was going to ask you guys this, what you think, we'll get into it, but how many, if these 6 quarterbacks get taken in the first round, how many make it? How many are actually going to be, Bob was talking about, what was it, the 2021?
2021.
How all those quarterbacks except for one have been traded away.
Four of the first 5 quarterbacks taken have been traded.
It's amazing. So, that's the thing we forget about with the draft. I mean, there are going to be some duds. There's no question about it. But yeah, it's a hard thing to do. But yeah, anyway, I think, as long as his personality isn't too, you got to kind of fit in as a rookie. Now, quarterback's different. I think you got to come in with, like guns a-blazing. But, for the most part, I feel like, they're pretty well accepted by the veterans.
How you handle adversity, that will define him.
Yeah.
In Chicago, where they've not had a quarterback since Jim McMahon, and even Jim had a defense. How he handles the adversity that's coming, it looks like the Bears pick is in.
Yeah, the pick is officially in, so we'll get the announcement from Roger Goodell.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
Nobody saw that coming. First upset of the draft. No, Caleb Williams anticipated to be the first pick pretty much since the end of the season. So what do you think, Brock? Well, we've talked a lot, Dave and I have, about the Bears have never really had the man at quarterback. You go back to Sid Luckman.
Yeah.
I mean, they've gone to the Super Bowl. They went with Jim McMahon. They went with Rex Grossman. Mm-hmm. But in terms of that guy that it is historically their franchise quarterback they all point to, is he the guy?
Well, he has more talent than anybody that's ever played there, and I don't even hesitate to say that. That's not even a question. Like, when you watch him on the field, and I had 3 SC games over the last 2 years, had him at Utah, lost in an overtime game, unbelievable, maybe one of my favorite games ever, 45-42. He cried after that game, first loss of the year, unreal. Had him in the Pac-12 championship game where they lost again to Utah. He pulled his hamstring like Mike Salk did in the race today. And then I wasn't supposed to say that. And then I had him this year against Utah. for the third time, and they lost in the regular season. And each time, and you watch, and I know I'm crazy and got psychosis with my eye test and all that, but the dude's got running back legs, got like Marshawn Lynch's legs, like truly. He could be an NFL running back. He could run 4.4, and he's got that kind of power in his legs. And then he's got a really clean, beautiful release, throw a football 75 yards. And that marriage and that complementing the athleticism with the arm, they've never had. And he's got an athletic arrogance bump that they have never, ever had in Chicago. And I don't think there's any question about the talent. This will be 100% how a Gen Zer, who is different, who is eccentric, how he handles losing, how he handles adversity. Because he did it crying. He did it in the stands, crying with mom. You know, he's an emotional guy. He wears it on his sleeve, and that's fine. But you got to handle adversity in the NFL at that position. And I think it's one of the biggest reasons, that stat that you just said, of those QBs that haven't sustained, because you got to have a durability from the inside out. So Chicago made the right pick talent-wise. There's no question. How he handles adversity, I think, will define his career.
My question is, all right, Chicago Bears have never had a quarterback throw for over 4,000 yards. And it's
or 30 touchdowns.
Or 30.
Yeah.
And it's tough to attach him to that because there's been so many different offensive coordinators and different head coaches. So now what is it about Chicago that doesn't allow a quarterback to flourish? Is it the weather, the conditions? Who knows? So now I'm looking at him and saying, all right, man, you just played in Southern California for a while. You were in Oklahoma for a little bit. Things were good. You are the guy. Rumors have been swirling around. You only talk to certain coaches. Like, how are you going to acclimate to the game? Brock, I want to ask you, the only question I have about Caleb Williams is, can he make the on-time throws? Because the way he plays, it reminded me of me back in 5th grade. Best athlete at recess, Brock. And I'm holding on to the football. Yeah. I can throw that thing late if I want to. That's the way that he plays the game. Like, can that translate to the NFL? I think he's going to be fine, but if there's a question, that's probably the only one.
Well, the other one attached to it in this facility had the offensive coordinator there. I mean, is Shane Waldron the right guy to shape him as well?
Yeah.
Is Shane Waldron's system that we all watched really closely, Dave, you did the last couple of years, you know, and we heard our guys' answers at the Super Bowl about Shane Waldron and asked what the Bears are getting and everything else. Jackson, it wasn't like the firmest vote of confidence.
Yeah.
How does he fit into Shane Waldron's system too?
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Brock. What do you mean he only talks to certain coaches? That
he did the same thing that Marvin did.
Yeah, said that. I'm sorry.
He did the same thing that Marvin did. Like, no, I'm not talking to you. I'm not wasting my time. I'm not going there. I'm not doing these pre-draft visits. I'm going to Chicago. I'm the #1 pick.
Okay.
Yeah. So he just kind of had that.
I wanted to clear that up because I thought you were talking about like at USC.
No. I was talking about it at USC.
Yeah.
The rumor was, who knows if it's true or not, but from a few sources that I've spoken to, was that he would only give certain coaches a certain amount of his attention.
Okay.
And, you know, and again, once you get into the draft process, everyone's going to speculate and say this and that about other prospects.
Sure.
But that is what I heard.
We're the grumpy old men, Brock. You see both me and Bob shaking our heads.
Well,
what are you talking about? I know you make fun of us in the morning, but come on.
Come on.
I know.
Yeah, if that's true, how is that spun as a positive on any level? I only speak to these coaches, or I only give so much of my time to these coaches. How spin that into a positive for me? That's not old. That's not being old. That's about, I want a guy who's got the desire to win, who's going to do whatever it takes to win. I want that guy on my building versus this guy's going to give me just a smidge of his time.
It is about like authority and leverage and thinking like, you're not telling me what to do. Like I'm the guy. Like I'm the one that's providing for your job. I'm the one out here playing. I'm the one winning. Like it's just there is a different, now that's not all these guys. And in fact, I think Caleb and Marvin are unicorns, right? So to try to put that label on all these dudes, that's not the way it is. Those guys have the leverage. They have done it. They've won a Heisman Trophy, right? I mean, he won the Heisman Trophy. So he's got a bit of leverage and a bit of background to say, yeah, I'm going to go about doing it the way I want to do it.
Well,
I don't like it, Dave.
I don't like it either. And I think you keep saying adversity, and maybe it's the adversity comes from great success. Look what happened to Russ. I mean, remember when you did your little poll thing in the beginning when they traded Russ, I said he got too big for his britches. And this guy has not, like I said, busted one grape in the NFL.
Well, the beauty of this league is it will humble you. It has humbled all of us, right? This league will end you. It has ended all of us. So this league of grown men and his own team, like He's going to be humbled in this league.
Just a heads up, the Commanders have their pick in, and it's expected to be Jaden Daniels. Maybe it's Drake May. We'll find out. We'll talk more about that, but the pick is in, so we'll send it up to the podium here momentarily, but go ahead.
Let me ask you guys a question. There's always been leverage on a football team. There's always been leverage in a locker room. I think this is just the first time we've seen athletes at an amateur level, air quotes amateur level, exercise that leverage, because typically in a football scenario, you're do what you're said, do what you're told, head down, work hard. This is the first generation we're seeing saying, no, I'm not doing that. You guys want me, right?
And by the way, this is also the first generation that has gotten paid. It's got millions.
Yeah, they're coming in with money.
Millions.
That's a great
Not
point.
just a little bit. Millions in his pockets.
Yeah. I just hate the idea of, if that's true, again, you said we were not sure, but the idea, some of these coaches, I don't need to mess with them. I'll focus my attention.
He's going to learn real
here.
quickly at this big boy level that you need everybody.
I wouldn't feel good about that if I were a fan of that team and that were true, and this is the guy coming into the building. If that's who he was as a college player, I'm going, come on. But right now we got...
You're still going to pick him, though.
Roger Goodell stepping up to the podium right now with the Commanders pick.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
There you go, Jaden Daniels. So the first two picks are off the board. You had Caleb Williams going number 1 to the Bears, Jaden Daniels going 2nd overall to the Washington Commanders. We will talk more about what's going on with the 2024 NFL Draft as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Brock Huard, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you. Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft.
Based on how you view this team as it sits right now, and you identify, in your opinion, the holes that they have. Do they have enough draft picks to fill the holes you see on this team?
Wall-to-wall coverage live from Seahawks headquarters.
Yes, I think they do if you're drafting for position, but they're not going to draft, by position. They're going to draft like where is the best competition.
Exclusive analysis of every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports, your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
Live professional boxing returns to the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action. Saturday night, June 15th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. June 15th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-3536, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Mike Salk here for Riverside Roofing LLC.com, where you can enter your address and receive a hassle-free quick quote on your roof replacement within seconds. Do it this spring and save time, money, and get your project done at Riverside Roofing LLC.com, the roofing company you can trust.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Are you planning to go to more than one Mariners game this season? Consider a Mariners Flex membership. It's a great option for fans who want the flexibility to choose their games and seats all season long while still enjoying the perks of being a member. With a Flex membership, you'll receive benefits like savings of 10% or more on tickets with no fees, access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts at the team store and the box yard, and so much more. Go to mariners.com/flex to learn more about becoming a part of the Mariners family.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
It's a Cookies Country Chicken reminder. Dine in, call in, delivery, and cater in. That's right, we cater too. At Cookies, that's real good chicken. And tell them,
make it spicy.
Fresh fried chicken any way you like it. At Cookies, Ballard, Pioneer Square, cookiescountrychicken.com.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 5/5/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eagle bill and auto pay required.
2024 NFL Draft. The New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
There you go. The third pick is in, and it's yet another quarterback. So far, the mock drafts have been accurate. Drake May out of North Carolina going to the New England Patriots, who just not that long ago thought Mac Jones was the cure to everything that ailed that franchise. And we'll talk about that. The Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock. This is where it should get interesting because there was some thought that they may trade out of this pick. Most of the mocks had Marvin Harrison Jr. going to them at 4. We'll see what goes on there. But Brock, let's start with you. Jaden Daniels goes number 2 to the Commanders, and you and I talked before the show, and we talked about potential of these quarterbacks, and you said he's got maybe the lowest floor, but the highest ceiling of all these quarterbacks.
I mean, he's right there with Caleb as far as the ceiling goes. Maybe not quite as high as Caleb, but he's got a big-time boom, and he's got a big-time bust to me. And they just showed the Washington football, well, I guess the Commanders now, their history, and, man, there have been a lot of busts. Here's Drake May. So we're, the biggest storyline going into this for the Seahawks is, can all 6 of these QBs go? Because if all 6 go, it's going to be real hard for John in that hallway right next to us in that war room to turn down the caliber of player that could be there at 16. So this is where, Bump, you and I felt, and Dave, like, okay, this is where the draft gets a little interesting. 1, 2, pretty much set in stone.
Well, Dave predicted all 6 of these quarterbacks gone before the 16? Seahawks pick.
Yep. Well, he's on his way. He's halfway home.
Halfway home, Dave.
Well, let's
you
just
go to
keep
Vegas.
Working.
If all 6 go, we're going to Vegas.
And look at articles on ESPN. No, I feel like with Jaden Daniels also, some of these guys make plays. They're so athletic.
Yes.
But when you get into the NFL, everything equals out.
Condenses, right?
Yeah, I mean, now all of a sudden, those moves, and Bump and I were talking about during the break, that stuff works in college, and I've used the whole thing about DK Metcalf. Remember, he didn't line up right. His stance was garbage. He rounded off routes, but he was having success. So why would he change it? But then you get in the NFL, and I think wide receiver Bump might be one of the harder transitions for kids from college coming into the NFL.
The NCAA basketball court to the NBA court's the same court. It's basically same dimensions. The hoops, same. The NFL dimensions with those hash marks are different.
Yeah.
The game is different. The game is, Dave used the analogy this morning, and the Gen Zers didn't understand it. It's in a phone booth.
Yeah.
Right? It's in a phone booth.
That's because they didn't know what a phone booth was?
No, they don't know what a phone booth is.
I did explain what a phone booth was to the
Yes.
kids. Yeah, out there. I actually negotiated my first contract with Marvin Demoff from a phone booth.
There you go.
That was there in Kirkland.
Do you have a stack of quarters in front of you?
Yeah, exactly right. But yeah, I mean, it's different. I was asking Bump during the break about that whole thing with the landmarks, and then, hey, you say 5 yard out, it better be 5 yards, all that stuff. So yeah, it just, and then so getting back to Daniels, I feel like he's just made so many big plays that those are going to get sort of equalized in the NFL.
Bump, what do you think? Drake May is the one guy I looked at in this group of quarterbacks. And if I were going to pick a guy that I thought might bust out, it would be him. That I don't quite see what everybody else is seeing. I'm not an evaluator. I didn't play at the level you guys did, obviously. So what is your take on this pick for the Commanders going with, or excuse me, for the Patriots going with
Let me
Drake
preface this with saying I'm not a hater. I promise I'm not a hater. But it's my job to watch the film and give you my evaluation. And I look at Drake May and I go, this is a potential Mitch Trubisky type situation. You fall in love with his athleticism. Oh, he can run. He can do all of these things.
Big dude.
Look at him throw, big 6'5", big guy. Look at him when he throws when he's outside the pocket. The same things they say about Michael Penix. I look at Drake May and say, he's not accurate outside the pocket, but you fall in love with the size, and this is what us in the media do, right? We get a narrative and then we run with it and we push it and we push it. Now we're here regionally, besides my man Brock here, national. All right, big ups. But you get to the national scene and you buy into it. So look, I hope Drake May has a great career. I think he has a potential to do that. But I look at this quarterback group and I go, he's not the third best quarterback in my opinion, but it's not about what I think. It's about what Robert Kraft and Mayo thinks over there in New England. If they think they have their guy, good for them. I thought there was a chance to actually trade back because they were putting it out there that they were willing to listen. Obviously, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, and they're showing Marvin Harrison Jr. in the green room and Malik Neighbors in the green room. The Cardinals definitely in the market for a wide receiver. We'll see if Dave's other prediction comes true, that Roma Dunze becomes the first wide receiver taken.
Apparently, it's really sunny there.
Yeah,
everybody's wearing sunglasses.
I love that. I love glasses indoors.
I might rock the shades if I was in the green room too. I ain't gonna lie.
But the Cardinals pick is in, so as far as we know, that has not been traded. Maybe something happens afterwards, but they have made a pick, and we'll send it out there as soon as Roger Goodell steps up to the podium. But Neighbors, Harrison Jr.
It's going to be Harrison Jr. That organization and the chaos that they are in and the continual flunking of all the grades with them, this is going to be Harrison.
He's the right pick for that.
This is boring. Come on, man. It's going right like it's supposed to go.
I think 5 is where it gets interesting.
Okay.
Right? I think the Chargers need to grab a
in this draft. They didn't. Here comes the Commanders.
Right now, Roger Goodell stepping up
With
to the
the
podium.
4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
All right, there you go. So far, no mystery. It's following just about every mock draft we've seen to this point, at least through 4 picks. Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State, headed to the Cardinals to catch passes from Kyler Murray and that crew out there. And you said it, Brock, he fits with the dysfunction that's out there.
To a degree, they need some stability. They've been a mess. They're in lawsuits. Their owner is just getting destroyed, and their public image is awful. And here comes generational talent. Bump, I'm curious. When we had an Ohio State game, I had one earlier this year, and I'm curious if you agree with this or not. I had a scout. I was talking to a scout, and actually Ryan Day, the coach, was talking about this too. He said, you know what? Marvin is, what was he, 6'3", 6'3.5", about 3 inches taller than his dad. But his inseam is the exact same as dad.
Really?
Meaning that even though he's got all this height, he can cut and move and run and change of direction like he's 6 foot tall. Do you buy that?
Oh, yeah, I buy it. I'm 5'11". My son's going to be around 5'10". And I watch him walk up the stairs, and I go, yeah, that's my walk. I watch him move in the field. I go, yeah, that's something I would do. Genetics are real. So wherever he got those extra 3 inches from, God bless him. But he also got a lot of what his dad has as well. I don't think you can ignore that.
Yeah, it's in his torso. It's in his forehead. He is every bit of 6'3", and Dad was just Gumby playing with him. I mean, he just moved differently, and you could see why. Even if Rome Odunze, Dave, to your point, and I get it, man. If I was making this pick, I think I'd pick Rome. I think Rome's Larry Fitzgerald down the road. I think he's going to grow into his body even more, and I think there's a lot of Larry. Marvin, this too also has a boom-bust factor, and going to Arizona will probably play into some of that.
Well, the Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock as we speak. They'll be followed by the Giants and then the Tennessee Titans. So just over 6 minutes to go on the clock as the first 4 picks have followed suit of most mock drafts out there. We're going to keep you covered on everything that's happening in the 2024 NFL Draft. We got Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard, Bob Stelton with you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft.
At all costs, you don't leave this draft without transforming your line of scrimmage.
Wall-to-wall coverage live from Seahawks headquarters.
There is only one exception to that for me, and that is if you truly believe in one of the quarterbacks. As a fan, we are morally, legally bound to be excited about the Seahawks taking a quarterback in the first round, just how it goes. There may not be one available for them there, but if they do it, yeah, it's going to be a fun conversation moving forward.
Catch tomorrow's coverage on the video stream at seattlesports.com.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
Hey there, business ballers and entrepreneurs. Ready to make your financial dreams come true? Well, get ready to score big with SwishFunding.com, the slam dunk solution for all your business funding needs. Just like that satisfying swish when the ball goes in, SwishFunding.com guarantees you a seamless funding experience. Working capital, expanding your business, upgrading your equipment, or even covering payroll. If you have at least $25,000 in monthly revenue and been in business for at least 1 year, qualifying is easier than a layup. At Swish Funding, we fund up to $5 million in 24 hours. SwishFunding.com's team will guide you every step of the way. No more banking red tape, just quick, decisive action to get you back in the game. Head over to SwishFunding.com and slam dunk your financial goals today. Remember, it's not just a shot in the dark, it's a surefire swish. Go to SwishFunding.com. That's SWISH funding.com. SwishFunding.com.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1907 $10 gold Liberty coins has been found. These gorgeous 1907p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1907 gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1907 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-386-8018. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $50 value free with every order. Call 1-800-386-8018 now to secure your 1907p $10 gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-386-8018.
Hey guys, do you know your T-level? Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We have got you covered on every bit of the 2024 NFL Draft. Brock Huard, Bob Stelton, Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman with you. As the Chargers pick is in. The New York Giants will follow them, and then the Tennessee Titans. But quarterbacks with the first 3 picks, in case you're just tuning in. Marvin Harrison Jr., the 4th overall pick, headed to the Arizona Cardinals. So what are we thinking with the Chargers? Are you thinking O-line? Are you thinking alt? Seem to be the first name in
Who's
every...
our head coach? Who's our new head coach? What's his name?
That'd be Harbaugh.
Yeah. How did he build it at the University of San Diego? How did he build it at David's beloved Stanford? How did he build it at San Francisco? How did he build it at Michigan? He built it all the same way, right there at the line of scrimmage with big, physical, dominant men.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I played against his dad. John Alt. This is Joe Alt.
Oh, I thought you played against Jack Harbaugh, and I was like, "You're that? What?"
No, Jack Harbaugh was a coordinator at Stanford.
You just watched him punch people, right?
Yeah, he got in a fight. Did you know that? That's when I knew that whole gene.
That whole Harbaugh thing's a little bit different.
Yeah, John seems quite normal.
Yep. Well, Dave, you are rooting. If you are rooting for what I think you're rooting that this is made. Well, this is not a trade. This is the pick is in. So we know this is not a trade. This is one of those spots that we thought maybe a QB could get traded up into, and instead, I think Jim Harbaugh is going to get his pick of the biggest, baddest, beefiest, bulliest O lineman he can take right here.
The bulliest.
And who do you think that is?
We're thinking alt.
I think the kid out of Latham, the kid out of Alabama is a monster. 350 and powerful.
You concerned about his experience? Not too many snaps.
Pretty young. And Mims at Georgia, really, really young, and not many starts in that way either. But yeah, I mean, if it kind of plays out and Jim Harbaugh is who we think Jim Harbaugh is and wants to build his team the way he is, this is a big boy.
Do you guys discount if you look at the number of games they played in college? Because wasn't that the case with the quarterback last year, Richardson?
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, he had like 13 games that he played in college.
Well, let's. I think Roger's stepping up to the podium here, so let's get the Chargers with the 5th overall pick in the 2024 NFL Draft.
With the 5th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
We've nailed every one of them. We're on fire.
This is so
First
boring.
5 picks.
Oh,
Joe
man.
Alt,
come on,
absolutely following form. If you've paid any attention to the mock drafts, the experts out there, this is exactly how it's gone. Now, this is where it could change. You got the Giants on the clock. I've seen J.J. McCarthy mock to them, probably the most prominent name, the most often. And Bump, I don't know how much you've been getting, head first in all these mock drafts here.
All in it.
But you just feel like this is where J.J. McCarthy, when I first started looking at the mock draft, some didn't even have him in the first round. Some had him at the bottom. And as weeks went on, no games were being played.
Yeah.
He had, by everybody's account, a decent combine. Penix was the star of the combine as far as the quarterbacks go. He had a good pro day. And now he just seems to be universally considered a top 5, top 10 at the least pick.
There's something that quarterbacks can do during the draft process, the pre-draft process, that no other position can do, which you can sell them on your leadership. You can make someone buy into that. Look, we can trust you off the field. We know you're going to get in the huddle, command the huddle. You're going to be good in the locker room. You are going to run our stuff. You can be in a Larry Fitzgerald when it comes to the receiver position. They're still going to look at, say, a Marvin Harrison who didn't do anything at the combine or the pro day and say, you know what, the film don't lie with him. At the quarterback position, because it's the most responsible position in sports, in my opinion, that's why I turned down my scholarship to Temple, guys, because I didn't want that responsibility as a quarterback. I go, look, I know me, put me at the receiver spot. Quarterback is the only spot in football where you can convince somebody that you will lead and not be the most athletic, not be the most accurate or whatever. We're looking at Drake May, but because of all the other intangibles, you can raise your stock. I think that's what J.J. McCarthy did. And because he went to the national championship game, you got to dive in deeper in who he was and try to understand him a bit more.
Dave, you call this boring thus far. You know what I call this? Don't get cute. Don't get cute.
Yeah.
And in talking to a couple people leading up to this week and some of the different decision makers, they kind of felt like it would go this way.
Yeah.
Like, don't get cute. Don't screw around. Don't try to trade. Don't try to, like, if that dude is there, if 6'8", 340 Joe Alt is there to be your generational left tackle, take him. Marvin Harrison Jr., and you believe in him and all this, take them. Those QBs are there. I think that's why these mockers, who we do like to mock every once in a while as being wrong.
Bars.
I think, Dave, what we're seeing is don't get cute.
Yeah. Well, and I think the other thing is the mock drafters, the guys that are writing these things up, they're getting more information. It's not anything J.J. McCarthy did. It's just that they're getting more like of a sense of the value that the NFL has for a guy like that. But, yeah, I think that guy's maybe one of the more solid picks of this draft so far anyway. I mean, offensive tackle, their longevity, injuries, things like that. I feel like it's a very solid investment.
Mm-hmm. Giants pick is in. So
not sexy.
Not sexy. No, it's absolutely following form to this point. Tennessee Titans will pick after the Giants. And talking about getting cute, maybe this is where it starts. And we'll see if it is J.J. McCarthy here with the Giants. They do have.
This is Rome Odunze here. See if it, right? I mean, this is one of those where the owners could also say, we pay Daniel Jones what? He's going to be our quarterback. Go fix Daniel Jones. You guys wanted us to give him all this cash. Now go give Daniel Jones some weapons. This is one of the spots, Dave, that many also said Rome Odunze could end up.
I would love to see it. That is just a kid. Now, we talk about attitudes, and we talk about work ethic, and we talk about how they present themselves. Gen Z, I get it, Bump. I get a different generation, but Rome Odunze is part of that generation, and he presents himself in a completely different way.
Yeah, he's different. And it's okay to be different. And I think that is the message when it comes to Gen Z. And it's okay to be traditional. Yeah. And I think that's exactly what Rome Odunze is. He's a guy traditional. He's going to work hard, head down. He's going to run the L drill 5 too many times more than he should do it. And teams will gravitate towards that. But again, if you are a top 10 pick in the NFL draft, okay, teams are going to look past a lot of your personality issues because they feel like when it's 3rd and 2, 3rd and 15, I can count on that young man to make a play.
Yeah, and they're showing the green room there. Malik Neighbors, he's got his sunglasses on and a giant diamond-encrusted medallion that says Leak on it, which everybody should own.
What you wearing if you're a projected top 15 pick? You spicing it up a little bit.
From Costco. Let's see who the Giants are going with here with number 6.
Pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Leak, he likes to be called. He's there in the green room. He's getting hugs, so he is going. You thought could have been Rome Odunze. They did go receiver. A lot of the mocks had J.J. McCarthy going there. How much of is this the first, I'm not going to say shock, but the first
not necessarily. No, it's a skill guy, and it's to help Daniel Jones and that offense. And they've had a dearth of talent at wide receiver, and there's some OBJ to this guy.
What way?
Just LSU, rare athleticism, unbelievable twitch, power, strength. Like OBJ, before all the injuries, when he came out, was just a springy, yards after catch dude. And they liked him in New York. I mean, he helped him win a lot of games in New York. And this guy out of LSU is not too much different, Bump.
How much? I'm sorry. How much difference in skill level do you think there is between Odunze, Neighbors, and Harrison Jr.? Do you think you have them all right there, or do you think there's a distinction?
If there's any position that is comparable when it comes to the first 5 to 6 guys taken, it's the receiver position. You just look at the way that they train these days. Like 7-on-7, it's a necessary evil. I own a facility where we do 7-on-7, and you can do it a couple ways. And if you really break down the fundamentals, the route running, the understanding coverages, that's why we're seeing these receivers get into the league now and put up 1,000-yard seasons their very first year. I think DK's class was the last class where we kind of questioned, all right, are these guys going to be ready to go? Everyone thought DK was going to take 2 to 3 years to get going. Nah, first year on the scene, he's doing his thing. So, yeah, receiver-wise, it's all about what type of receiver you need. You need a big one, a slot guy, a fast guy, a big play guy. I mean, they're all out there for you.
The Tennessee Titans are on the clock with a little under 6 minutes to go. So following form to this point, we've got you covered on everything happening here in the 2024 NFL Draft. We are live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Coming back, Seattle Sports on 710.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
We met later in life. I liked his dimples.
Both of our spouses had passed away, and we never expected to remarry.
That's the funny thing about love. It has its own agenda.
I wanted to get her a ring that celebrated our future, but didn't ignore our past.
I just wanted a party.
Shane Company helped me create the perfect ring, the center stone for us and the 2 side stones for our past loves.
Find jewelry that feels like it was designed just for you. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
You want more speed? Well, then you're in luck because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. And with super fast internet and a reliable connection, you could do more of what you love whenever you want. More gaming, more downloading, more video chatting, and more cozy nights on the couch streaming your favorite movies and TV shows. If life with more speed is sounding pretty awesome, well, that's because it is. And it's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. So make the call today to 1-800-XFINITY.
Mike Salk here for RiversideRoofingLLC.com, where you can enter your address and receive a hassle-free quick quote on your roof replacement within seconds. Do it this spring and save time, money, and get your project done at RiversideRoofingLLC.com, the roofing company you can trust.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $600,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer. But to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. In a consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance. All that's gone. After that's done, we pay half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs and makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. So if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife, Bev, and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help. Find hope. Go to lungsandyou.com.
I started Davis Law Group 30 years ago with the goal of bringing the highest quality of legal representation to accident victims. Contact Washington's best personal injury team today at 206-727-4000 or visit us at davislawgroupseattle.com.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handled employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, ma'am, come with me. Let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down. It's just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, hey, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
You gotta love baseball season, but when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
The 2024 NFL Draft is on Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Your home for the Seahawks and the
2024 NFL Draft. Good evening and
Seattle sports presentation of the NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Come on, man! We continue our coverage live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Brock Huard, it's Michael Bumpus, it's Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton with you. 6 picks are in. The Titans pick is in. We'll give you that as soon as Roger Goodell steps up to the podium, in case you're just tuning in. Bears go with Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC, with the first overall pick. Jaden Daniels goes number 2 to the Commanders, quarterback out of LSU. Drake May, quarterback out of North Carolina, goes to the Patriots, number 3. Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State, going to the Cardinals at 4. Joe Alt from Notre Dame, offensive tackle, heads to the Chargers. And then the most recent pick, Malik Neighbors out of LSU, wide receiver, headed to the New York Giants. And again, the Titans pick is in. They'll be followed by the Atlanta Falcons, Chicago Bears, and the Bears is the one spot that I saw Dunze going with this pick. That seemed to be the most common in the mocks, but we'll see. Sounds like perhaps the Titans go O-lineman here, but so far some of the players we've seen mocked to the Seahawks are certainly still there to be had. So as these picks go, let's see what is in store from the commission.
Pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle, Alabama.
J.C. Latham out of Alabama, offensive tackle, headed to the Tennessee Titans.
There's your monster, Brock.
There is 350 pounds of pain coming at you right there. He is a young buck, too, just 21. A lot of these guys, 5-star talents. Bump, you mentioned.
He is a big. He's walking through a crowd right now, and he's bigger than everybody in that crowd.
Yeah.
So
now he's a right tackle, like Trent Williams. He kind of looks a little bit like Trent Williams down there in San Francisco. That's just a bully. But you look at his tape, man. He 350 pounds. He's powerful.
Almost 6'6".
Yeah, he is. He's a people mover, man. People mover. And here we go. We got 3 QBs. We got 2 offensive tackles. We got 2 receivers. And Dave, we're like 7 picks in, and I'm not smelling any defenders yet.
Yeah, well, they make mistakes all the time, Brock.
Offense wins championships now, guys. You didn't know that?
Yeah.
Defense wins you games, but offense wins championships.
Said by a receiver and a quarterback. But
your buddy John Schneider likes to say they don't have an offensive lineman tree. I can't go get just an offensive line. They don't grow on trees.
In your
Dave.
backyard.
Yeah, well, this draft had a 6'8" gigantic guy named Alt. This draft has a 6'6", 350-pound tree in Latham. And we're not done. We got a Fautanu, we got a Fuaga, we got a bunch of other of these tackles where this league is just saying, I'm not these GMs. I'm not trading. I'm sorry. I guarantee you today and yesterday their phones rang. I want to get up. I need to get one of these guys. And they're like, I'm not going to get cute. I'm going to take that big man right there.
Well, and the Falcons pick is in, so we'll see what they've got in store again. They'll be followed by the Bears and then the New York Jets rounding out the top 10. And so far I'd say that there hasn't been an upset, but a lot of the mock drafts did have J.J. McCarthy going in this area, but in the top 5, and some the 3rd overall pick to the New England Patriots. So I guess if we're trying to look at an upset or somebody who's dropping a bit, he's dropped a bit compared to some of the mocks that had him there.
Yeah, the main thing I've learned so far in this draft is that, like Brock mentioned, Arizona and the Chargers are not getting cute, and the New York Football Giants believe in Daniels. I thought for some reason that they had buyer's remorse in paying this man $40 million a year. You bring over Drew Lock for some competition. I assumed if there was anyone who's going to take J.J. early, it was going to be the New York Giants. That is not the case over there. So, yeah, it's we thought it was going to get interesting after number 3. Nah, it's still just
Does this make
business as usual.
Make you guys a little nervous if John wants to trade down? That maybe this trade market every year, these war rooms and these trades, Dave. I mean, if you want to trade down, does this make you a little nervous that maybe teams are just not willing to do it because? I'm not going to go there. I'm going to take the best guy that's sitting here on my board.
Well, I mean, from talking to John, we know he has backup scenarios for every situation, and all the different things that come. He's talking about how in the later rounds it moves a lot faster, and you have to be more on your toes and everything. But yeah, I'm sure he has a solution for that, and I feel like they're. Where are you guys on Brock Bowers?
Love him.
I watched like a reel of his catches. And then I watched him blocking. Holy moly. I mean, maybe the best blocking tight end I've ever seen, man.
I mean, I give that guy a lot of credit. He's fought his hairline, you know. When you're that,
don't be talking about hairlines,
right.
man.
When
I'm
you're
bald up here.
When you're as young, but you didn't go bald at 22, I don't think.
23.
Okay, all right. Never mind.
He's fought his hairline. Jeez.
Okay, other than that, Brock, that brilliant analysis, what do you,
Well,
I mean,
you know what's interesting? The team that's on the clock now, Atlanta, a couple years ago, they drafted a tight end that had freakier tape than Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Out of Florida.
Was he a real tight end, though? Pitts?
That's true. He's kind of a tweener.
Yeah.
Kind of a tweener. But, good shot of Michael Penix wearing his shades as well, his white shades. Remember, Atlanta was a team this week that supposedly had worked out Michael and made some trips and sent their whole brass. And
That'd be
got
ridiculous.
Kirk Cousins, right?
That'd be ridiculous. They
did.
Michael
It
Penix.
would make no sense to me either. And it's also probably the one spot in these mocks where a defender went because they need pass rush, and Dallas Turner is the guy that I think most of these mocks have put to Atlanta.
Yeah, so the pick is in. Again, the Bears are coming up next. We'll see what the Falcons have in store. They've been cutting to different guys that they showed J.J. McCarthy sitting there. They showed Penix sitting there. So we'll see if they do a little okey-doke and they go defender since they've been showing nothing but quarterbacks in relation to the Falcons here. But that would be an odd move, go quarterback. They did pick up Kirk Cousins. So they, at least for the time being, have that spot locked up. I don't know if you go 8th overall pick with a quarterback unless you feel like this is a temporary, very temporary solution with Kirk Cousins. We're going to draft our future, but we'll see. So the Falcons getting set to have Roger Goodell come out the stage and announce that pick as people are out there doing the Falcon dance or whatever the heck that was right there.
But with Atlanta, you look at their offense. They have a running back. They got a tight end in Kyle Pitts. You have a receiver in Drake London. You got to make sure that defense is on point. That's what I think is going to happen here.
It's going to be a defensive pick here. Well, let's find out. Is Roger Goodell making his way out onto the stage to give us the 8th overall pick? Again, the Bears will be on the clock following this one. Let's see what the commissioners got in store.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr., quarterback, Washington.
Whoa, the first surprise, to say the very least. Michael Penix going to the Atlanta Falcons with the 8th overall pick. How about it?
Wow.
I did not see that coming.
Wow.
I thought them cutting to him. You brought up that they had conversations. Brock is taking off all of his clothes for those of you
Brock
watching on the
He
stream.
knew something.
He's got his Michael Penix
Just
shirt
tell us
on.
next time.
There we go.
Just tell us next time. He knew.
Wow.
Who you talk to over there? Who you know?
Wow.
Okay, Lefty.
You didn't think he was going there. Come on.
What?
You didn't think
he knew.
No, he did not.
Did you not just listen to the tape, Bob? Were you not listening?
You didn't think he was going to the Falcons. Stop it.
Do you
Stop
not
it.
listen to what I just said 2 minutes ago? People have been saying
That's
Michael
crazy.
Penix.
Brock, you say lots of things.
Yeah.
I do, Dave.
Okay.
And therefore, I could hit once out of 100 if I say 100. No, did I think this? They
Okay.
just signed Kirk Cousins.
Yes.
But Kirk Cousins is coming off an Achilles.
Right.
Kirk Cousins,
What's his contract? How many years?
pretty good dough. Pretty good. Pretty
got
big guarantees.
2 or 3 years?
And if you're Kirk Cousins, you're watching this tonight, and you in your Coles T-shirt, like, what did we just do?
Uh-oh.
What did we? Yeah, what did we just? We just drafted this kid in the
Wow.
top 10.
You know what, though, man? If this kid works out, which I think he is going to, I love everything about Penix, but you solve a long-term problem, man. I mean, quarterbacks, I hate to put too much importance on it, but if I'm drafting and trying to build a team, and Bump, you mentioned all the weapons they have.
Brock's over here going through some things.
I am so freaking proud of that kid. He's not even a kid. I'm dead serious. Like, that guy was broken in Indiana. He was broken. He was done. He was done. And he rebuilt himself. And he went 25-3. And he elevated Indiana. And he elevated Washington. And he's second in the Heisman Trophy. And look at the W. He put that purple on that screen in the top 10. And Rome's coming soon. And Troy's coming soon.
Rome might come right now.
Brock,
The Bears pick is in.
Bro, what school did you go to? All right, just check it. But I'm
Right
with
here.
him too. I'm with you too.
Right here.
I'm with you too.
Right here. Look at him.
The best thing I like about this pick is that he gets to marinate. He gets to sit for a little bit.
Yeah,
I know
that's a good
he's
situation,
23,
yeah.
about to be 24. I guess he's old when it comes to football years. Forget all that noise. You get to sit and learn behind Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins doesn't win a lot of playoff games, but he wins a lot of games. And he's shown that he can take your franchise to the next level. Can he take you to the Super Bowl? No, he hasn't done that. But I like this for Penix. He gets to sit, relax, marinate, and
Let
learn.
me add just a couple last things. I'm sorry. I'm just going to hog the stage here with the Husky right here. Raheem Morris is their new head coach, right? West Coast dude. Watched all those West Coast games and also knows with Matthew Stafford, who he's been around, like rocket arms matter. Putting that ball in a place that few other guys can do it, throwing it the way that that guy can throw it. I asked Peyton Manning one time, of all these guys that have come to your Manning Academy, all of them over the last 20 years, who's the one that was just like, wow, that arm is just different? It was Matthew Stafford. It's Matthew Stafford. And this guy has Matthew Stafford kind of arm. He's got that kind of ability. And now he has Kyle Pitts. And now he's got a running back. And now he's got Drake London. And now he's got a good old line. Like that. And he gets to learn from Kirk if Kirk is right. So what a cool deal for Michael Penix Jr.
That's awesome for UW football, as much as Bump and I are.
It's all love. It's all
not
good.
super excited about it, but no, he's amazing, and I think Bob was reading this week something he wrote in the Athletic, I think it is.
The athlete Players Tribune.
Players Tribune, and it was just so well done.
Yep.
And he's just a smart kid. He's really very steady. We had him in the radio on the radio and on our show, and he was just amazing. He was humble. All these things had happened to him, and he was just a regular guy. You can tell he's got great parents and really just a good, solid pick there, man. I love it.
He's got to be so jacked. He's a Tampa guy. He's a South Florida guy. He's right down there in Atlanta. All his family, all his friends. He had to go to Bloomington. He moved all the way to Washington. He rebuilt him. I mean, it's just that's a pretty stinking cool deal for Michael Penix.
Yeah, it's great. The Bears pick is in. Let's see what Roger Goodell's got in store for Bears fans who took Caleb Williams, number 1.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
Huskies going back-to-back, and we're having a hard time containing Brock Huard right now. He's very, very excited. And this follows the mocks. This is, I saw Rome Bears 9. That was one of the more common names. So he kind of falls where the mock drafters had him. And very cool to see Huskies going back-to-back. The surprise certainly is Penix at 8 above J.J. McCarthy, who seemed to have all the momentum and everything. And Dave's prediction of 6 quarterbacks being gone by 16 could happen because you got 3 teams in a row coming up. Projected with quarterback needs, looking at the Broncos, looking at the Vikings, and looking at the Raiders. They're all sitting there ahead of the Seahawks. The Jets are on the clock with just over 6 minutes to go. We'll come back with their pick. The Vikings are right after them, but through 9 picks so far in the 2024 NFL Draft, we got you covered on every bit of it right here. Seattle Sports on 710.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft.
Based on how you view this team as it sits right now, and you identify, in your opinion, the holes that they have. Do they have enough draft picks to fill the holes you see on this team?
Wall-to-wall coverage live from Seahawks headquarters.
Yes, I think they do if you're drafting for position, but they're not going to draft, by position. They're going to draft like where is the best competition.
Exclusive analysis of every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports, your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples. Your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for Window Nation. Now, April's here, and if your windows won't open for some of that fresh spring air or seal tight to keep out pollen or bugs, then it's time for you to call my friends at Window Nation. With proven quality, Window Nation carries customized windows by Milgard, made locally for our climate. And right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free. Plus, you could save even more with no interest or payments for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about baseball. It's game day. The stadium roof is open. Our club's putting up a fight. They're cold brews in hand. But outside, the police are getting ready to spot fans trying to steal their home base. You're out! Maybe the night threw you a curveball, an officer made an error, or perhaps the bases weren't the only thing loaded. At 1-800-DUI-AWAY, we know it's not 3 strikes, it's 1 strike, and you're facing the Grand Slammer. 1-800-DUI-AWAY is here to help, even if we have to go into overtime. So call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com to set up your free private consultation. When you're on defense, it's full count, bottom of the ninth. You want your closing pitcher on the mound. 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard, Bob Stelton taking you through all of the action in the NFL Draft 2024 version. The Vikings pick is in. They moved up a spot. We're all assuming it's J.J. McCarthy, right? Are we all on board with that? J.J. McCarthy will be Dave's prediction of all these the 6 quarterbacks being gone before the Seahawks pick at 16 is looking really good. You got to be feeling good right now.
No,
Dave.
I just entirely pulled it out of my tailpipe.
What else is hanging around up there?
Honestly, I do. That's oh, come on now. Now I'm off track. No, I just thought, I think, you look at the quarterback classes to come, that next year, not great, and they're already looking at that kind of stuff. And I just think that's one position where people panic. Like, we got to have a quarterback. But if you get the right one, man, first of all, it's really hard to do because what are there, 12 or 13, 14 maybe teams that have the guy that's, we know Patrick Mahomes or
that is the man.
They're the man, and a lot of guys are they have quarterbacks, but they don't quite know yet whether or not this is the long-term solution. But if you're able to solve that problem for the next 10, 12 years, I mean, it's just, you look at the Chiefs. I mean, you got Patrick Mahomes and That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know that you're going to be in the playoffs. You're going to be able to win games because, you look at how rare it is that somebody has the right guy.
So the Vikings must have had a feeling that the Broncos or the Raiders were going to jump them. So they made the trade with the Jets, who don't appear to be in the market for a quarterback. So they just flip-flop spots there. And we'll see what the exchange was on that. But the Vikings pick is in with the assumption that it will be J.J. McCarthy. They'll be followed by the Jets, and then Denver, which is the next spot, was a potential landing spot for a quarterback. Also the Raiders right after them. So we'll see what kind of action goes on there.
Sorry, Dave. We have 10 offensive players out of 10, if this is JJ, and we have 5 of those 10 being quarterbacks. 5 quarterbacks, 3 wide receivers.
We've been hearing about this for like the last couple of years.
Yeah.
That this is going to be the big draft for quarterbacks. So, and it's just been weird to see Bo Nix. I mean, that dude had 470 attempts and only 3 interceptions. And then
I
saw
61 games.
Yeah, 61 games, and I think he was 77% completion percentage. And then the other thing, somebody did some, without the drops, he's like 85%.
Yeah, his numbers tell quite a story on him. We can talk more about him as Roger Goodell is stepping up to the podium. Got a small group of people with him here as they'll announce the Minnesota Vikings pick, again trading up to number 10.
Make the Minnesota Vikings selection. We are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
There you go. Cool moment on stage as the Vikings announcing their pick again. In case you're just tuning in, they traded with the Jets to move up 1 spot. Obviously, again, getting the feeling that the teams behind them, the Broncos, the Raiders, may leapfrog them in order to get J.J. McCarthy. So they make the trade with the Jets to move into the 10 spot. And J.J. McCarthy is the 5th quarterback off the board. 5 quarterbacks in 10 picks.
All offensive players, right? You run 7
Are you trying to hurt Dave Shealy? Are you trying to rub it into Dave?
No.
Yeah, I feel like he's sticking it to me.
Oh, you think it now? Well, you just wait, Dave. As we continue on here,
Giving him the business.
And more offensive tackles because we're going to get a run on offensive tackles now. I don't even know when the next or first defensive player. And I'm just sitting here this whole time, my whole brain. A, I'm super excited for my 2 Huskies, but B, I'm trying to think, how is this impacting that war room next to us? Right? Now you talked about scenarios, Dave. Like what are we doing now? Are we going to get the number 1 defensive player in this draft at 16? Right, as I understand it.
Which would be?
Well, I mean, there's a great debate about that. Do you want the D tackle? Do you want the defensive end? Do you want the corner? Like, there is great. I mean, you could have your pick of the number 1 defensive player in this draft. You know, the number 1 corner. I know that would be outrageous to some.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it would. But look, that's what happened last year. They really were pretty set. I mean, Tariq Woolen was coming off, and I don't know what they're thinking about him, and maybe the kid can move inside or whatever, but yeah, I mean, I do agree with Bump that the game is going that way and that you're going to see a lot less linebackers on the field and more kind of hybrid guys. But, I think that's the way the game is going, and I would not be surprised if they took a corner.
Do you know why casinos make a lot of money? Because people keep going back thinking tonight is my night.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's why 5 quarterbacks and 10 go. Because if I'm right on this, Dave, to your point, if I'm right on Herbert, if I'm right on Joe in Cincinnati, if I'm right on Joe Burrow, if I'm right on Patrick Mahomes, if I'm right on Aaron Rodgers, if I'm just right, and if it just strikes for me just right, you know, and the likelihood is 3 or 4 of these guys are going to bust.
Yeah.
But if one of them is a difference maker, it sets my organization up for a long, long time.
Number 1 and number 2, I feel like are more likely to bust than other quarterbacks taken. I feel like if there's anybody set up for the most success is Michael Penix and J.J. McCarthy, because they get to sit for a little bit. They get to analyze the game and see what happens. Minnesota Vikings signed Sam Darnold on a 1-year deal, $10 million. Go ahead and prove it. If not, we're going to develop this young guy. Also, what that does is sets the Vikings up to say, Justin Jefferson, look, we got you a quarterback. Sam might be the guy for right now, but we got you a quarterback. So, look, it's a privilege being the number 1 pick. I think Caleb Williams is more than worthy of being the number 1 pick, but I look at what the Chicago Bears do, and I say, I don't know. I look at Jaden Daniels and the Commanders and their history. I go, I don't know. I hope it all works out for these guys. I would love for number 1 and number 3 to be extremely successful. But who's set up for the most success? Who is the best quarterback in the game right now? It's Patrick Mahomes. Everyone's hoping for a C.J. Stroud. We just saw the best rookie season from a quarterback in NFL history in C.J. Stroud. I don't know if that can happen again. I hope it happens for everybody. Again, I love to see these guys have success, but so far, man, I like the Vikings. I like what Atlanta's doing. Let those guys sit for a little bit.
Somebody's going to be really pissed at themselves for not taking Penix because of injury history.
Right.
We were talking about this the other day, and there was a certain something I lost when I had my big blown out knee in college, but like the ability, and Brocky keeps saying it about adversity and being able to face that down. Like you said, I mean, he was done, right?
Yeah.
And he made his way back. So I really like that about him. The medical part of it, gets a little bit, every team's different. I think the Seahawks are that way.
Keep an eye on.
They're very tough on injured players.
Keep an eye on Faltano here. He made a pre-draft visit to the Jets just last week. Troy did, so keep an eye on him. Don't say that. Don't speak that evil.
Yeah.
I'm not. Let's find out. Roger Goodell making his way to the podium, coming in with the New York Jets with the number 11 overall pick.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
Olu Fashanu going to the New York Jets with the number 11 pick. The Denver Broncos now on the clock with the 12th overall pick, thought to be looking for a quarterback. Also, the team right behind them, the Las Vegas Raiders, thought to be looking for a quarterback. Maybe Bo Nix goes in one of these 2 picks following. But what do you think of this? This is the you were just talking about this kid out of Penn State.
I don't think he was a fit for Seattle. He's a tackle. I mean, he is a bona fide tackle. He'll play tackle for Aaron Rodgers. But I'm looking at Faltanu and I'm looking at Fuaga, the 2 big, powerful Pacific Northwest offensive tackles still on the board, and I am hoping one of those 2 is sitting there at 16.
All right, so there you go. The Broncos are officially on the clock with the 12th overall pick. We'll come back with what they're doing as we are 11 picks into the 2024 NFL Draft, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The 2024 NFL Draft is on Seattle Sports.
The Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Wow.
Okay, Lefty.
If this kid works out, which I think he is going to, I love everything about Penix, but you solve a long-term problem, man. I mean,
what a cool deal for Michael Penix Jr.
That's awesome for you to football.
Seattle Sports is your home for the Seahawks and the 2024 NFL Draft.
Xavier Holmes, Alex Jackson.
From day one, charter public schools set us up for success. We learn from teachers who create tailored lesson plans and collaborate with classmates from diverse backgrounds. As a result, many of us outperform students in traditional public schools.
And we all walk away better prepared for our futures.
Learn more at wildcharters.org. Paid for by Washington State Charter Schools Association.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 5/5/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Megadeth. Destroy all enemies tour. With Mudvayne. August 12th, White River Amphitheater. Special guest, All That Remains. Megadeth. On sale Friday 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Megadeth with Mudvayne.
Mother's Day is just around the corner, and Wild Wheat Bakery is cooking up something special for Mom. Come in now for luscious chocolate mousse, delicious carrot cake, rich red velvet cake, and creamy layered marjolaine cake, all made in-house with the finest ingredients. How many cakes did your mom give you? Return the favor with a decadent treat from Wild Wheat Bakery. Order online for pickup in Kent at wildwheatbakery.com. Order 2 days ahead for pickup on Mother's Day. Just go to wildwheatbakery.com.
We're talking with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and president of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And Shannon, you have over 40 neighborhood locations, so you're big in number, but you still have that small town attitude when you deliver service.
That's right. I always tell people we might have a lot of dots on the map, but we're small in service. That means we want to provide care to let patients be their best self. It's also about the family and the neighborhood. We want to be in your neighborhood. We have you covered.
And you make it so easy for people to take care of their bodies with IRG Direct Access. You don't need a physician's referral. You can book directly with IRG. And then with IRG On Demand, you'll come to them.
Again, this is part of our concierge service, providing the best care so our patients, neighbors, and our families can be their best self. That's exactly right. We will bring the care to you, and you can start today to get better through direct access at IRG.
Let IRG be your family's physical therapist. For the location nearest you, including new ones in Bellevue and Everett, go to irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
The Kendall Spring Sales event is on now at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Get spring started with an electrified kick with thousands in savings across the Ford EV lineup. Take $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2023 Ford Lightning Platinum and get 1.9% APR. Save $3,000 off MSRP on a new 2023 Ford Mustang Mach-E California Route 1 and get 0% APR. Take $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2023 Ford E-Transit XL and get 0% APR. Don't miss the savings during the Kendall Spring Sales event. On now at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Stop by today. Kendall. Let's start something great.
VIN number PWG 46864, PKB 59917, and PNB 00015. All financing on select models and non-approved credit with Ford Motor Credit Company. All factor rebates subject to change. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sales and deed for details. Offer expires 4/30/24.
Live professional boxing returns to the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action. Saturday night, June 15th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. June 15th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
The Broncos pick is in. We will send you to the podium as soon as Roger Goodell wanders up there. Bo Nix goes with pick number 11. So Dave Wyman nailed it. 6 quarterbacks taken before the Seahawks pick at 16, a run on quarterbacks, and we'll see what's going to happen here as Roger Goodell steps up to the mic.
12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
So Bo Nix is the 6th quarterback taken off the board, and I'm curious because we talked about his numbers briefly earlier, and if you just looked at him statistically, he's ridiculous.
Yes.
What's the knock on him? What separates him or makes him less than the other 5
I
that were
think the
taken?
system at Oregon was set up. You know, you look at the number of throws. Joe Klatt was talking about that this week on our show of, man, you look at Penix, and you got each game, 15 to 20 throws. They're like, yeah, that's an NFL throw. That's an NFL throw. That's an NFL throw. You put on an Oregon game, and I called a bunch of Bo's games, like, Okay, that's a high school throw. That's a swing pass. That's a smoke screen. That's a hitch. I mean, it's great, but that's not really an NFL throw. And you know what else is striking me? And they're showing some Auburn footage. I just wrote this down. 4 of the top 6. So 6 of the 12 picks are QBs. 4 of the 6. If we had chatted with our friends in Tempe 3 years ago about Jaden Daniels and said, he can be the number 2 pick in the draft, they'd be like, you out of your mind.
Right.
If we chatted with the folks on the plains down in Opelika, Alabama, and said in 2 years, Bo Nix is going to be the number 12 pick in the draft, you're out of your minds. If we chatted with our friends in Bloomington, Indiana, and said in 2 years, Michael Penix is going to be the number 8 pick in the draft, this guy's broken and you're out of your mind. I mean, transfer. It's amazing. And they rebuilt themselves and rebooted themselves through the process.
Well, and it looks like that's working, the transfer portal, and especially at the quarterback position. I feel like that's the one where you get a guy and, it's really not fair, right? You get a guy and he's your starter until you get another one and like, oh, sorry, you're out. And I mean, I wonder if these guys would have the careers that they did. I mean, I know he got hurt a little bit in Auburn was one of the reasons why he ended that season, but he was also at odds with the coach there, right?
Yeah, and the world was on him. He was from there. It was just, he was in the fishbowl, and it was all about him and the expectations and the pressure. He could never, reach that, and the program was dysfunctional. And he moves 3,000 miles away and rebuilds himself. And it's pretty incredible journey some of these guys have been on. Now, the other 3, right, like Drake May never left Carolina, and JJ never left Ann Arbor, and obviously Caleb went with, so you could throw him 4 of the 6 for transfers, as Caleb went with Lincoln to SC as well.
So is this so far 12 picks in? Bo Nix, the most recent. 6 quarterbacks taken, as Brock was just talking about. All offense. Is this going to be the first? Because most of the mocks had the Raiders going quarterback. Again, when mocks are not gospel. But what do you think, Bump? Is this where we see the first defensive player, or what do you see that we see the Raiders doing here?
No, I think this is where we see the first defensive player. I thought the Raiders were in the business of drafting a quarterback. You got O'Connell over there. We'll see what happens with. I think this is where it gets interesting, I guess. All the quarterbacks that Dave predicted to be gone are gone. I want to point out something to Bo Nix. Sometimes we make the game more complicated than it has to be. Sometimes a quarterback will be enticed to throw that seam route with the safety over the top because he wants to make the big play. He wants to throw that post even though the safety's over the top. Bo Nix had personnel and took what the defense was giving him and ran the offense that the offensive coordinator called. So, again, just the same way we can look at Michael Penix and knock him for playing behind the greatest offensive line in the country and say, well, he played behind that offensive line. How good is he? The same way I think we look at Bo Nix and say he just ran his offense and took advantage of the personnel. There's something that 1, 2, 3, 4 quarterbacks have in common. West Coast, Pac-12. You wanna play some quarterback, man? Come to the Pac-12. It's gone, though. It ain't no more Pac-12. It's gone, though.
The 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
Defensive player off the board, Brock Bowers, the consensus best tight end in the draft, a guy we were kind of hoping could be there at 16 just to see if it would entice the Seahawks, but not to be. Tight end out of Georgia headed to the Las Vegas Raiders with the pick. So 13 picks in, still no defensive player, and this is the record as we heard from Lefto, right?
Is there even defense in the NFL anymore, Dave?
Sheesh.
Just the disrespect for defense.
Yeah, this guy, I really loved him. I thought, there was a chance that. Do you think they would have taken him if they fell? If he fell?
No.
Yeah, his blocking is phenomenal. Like, that's something that almost every tight end, you're like, okay, you go to the next level. You got to clean some things up. You got to get bigger. You got to get stronger. He looked like a guy playing pro football in college.
Yes. Yep. Man-child.
So Saints are on the clock as we speak. They'll be followed by the Indianapolis Colts, and then, of course, our Seattle Seahawks at 16. So 2 picks in front of the Seahawks. Saints, Colts.
Well, it's going to be an offensive. Saints have to go offensive tackle. You're going to have 14 out, and maybe Indianapolis, who needs a receiver and weapons for Anthony Richardson. And I know Bowers was the guy they referenced. The Seahawks could have the first defensive player in number 16 in this draft.
Yeah.
Mike McDonald. Do you think Mike McDonald, Dave, being a first-time head coach as a D coordinator or defensive background, do you think that matters?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think first of all, it's going to be John's, decision and everything. But I don't know. Maybe nobody wants to play defense anymore because you can't tackle anyone, right? I mean,
he was getting flagged left and right.
Yeah, it's ridiculous how bad that is. But yeah, this is strange. I would not have noticed it if Brock hadn't continually pointed it out, trying to stick it to me. I wouldn't have noticed it though. But I mean, I don't know. Is there a defender that you guys thought would be Dallas Turner maybe?
It would be gone by now?
Dallas Turner, maybe Verse. But looking at what every team needs, I felt like there was going to be a run on offensive players. Brock Bowers is what tight ends are evolving to. We look at the quarterback position, and no longer are you going to have the days of a guy who is 6'6", just going to stand in the stand in the pocket and not be mobile, right? I look at the tight end position, and I go, they're looking for George Kittle, for Travis Kelce, for Andrews. That position is evolving. So I love that Brock Bowers got this pick. I think he's the future of the tight end position. I'm surprised that the Las Vegas Raiders went to it. I think that it was just a product of what happened in front of them. This is what happened. So now we ask, what are the Seahawks going to do? It's still contingent on 14 and 15. I think they have 3 guys in their pocket right now. They're saying, look, if these guys are still available, we're going to take a swing at it. But who knows what that is right now?
Well, the Saints are on the clock with just under 5 minutes to go, followed by Indianapolis, then the Seattle Seahawks, and we've got you covered on every bit of it right here. It's live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard, Bob Stelton with you. Seattle Sports on 710.
The 2024 NFL Draft is on Seattle Sports.
The Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
Huskies going back-to-back, and we're having a hard time containing Brock Huard right now. He's very, very excited. And this follows the mocks. And very cool to see Huskies going back-to-back. The surprise certainly is Penix at 8, above J.J. McCarthy, who seem to have all the momentum.
Seattle Sports is your home for the Seahawks and the 2024 NFL Draft.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This statement has not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices.
Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips?
But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of Active Liver.
Active Liver is one of many award-winning health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at Amazon.com or for a volume discount, visit newnordicusa.com. Available as a tablet or delicious sugar-free gummy. Protect and help your liver the easy and effective way with Active Liver at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Hey guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Washington Wolfpack. Our very own Arena Football League franchise opens their inaugural season May 5th at Angel of the Winds Arena in Everett. Bring your family closer to the action than any other level of football in Everett, Washington. Go Wolfpack.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for Window Nation. Now, April's here, and if your windows won't open for some of that fresh spring air or seal tight to keep out pollen or bugs, then it's time for you to call my friends at Window Nation. With proven quality, Window Nation carries customized windows by Milgard, made locally for our climate. And right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free. Plus, you could save even more with no interest or payments for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
It is the 2024 NFL Draft, and we have got you covered live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard taking you through the entire thing. Brock Bowers, the last pick, number 13, tight end out of Georgia, going to the Las Vegas Raiders. The Saints pick is in, so Roger Goodell will step up at the podium here momentarily, and then the Indianapolis Colts will be on the clock, followed by our Seattle Seahawks. And I'm starting to get the feeling, guys, I feel like they're going to trade out of that pick. I'm getting that sense right now. I don't know.
Or they're going to pick somebody that they don't need.
So a position that they don't, yeah, you're right. Or they could have the number one defensive player on the board, because this is going to be an offensive tackle.
Let's see. Roger Goodell making his way to the podium right now, coming in with the New Orleans Saints pick at number 14.
Find out right now. Here's the commissioner. With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tolaise Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
All right, another offensive tackle out of Oregon State. Fuaga off the board. So still
Mount Tahoma's finest right there.
Still waiting for the first defensive player.
Ron Say, Ahmad Rashad, and Talisi Fuaga. Those are the 3 T-Birds from Mount Tahoma High School.
Ahmad Rashad? I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, Ahmad Rashad back in the day. And look at that, man. This kid he's like Fautanu. He's just bigger. He's 6'6", so he's a little bit bigger than Troy Fautanu, but those two very much paired together, two guys from the beloved Pac-12. The
former
Pac-12, I know. And, and so Troy Fautanu is still on the board. And, Dave, I'm not going to say it, man. I'm not going to tell you how many offensive guys have gone in 14 picks.
By not saying it, he's saying it, Dave.
It's pretty amazing. This is
It really is.
Right?
Ever.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think top 10 was the record. There was no defensive player taken in the top 10 for the first time ever. And now we're through 14 picks with no defensive player. The Colts are on the clock as we speak. Talk about what their needs are. But the Seahawks, by the way, are you on board? Do you think they're trading out of that pick?
This phone has got to be ringing off the hook in that hallway right across from us. It has to. This is unprecedented. We've never been in this spot where there is not a defender taken in the first 14 picks. So you got your top corner, you got your top pass rusher, you got your top D tackle, you got your top whatever you want, whoever you think is the best defensive player in this draft.
Yeah.
There are teams sitting there in the 20s going, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah. Totally agree, man. I mean, look at Dallas Turner. You watch that guy. We did a little profile on him, and he just is such it's just so natural for him.
6'3", 250, 34.5-inch arms. He ran 4.46, Dave. He jumped 41 inches at the vert.
Oh, my God. Just ridiculous athlete. And then just the way he moves around the field, he doesn't waste space, and he's just very, very natural. So, yeah, I mean, the way you put it, Brock, that there's plenty of teams out there that would love to have a defender, and, Seahawks sitting there, so – we'll see what Indianapolis does here, but this is. I'm starting to kind of warm up to the idea of trading. I'm starting to think.
But what if Troy Fautanu's there?
Yeah, I'd take him.
He's the one. Is he the one guy left right now? As you look at all of this, as every defender is possible, is he the one guy left with the Indianapolis picking before us? Is he the one guy left that you would not try. I felt like, and I've been talking about this for a few weeks, it could be the conundrum in that war room because this guy is solidifies. We put him next to Charles Cross, and we may have Steve Hutchinson and Walter Jones light. We may have that.
Yeah.
Because he's that, and they could grow together and play he may be the one that we don't answer all these calls to.
You got to take Fautano. He can play tackle. He can play guard. His body type says center as well. He wants to play tackle. But listen, what has been the Achilles heel with this offense is just durability, availability. We've seen so many combinations. Last year at one point, this offensive line had the most combinations, starting combinations in the NFL. So what does Troy Fautano do? He allows you to move him across the board. We've seen that with Phil Haynes. We saw that with Forsythe. I'm looking for a guy who is available, who can come in and compete for a job right now. I'm taking Troy if he's available. I'm taking him.
Bump and Dave, sorry, Bob, not to cut you out of this, but
go ahead.
Daniel Jeremiah's last mock yesterday. First time we've ever seen a corner to the Seattle Seahawks. Daniel Jeremiah put out his mock, and it was Terry and Arnold, the top corner from Alabama, going to Seattle. I texted DJ. I said, DJ, is this your gut? Is this your instinct? Or do you know something? And he said, all I know is the Seahawks have done an immense amount of work on corners. They love some of these corners.
That wouldn't make a ton of sense as we sit here. And now it would make sense in their philosophy, which John has emphasized with us each and every week, Dave, talking to him leading up to this, that, hey, we don't draft for need. We're not looking at a specific position. We're looking at who is the best, highest-rated player we've got on the board when the clock is on. That's who we're going with.
I call bull on that unless we see it. In this situation, a bull.
That they don't do that?
Unless we see it. I think last year that was the situation. I think this year it's a bit different. I think this year you go for need at 16. Having 6 quarterbacks go before you. 6 quarterbacks go before you allows you to go ahead and get the guy that you want. They have to be looking at the offensive line. They have to be looking at the interior defensive line. I think that they're going to spin it any way that they want to, whoever they pick. But I think you go after somebody that you need to play right now. That's offensive line, that's defensive line. If they go corner, then I can say, okay, they're
Wyman's about ready to eat his napkin. What?
No, well, I was just going to.
He's hungry. Leave him alone, man.
Were you mad at the way that Spoon played last year? I mean, they didn't need him. They didn't need him at number 5. They were fine at corner. Guy played his tail off.
He's the best player on the team on either side of the ball.
Yeah, he was phenomenal, and that's just as a rookie. I mean, nobody gets it. Some of the instinctive, crazy things that he did. Yeah. I was talking about the one pass he deflected against the Niners where he wasn't even looking at the ball. He was watching the receiver, and he figured, I bet you the ball's going to come here. Puts his hand up with his back to the quarterback, knocks the pass down. I mean, that guy. So if you get, and I'm trusting John that he's going to get somebody of that caliber, I'd be okay with it.
It's in John we trust. That's what we're going with right now. The Bump's calling BS on it. We'll see what happens. The Colts,
unless they do it.
Unless they do it, it's BS. The Colts pick is in again. The Seahawks on the clock after the Colts make this announcement here. We'll see if this will be the first defensive player of the draft. Is Brock? I don't know if you're aware of that. There's been no defenders taken to this point, but the Colts pick is in, and we'll see if the Seahawks stick at 16. There's going to be a lot of options for them. Maybe if they've got 2, 3, 4 players all kind of even in terms of the way they ranked them, they'll feel like we can trade back and still get one of our guys. So we will we'll see what the Colts war room looking very calm right now, and they've got their pick in. What do you think? Is it defense? Is it offense? Bump, make the call. Defense. First defense. He's calling it right now. First defensive player.
He's a cheater.
Way to go, Clayton.
First play.
I love you, Professor R.I.P.
I got the Twitter. I got the X.
All right. I was setting you up to look like
I
a
know.
genius,
We got some haters to your left and right. Let me live.
I was trying to set Bump up to look like a genius out here.
I wasn't going to say the name. I was going to say.
Is it just going to be another Pac-12er? Is it going to be another Pac-12er?
Oh, jeez. I hope everybody's getting these huge hints that are being dropped. Watch your toes.
Does anybody just get butterflies? I'm looking at it and it says Seattle Seahawks on the clock.
Yeah.
I'm a bit nervous.
On the clock. They're heading out there now. I think Roger Goodell making his way to the podium with the Indianapolis Colts pick.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
There you go. Laiatu Latu, edge rusher out of UCLA, headed to the Indianapolis Colts. The Seattle Seahawks are currently on the clock. We're going to come back with their pick as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
Everyone knows by now that Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is the best place to sell your car without the hassle of trying to sell it yourself. They pay you all of your cash for your car up front, and then once they resell it, they share 50% of their profit with you. But what about when you're looking to purchase your next vehicle? I'm here with my friend Mark from Wayscar Ford. We know the profit sharing program is great, but why is Wayscar Ford the best place to buy a new car?
Well, not only do we have great prices, but you can shop with confidence. Now, every dealer says they're not going to press you. We do not. You get a full 5-day or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee on absolutely every car that we sell. Hey, look, we don't want to sell you a car unless you want to buy one. That doesn't do us or you any good. Okay, but one thing I can promise you is a great price and absolutely no pressure.
So whether you're buying or selling a car, Wayscar Ford Isuzu is the place to go. They have the highest Google ratings of any Ford dealer in the Puget Sound region with thousands of reviews. Go to wayscarford.com. That's wayscarford.com.
You want more speed? Well, then you're in luck because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. And with super fast internet and a reliable connection, you could do more of what you love whenever you want. More gaming, more downloading, more video chatting, and more cozy nights on the couch streaming your favorite movies and TV shows. If life with more speed is sounding pretty awesome, well, that's because it is. And it's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or go visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. So make the call today to 1-800-XFINITY.
Join KeyBank on Saturday, April 27th at their new Redmond Ridge branch for a client appreciation celebration. They'll have food, a visit from the Mariners' own J.P. Crawford, and more from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Visit them at 23555 Northeast Novelty Hill Road in Redmond. J.P. hopes to see you there. April 27th from 11 to 1 at the new KeyBank Redmond Ridge branch. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank, member FDIC, NMLS number 399797, equal housing lender.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy you happiness, but money did help you buy an RV, which means an excuse from working Saturday with your insufferable coworker, Dave. So money is helping you listen to birds chirp instead of Dave chirping about how his toddler is fluent in 3 languages. And it's also why you'll be smelling pine trees in the air, not Dave's tuna melt reheating in a microwave. So save money by bundling your RV or boat insurance with home or auto from Progressive and buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Live professional boxing returns to the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action. Saturday night, June 15th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. June 15th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Are you ready to step up your travel game? Now on AlaskaAir.com, you can score thousands of miles when you book more than 500 global destinations, like some of my absolute favorites, Tokyo, Sydney, and Paris, 3 of the best cities I've ever been to. Tahiti, one of the #1 spots on my list of places to get to. And there's so many more on one of their 30 global partners. Plus, you can redeem those same Alaska miles on select global partners. So book now on AlaskaAir.com and start earning farther than ever before.
Megadeth. Destroy all enemies tour. With Mudvayne.
August 12th, White River Amphitheater. Special guest, All That Remains. Megadeth. On sale Friday, 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Megadeth with Mudvayne. The 2024 NFL Draft is on Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Your home for the Seahawks and the 2024 NFL Draft.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Come on, man!
The Seattle Seahawks pick is in. We are just waiting for the announcement from Commissioner Roger Goodell as we continue our coverage here live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Bob Stelton, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, and Dave Wyman with you. The first defensive player taken in the draft came off the board in the last pick going to the Indianapolis Colts. Laiatu Latu out of UCLA, edge rusher, heads to the Indianapolis Colts. So there are a whole bunch of defensive players still hanging around out there. Troy Fautanu is still hanging around out there. I thought the Seahawks might trade back. It does not appear that they did. The pick is in. So
what was worse last year, the offense or the defense?
Easy. The defense.
Easy question.
Yes.
And really it's just been deteriorating since
that's been true for a couple of years.
16 maybe,
yeah.
17. So, yeah, Latu was maybe my favorite defender that I looked at, watching him, how he was so refined as a pass rusher. But apparently it's funny how different teams are in the NFL as far as the medical part of it goes. Mm-hmm. I mean, like the Seahawks are just very disciplined about that, and I like that.
So do you want Troy Fautanu or do you want the best defensive player?
Best defensive player.
Troy.
I want Troy Fautanu. You could say last year, absolutely, Dave, you're right. In the last couple of years, the defense has been a sieve. But you know what? You have Uchenna Nwosu coming back. You hired a D coordinator with a new scheme. You signed back Leonard Williams. You signed Dre Jones. You signed 2 veteran linebackers. The biggest need for this team the last decade, and to make Geno better and all those offensive weapons better for me, Troy Fautanu fits that and fills that void.
Yeah, you know what, real quick, Bump. I thought if Bowers or Penix isn't there, that they should take Fautanu. But my mind has changed a little bit because I'm just looking at, just in general, what needs more help?
Boy, they're showing Dallas Turner. They said there was a 5% chance he would be available here with the 16th pick.
He is one uniquely gifted dude, man.
I'm going off of what Brock said, man. You got a chin over there. You got DT who's coming back. Boye Mafe has gotten better every year. You got Derek Hall. You're still trying to see what happens there. Yep. There's depth at those positions. I can see you grabbing one late. But if you're looking at what's going to make this team go, it has to be the offense. The offense has to come out week 1 ready to go because you're still trying to figure some things out on defense. New offensive coordinator, but you got DK. You got Lockett, 2 running backs, a quarterback who's capable and can win some ball games, tackles who are ready to go if Abe is healthy. You're looking at the guard positions and saying, okay, there's competition there. Who's going to be the guy? And don't forget the center. You still got Nick and Olawood Timmy kind of battling that out.
And let me remind you as well, this guy played for your new offensive coordinator.
Right.
Ryan Grubb and the new O-line coach.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, no question about that. But, you were going through the defensive ends, Bump, because I've done the same thing and talk about what they have. But that's kind of how we were at corner last year when they took Witherspoon.
Yeah.
So, and I know John always says, can't have enough pass rushers. So, maybe that's the case there. But
my gut tells me that Latu wasn't even maybe a possibility here. That's what my gut tells me. So,
well, based on
just the past history, and the injury history and everything else, it just was not a conversation. And here comes a whole lot of conversation.
There'll be a lot depending on what the Seahawks do here. The pick is in. They'll be followed by the Jacksonville Jaguars at 17. But the Seahawks have made the pick. Just waiting for the Commissioner Roger Goodell to make his way out onto the stage, up to the podium to make everybody's night or break everybody's heart. We'll see exactly what kind of announcement is coming from the Seattle Seahawks. We're so used to them taking a left when we all expect that they should go right with a pick. There's always the obvious pick. We feel like, oh, this guy's there. They're going to take him. And then more often than not, they take somebody you hadn't considered. So we'll see if that's going to hold true without Pete Carroll for the first time.
And I think a huge advantage that 6 of 12 quarterback, like 6 quarterbacks went ahead of you. Like all these tackles went ahead of you. That you weren't really in the market for those guys. So whether it's a defensive player, Dave, exactly to your point, where there is need for this group, or whether it is a Troy Fautano, who is an elite dude that just so happened to be in a class with 4 or 5 other elite offensive tackles, and why he's still sitting here at 16.
Let's send it out there now. Looks like the commissioner is making his way out to the podium with the Seahawks pick at number 16.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
All righty, as I said, you very often see a guy sitting there that makes all the sense in the world. They go right instead of the left turn. We all thought they were going to take Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, not an edge rusher. They go Byron Murphy. Now, that is somebody that was mocked to them quite often early as the mock drafts were going on, but you saw that start to dissipate. First blush reaction, Brock, start with you.
Well, Dave, you got what you wanted, man. You got to help and address your defense, and you were 31st in the league at stopping the run. And you listen to anybody that's covered Michigan over the years, where Mike Macdonald was, where his roots have been cultivated with the Harbaughs, you build a wall. That is the philosophy of Mike Macdonald and this defense. You build a wall, and that means you stop the run. And this dude right here is a 6 foot, 300-pound ball of freaking muscle. He ran 4.8 at the combine. He is a freak. Bruce Feldman, my buddy, put him in his freaks list. There wasn't enough weight in the Texas weight room to handle his power cleans and his squats. He is a dynamic dude right in the middle of the defensive line. So, you know, John Schneider's going to get up there, and he's going to say this confidently. We got the #1 defensive guy on our board, and we got him at 16 in this draft.
Yeah, you're watching work here, and we're just looking at some highlights, and the strength definitely shows up. 4.87. I'll tell you what, for 300-plus pounds, that's hauling that dude. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Brock. I think that it all starts up front, and we saw what I think it was Matabwike, Bob, that we were looking at last year that had double-digit sacks.
Yeah, from the interior.
Yeah, from the inside. So, you know, maybe him or Leonard Williams, but you have those two guys in there. Brock, I remember you telling the story. I can't remember. I think one of the guys' last names was Stroud, the two big D tackles that Jacksonville had.
Henderson and Stroud.
Henderson and Stroud. And I remember you telling me that when you were in Indy that you would have to rip up like 60% of your run plays and just go, we can't run these plays.
Not even going to try.
Because of those two defensive tackles. You just can't move them out of there, right?
Yep. You're looking at the war room and their hugs, and you know this. You know exactly. We've done this for a long time, and we know this for a fact that last year when they picked Witherspoon, that was our guy. He's the #1 corner. When they picked Jackson Smith and Jigba, he's the #1 receiver because they had their choice. And today, I think Latu was not an option for him. I will say that pretty confidently. I don't want to say that as a fact with a source, but I'm pretty confident. And Bump, they just got their #1 defensive guy on their board with the 16th pick in the draft.
Should it have been their #1 defensive guy? Should he have been?
Yeah, if they're going to go defense, that's where I would have went. And he's been mocked.
Should we get the Vikings pick here, or do we want to keep going?
Who cares?
All right, let's keep going.
All right, so
Vikings pick is in. We'll tell you who it is here in a moment.
First reaction.
Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
All right, Dallas
Am
Turner.
I back? Am I ready?
You're ready.
Okay.
There you go. Dallas Turner going to the Vikings with number 17.
First reaction, I want to Fautanu. Second reaction, I understand what the heck's going on here. Jay Reed has one more year left on his contract. You sign Leonard Williams. Behind Jay Reed, you got Jonathan Hankins. Most of y'all don't know who he is. You got Cam Young, who struggled to get on the football field for a reason. Maybe he wasn't ready yet. Maybe he's developing. Nonetheless, you get some depth at that position. everyone's looking for Chris Jones. Everyone's looking for Aaron Donald. Everyone's looking for Kobe Turner. Kobe Turner's taking over for Aaron Donald over there with the Los Angeles Rams. This all makes sense. When you are the worst team against the run in the NFL, the worst team or one of the worst teams against the run in the NFL, you got to find these guys. Dave, what's the best? How do defensive linemen make your job easier as a linebacker?
Just by having huge hindquarters. I look up there and see that, and I love it. I love that with Cortez Kennedy, and he was such a problem. He was an extra meeting guy. I mean, especially in 1992 when he was the defensive MVP. But I mean, he was to the point where I would alter rules to the defense. Like they would have me in certain formations, we want to slant left or slant right, and I would go wherever Cortez wanted. And I came to the sidelines one time. The coordinator, Tom Catlin's like, "Why'd you slant him left on that one?" I go, "Because Cortez wanted to go left." And he goes, "Okay." There goes the game plan. I mean, those guys are it's so disruptive. And if they're quick off the ball and just, that's what you see from Leonard Williams. They can't move him.
Yeah.
And so if you have two of those guys.
All of that makes sense, but I was hoping you would say they keep you clean so you can make those tackles.
Oh, yeah.
They're taking on the double teams. They're clogging the gaps up. They're okay with doing a job that isn't sexy. So what does that do? That allows your Jerome Baker, who's on a 1-year deal, your Dotson, who's on a 1-year deal, the opportunity to make those plays. So it all makes sense. Not the pick that I wanted, but welcome to the Northwest. Yes. It makes complete sense, and I'm happy for that.
I just want to say one thing, though. I need to see linebackers take on blocks this year. Okay, I missed that. I missed that part. Maybe that's why I left it behind.
Let's also look at this, guys. I think a little tell right here. So you said after the Seahawks, who was supposed to pick? Jacksonville?
It was supposed to be Jacksonville. The Minnesota Vikings move into that
So
spot.
they make a trade with him. I guarantee you that phone was ringing in that other room. And the Minnesota Vikings would have loved to trade it with the Seattle Seahawks at, number 16 and make the same pick so they could go get their guy. And fortunately, whatever, if you wanted to trade down and more picks, unfortunately for you, Byron Murphy's grade was that good for Seattle to turn down those trade overtures that now people were calling that room, because if a trade followed you, I am sure they were sniffing around and saying the same thing to John, and he just ultimately looked at that board, and they showed the war room. He's high-fiving guys, and he's like, can't do it. I can't trade down. All these years I've traded down. I don't have a second-round pick. I'd love to trade down. But you know what? The value of that guy right now on our board, what John has said to you two for the last 2 months, the way that they grade, the way they evaluate, I am sure Byron Murphy on that board had a grade where, like, can't do it, man. I cannot trade. Even though this phone is ringing, I'm not answering, and we are going to take a defensive tackle, the top D tackle in this draft.
So did that pick bump tell you that their philosophy of going for the best player available is not BS?
No, that means that was their best player available. My best player available was Troy Fautano,
But their philosophy.
Their philosophy, I think it works and it sticks for them. Again, it makes complete sense. You got a defensive head coach over here. And there's so much newness to this staff, right? Which side of the ball are they going to attack? It's natural to think that because Mike Macdonald's here, he had one of the best defenses in the land with the Baltimore Ravens, that he's going to address that defense and make it exactly what it is. That's why we've seen some of the additions. I thought eventually they shift over to the offense when it comes to the draft and protect their quarterback, because I feel like they have the quarterback of the future and Sam Howell, or they think is the quarterback of the future. They're going to give an opportunity if Geno doesn't work out. What can you do to ensure their success? You make sure they're protected. That offensive line has been shaky, but so has that defensive line and defense as a whole.
Dave, you asked a great question. I mean, I think that's a very poignant question. What was the issue last year?
On defense?
Yeah. I mean, the issue, was it offense or defense?
It was definitely defense.
Yes.
And, the way everybody was playing, I get kind of hung up on the one Steeler run where it was like 6 missed tackles. And you saw that like 6 guys were missing tackles. The other 5 were jogging, and so what that indicates to me is that it's not clear what the assignments are. You can't play that way, not knowing, everything just very instinctively. And I feel like that's what, McDonald is going to bring to this defense. That's going to be his system. But yeah, that was the biggest problem, was that you see guys hesitating. It made players into worse players. You look at like Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs is another one. I mean, Quandre deteriorated quite a bit there. I mean, he was a Pro Bowler. And yeah, nobody knew exactly what their assignments were. I just picture like everybody on defense running around with a big question mark above their head. It's just following them wherever they go, because it just wasn't clear. And I don't think he used the athletes that he had to their best ability. Somehow Devin Witherspoon found out a way to make just plays all over the place. And that's one of the other reasons why I like him so much, because that defense was broken.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Bengals pick is in. They're picking at 18, followed by the L.A. Rams and then the Pittsburgh Steelers rounding out the top 20. We'll come back with the Bengals pick and get you up to speed on everything that's gone on. But in case you're just tuning in, Seahawks stick at 16. They go defensive tackle out of Texas. Byron Murphy II is their draft pick. We'll come back as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
With the 16th pick in the NFL Draft, your Seattle Seahawks select
Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
Well, Dave, you got what you wanted, man. You got to help and address your defense, and you were 31st in the league at stopping the run. You build a wall. That is the philosophy of Mike McDonald and this defense. You build a wall, and that means you stop the run.
Exclusive analysis of every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports, your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
Bring your whole crew to the game with the Mariners Suite at T-Mobile Park. Whether you're planning a special birthday party for friends and family or a company outing for up to 400 coworkers, there's no better spot for an unforgettable experience. Enjoy the suite life with premium catering, VIP parking, private Skybridge entry, and more. Plus, season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve your suite today at mariners.com/suites.
And the pitch up the middle, JP! Wow! What a play! Game over!
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop it.
Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none, zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to CleanOrigin.com. Founded by a leading family in the diamond industry for more than a century, we're experts in lab-grown diamonds because that's all we do. Clean Origin, the only diamond jewelers who give... That's all we do. Clean Origin, the only diamond jewelers who give you a 100-day, no questions asked return on your purchase. Head to CleanOrigin.com or one of our retail stores and mention code Radio10 for 10% off your purchase. That's CleanOrigin.com, code Radio10.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Be there Saturday, April 27th from 11 to 1 at KeyBank's Redmond Ridge branch for a client appreciation celebration at 23555 Northeast Novelty Hill Road in Redmond. Enjoy food, meet J.P. Crawford of the Mariners, and more. KeyBank, member FDIC.
Tired of a boring backyard? Want to impress your neighbors and friends with a stunning outdoor space? State Roofing has just what you need. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Our expert team at State Roofing can help you create the perfect deck. From custom designs to flawless installation, we'll make sure your deck is the envy of the neighborhood. So why settle for a boring backyard when you can have the best? Contact us now to get started. Call State Roofing at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, the Bengals pick is in, and they go offensive tackle out of Georgia. Amarius Mims, the pick of the Cincinnati Bengals, which means the L.A. Rams are on the clock. A little over 3 minutes to go. We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton, Brock Huard with you, taking you through the entirety of the first round. And in case you're just tuning in, Byron Murphy was the pick of your Seattle Seahawks, a defensive tackle out of Texas. And maybe not the pick people expected, but a pick they need. If we've talked about, this has been a defense that has been, if you've talked about which has been more problematic over the last few years, it's not even been a debate. It's been the defense for a few years. So hopefully this is somebody who can go a long way in helping shore things up. And now we get a chance to see what a division rival in the Rams, who have a first-round pick for the first time since 2016. They've been doing a lot of magic with their salary cap and signing guys to extensions and trading picks.
They went for it, right? They went for it, and they went big, and they went for stars, and they won a Super Bowl with it. It is interesting, guys, with the roster here. I picked up the Seahawks roster before the draft today, and, I mean, look at this defensive line now. Right, this was a draft. This was Mike McDonald's first draft. This new staff's first draft, and I know John Schneider runs it, but he listens, and he listens well to those guys. And what do you have now, man? You have Leonard Williams, you have Jaron Reed, you have Dre Jones, you have Byron Murphy, you've got those edge guys. Dave, you made a great point earlier about Uchenna Nwosu, who was lost for a majority of last season. You got like grown-ups now at the line of scrimmage. Right, you got some grown men, some beef at that line of scrimmage, some clay that I think that this staff and Mike McDonald in particular can mold in a pretty unique way.
Yeah, you know what? I think with Leonard Williams, I don't think people really understand what you got, because he came over. That didn't fix the defense because, again, the defense was broken. But that guy can play. First of all, he's like the size of an offensive tackle. He's like 6'5", 315, 320. Doesn't look like it, and then he can play anywhere on that line. Anywhere, including, off the edge. So now you get this kid in here, and he learns from Big Cat, and, you just went through the depth chart there. I mean, it's looking pretty good. And we talked about addressing the line of scrimmage. Well, that's on both sides of the ball. And I do like that it was defensive. So, yeah, it was. I think there's people are going to kind of warm up to this. I think it's, again, not a super sexy pick, right? D tackles work in a little phone booth sized area.
They don't know what that is.
Which is a booth that has a phone in it, made of glass, and it had like the accordion window.
You needed coins to make a call. You had to have a pocket full of quarters as the Rams pick is in.
We're going to have a corner. Is a corner ever going to get drafted about?
Maybe
all these receivers. Are we ever going to get a corner drafted?
Man. I mean, you look at the secondary for the Rams, what they lose Murphy here in the last couple of years. Jalen Ramsey has been lost as well. You look at their box, I believe Leonard is gone over there. So if I'm looking at the Rams, they're probably looking at to bolster up that defense. But to go back to the Seahawks pick, football is essentially protect quarterback, get quarterback. The guys who protect the quarterback, the guys who get the quarterback, really pretty much determine the game. So if you were not going to protect the quarterback with your number 16 pick, okay, go ahead and get the quarterback. You're not expecting a lot of sacks from an interior defensive lineman. If you do, then you just struck oil back in the day, and you got that Texas A&M money in your pocket right now. So I'm quite okay with this pick, and it's all about the rotation on that defensive line as well. For the most part, you're going to see the same 5 offensive linemen throughout a game, but that rotation on defense is crucial, man. If you can get a guy who can go 100% for 60% of the snaps, man, it changes the game for you.
Let's see what the Rams are doing with number 19 as Roger Goodell steps up to the podium.
With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
Jared Verse, a name that we had heard quite often and just going through all these mock drafts. Defensive end out of Florida State, going number 19 overall, probably lower than a lot of people had him going.
Powerful.
Heads to the Los Angeles Rams, so that's somebody that the Seahawks will need to concern themselves with for years to come.
Yeah, maybe they should have taken a tackle to block him. With that first pick. No, I'm kidding. No, that was the guy I looked at. I thought he was a little bit like I thought Latu was a very much better pass rusher than him, but this guy, I watched him put a 325-pound tackle on his butt. He is incredibly powerful.
Just when we thought we were done with Aaron Donald and game records at the line of scrimmage down in L.A., this guy, Dave, 225 31 times, is that a lot of reps?
Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
Well, and then I think he ran like a, was it 4.6 something? Yeah. So, I mean, he's a big, powerful dude, but, you know, once again, so are the offensive tackles in the NFL. So, you know, it's not going to be as easy for him, and that's why I liked Latu more, because I thought he was more developed and, you know, a better pass rusher and had pass rush moves, but, you know, they coach him up. Hopefully he stinks, right? Because he plays for the Rams.
I don't think he's going to stink.
No, I don't think so either.
Look at
that. He is a beast.
When I watch this young man play, there are guys who you can kind of anticipate what they're going to do. He gives you multiple moves and seems like he has a plan. You can tell when guys are just playing football and just going and playing, instead of guys who are, look, I'm going to play fast, but I'm also going to set you up. When you watch the film on this young man, that's exactly what you see. I know he wore number 5, the same as Thibodeau, but that's the type of player he reminds me of a Thibodeau over there in New York.
So, Dave, answer for the football fan out there that's listening right now from just a purely defensive line perspective. You could have had either of those guys. You could have had any of them. You could have had Dallas Turner. Could have had Jared Verse. You could have had Byron Murphy. Why do you think John Schneider in this regime picked a D tackle over the end?
Well, I think that those are important in this defense. You know, there was a couple of films out there where little just things where Mike McDonald was talking about his defense and how sometimes he'll drop the D tackles out of there. I just think that they're not only is the D line really important, but it just seemed like his defense really helped defensive linemen. Bob and I were looking at
Matabwike?
Blank, not Matabwike, but Clowney. And Clowney had one of his best years, you know, as a defensive tackle there. So, yeah, I think that part of it is interesting because and again, it's all about defense. But look, I mean, if they would have taken an edge rusher like Verse, I would have been okay. That's fine. That's kind of what they did with last year with the draft, with the corners.
My total gut and hunch and nothing else, not talking to these guys, not getting to watch mini camp like we will here soon. But they've had 3 weeks and about 3 months to evaluate their personnel. And it strikes me with whatever choice you wanted to make there, they looked at Derek Hall and went, we can do more with him. They looked at Uchenna and said, grown man.
Yeah.
They looked at Boye and said, sack in every game. For like 7 straight games, there's enough there. Like we can, and Darrell Taylor is a flashy guy. Just my gut is they went and said, we got 4 ends, we need more inside.
Darrell Taylor might be one of those guys that just really responds well to the coaching and playing in this defense, because that was what it looked like to me. He wasn't coached, you know, and
he was very up and down. You and I spent a lot of time talking about it, and I would ask Dave, he'd be looking at the percentage of plays they were on the field, and I'm like, how many plays was he on? Did he play last night? Because you'd go games where you never heard his name called.
Well, he was so up and down and weird. Like in the Baltimore game last year, all of a sudden he started playing the run really well, but it only lasted for like a quarter. I mean, and then, you know, like he gets one of the long runs, he gets hooked, you know, like a down block from a wide receiver, was totally unaware that the guy was even there. And I'm just like, oh, that was nice for about a quarter.
Yep.
So, I mean, I just think he needs to get coached up, and, you know, you can make something out of him too.
Well, the Steelers pick is in. They are picking at 20, the Russell Wilson-led Steelers, so we'll see what they do, if they bring in weapons for him or what their move is.
What?
That sounds weird.
The Russell Wilson-led Pittsburgh Steelers. That's where we're at these days. And we'll continue to keep you updated on everything that's going on with the 2024 first round of the NFL Draft as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
You've been looking for a Michael Penix comp since forever. You've not really come up with any. Do you finally have a Michael Penix comp?
He was right below our noses the entire time. So this is just pure physical comp. Our buddy Geno Smith. Like, there is a lot of Michael Penix and Geno Smith. Physically, especially running, jumping, height, weight. His body's been able to endure, I think, in a very positive way. And hopefully Michael Penix can do the same.
Interesting.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text MAINE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text MAIN to 321-321. That's MAINE to 321-321.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for Window Nation. Now, April's here, and if your windows won't open for some of that fresh spring air or seal tight to keep out pollen or bugs, then it's time for you to call my friends at Window Nation. With proven quality, Window Nation carries customized windows by Milgard, made locally for our climate. And right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free. Plus, you could save even more with no interest or payments for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
They are through 20 picks in the 2024 NFL Draft. First round action coming to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard, Bob Stelton with you. We've got you covered on every bit of what's going on out there. The most recent pick number 20 with the Pittsburgh Steelers. For those of you watching on the stream, you see the excitement from Mr. Brock Huard because the third member of the Washington Huskies has been drafted. The guy we all sort of wanted to be here, thought could end up here with the Seattle Seahawks, but Troy Fautanu heads to Pittsburgh to protect Russell Wilson.
That is great for him. There's some O-line heritage in Pittsburgh. There've been some great linemen through the years, and he waited maybe a little longer than anticipated. I'm sure some of him in his heart was like, can I end up in Seattle? But I love that shot with his family. He told us earlier in the week, you jumped on our show in the morning. He said, yeah, I got the invite to New York, wasn't going.
Yeah.
They told me I could only bring 15 family members.
Said that's not enough.
Not enough, man. And as you saw that picture right there with about 50 of them in the room celebrating a top 20 pick. 3 bump. I'm sorry, man. 3 dogs in the top 20.
I ain't mad. Hey, I got love for the dogs, except for 04 to 08 when I got 3 of them things on them. But other than that, man, it makes complete sense, man. Troy Fautanu goes to Pittsburgh, joins Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, whoever he's going to protect. You got George Pickens, the #1 receiver over there. Najee Harris and Jaylen Warren, a nice 1-2 combo over there. The thing that you can guarantee about a player who goes to Pittsburgh, he is going to be coached up. I mean, they're always one of the most well-coached teams in the league. The fact that they made the playoffs last year with Pickett at the quarterback spot says a lot about it. So, no, happy for Troy, man. I wish he was still here in Seattle. He had to sit a little bit longer. What'd you say? He only allowed 15 people at the draft. You already know how the polys get down, man. You need about 45. So I'm just happy for him, man. It's a great spot to be.
Now, what did you say happened between 04 and 08?
I got 3 of them things. Apple cups. Holla at me.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's funny. During, let's see, 95 and 99, I got 3 of them, too.
Hey, you know, we got something in common.
We do.
I'm particularly fond of that voice, Bob. I really enjoy that.
Dave, doesn't Fautanu, it's just sometimes there's a fit. Doesn't he just fit Pittsburgh?
Yeah, for some reason.
Yes.
He looks like, I don't know.
Like a Steeler. Like you
could
could
just
see
a blue
him,
collar, hard
just see him
hair,
grinding guys. I think of Mark Bruner, the old Husky, who's a scout for the Steelers, wherever he is in that draft room tonight. Like, yeah, we got a Steeler.
Yeah, there is a certain kind of grittiness and toughness with this is weird, but when I was on vacation in Salt Lake City, I bought a Pittsburgh Steeler hat.
What?
Yeah, I just thought it was cool. It was really good looking.
What
it was
this?
20 years ago?
Like, what? What?
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
I've
never worn
not
it.
dared to wear it out just yet.
You just wore it on vacation?
Yeah, and I loved it.
Well,
it was
when they
logo.
When they came in the building week 17, what'd they do?
They beat the crap out of us.
That's why you got the hat.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
are you saying he's a front runner?
No, I'm saying that style you appreciate.
I also have a picture of Jack Lambert at my desk, and because he was my favorite player, and I still have my poster of Jack Lambert.
Do you still have the thought bubble written on it?
Yeah. It says, "Don't bleep with me." Yeah, and so my mom had it framed for my birthday when I was like 28 years old or something. But I mean, he does fit that kind of the grind. He'll be well appreciated in Pittsburgh. That's for sure.
Yeah.
By the way, so we got the Dolphins who have their pick in. The Eagles are the team sitting behind them, and there were so many reports that the Eagles were looking to move up, and I thought that would be if the Seahawks traded back. In a number of the mock drafts we saw, they had traded back with the Eagles. Any surprise that they've not made a move or it didn't come to fruition?
Well, Howie Roseman's doing backflips because he's going to get a corner. He's going to get a really high corner. Still not a corner in the top 20 picks.
Yeah, I think they saw the trend that was happening in the first few picks and says, look, we're going to sit back and relax because if there's anything you need to solidify, it's this defense. You signed your 2 receivers in Smith and A.J. Brown. You got Jalen Hurts over there as well. And who came over from the New York Football Giants to be your running back. Offense, they're saying, look, we should be okay. What got the Philadelphia Eagles to the Super Bowl that one year? It was that defense. So, yeah, go ahead and they sat back and saw the trend and said, we can wait.
Boy, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of teams here that are really going to benefit from this quarterback panic is what I'm going to call it, because I feel like they're looking down the road going, okay, when's the next time we're going to see a class like this? And, the fact that they all went so quickly, who's going to wash out, guys? I think
that group,
the popular
Drake May.
Yeah, Drake May is, popular. Jaden Daniels, I think, but maybe J.J. McCarthy. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it Bo Nix? Yep. I mean, the one criticism I heard about him was that, he's great within the confines of that Oregon offense. And like you said, Brock, he is able, or maybe you, Mike, talking about how he would just operate that offense and it made sense to him and it worked for him. What about when he gets, as you talk about the adversity, things are breaking down around him.
It is a little different, Dave, and I understand where you're coming from with the QB panic, but these are like grown men. Like Penix going to be 24.
Yeah.
Nobody's played more than Bo Nix in the history of college football at the position. I think there was just some intrigue and appeal to that, too.
Draft. The Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson, linebacker, Penn State.
Chop Robinson, edge rusher out of Penn State, going to the Miami Dolphins with pick number 21. So the Eagles are now on the clock. But go ahead and continue your thought there.
No, I think that's part of it was just like, man, if the QB is there, we just can't pass on the QB. If the tackle is there, we can't pass on the tackle. If the pass rusher is there, we can't pass. I mean, look at this. Look at how this draft is stacked up now. 6 quarterbacks. Right? How many offensive tackles went? Every offensive tackle that was projected to be a top 20 guy, they all went. We've got 3 receivers that have gone. We've got now the top 4 pass rushers in Latu and Chop Robinson being the 4th of them,
so along with the first corner coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we still don't have a corner or a safety or a linebacker, right, or a running back. We got one tight end who's just a freak show tight end, but the league is kind of showing you where they prioritize the most important talent on the field.
And I think the reason why they're going that way is just the way the game is called today. I mean, back in Wyman's days where you can suplex and just body slam a dude.
Souffle.
those days are over, and I miss them, Dave. Honestly, I miss them, man, because it cleared out or weeded out the weak, honestly. But this game is geared towards the offense right now, and you're seeing GMs recognize that. We're going quarterbacks, we're going receivers, we're going outside. How do you build a defense, though? So as I sit down and I watch all these picks going down and I think about the Seahawks and how they're building this defense, it's from the inside out. You have to start inside the box, your 1 tech, your 3 tech, your Mike, your Will. Then you work on the outside because, I'm the size of an average man. You can find a 5'11", 190 walking down the block right now. You ain't going to find a 6'3", 300-pounder or a linebacker who's going to get in there and stick his nose into the tackle. So I understand what they're doing here, and but I also understand what the league is doing as well.
All right, there you go. The Eagles are on the clock, a little under 3 minutes to go with pick number 22. We'll bring you up to speed on everything that's happening as we continue with live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
With the 16th pick in the NFL Draft, your Seattle Seahawks select
Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
That was their best player available. It makes complete sense. There's so much newness to this staff, right? Which side of the ball are they going to attack? It's natural to think that because Mike McDonald's here, he had one of the best defenses in the land with the Baltimore Ravens, that he's going to address that defense and make it exactly what it is.
Exclusive analysis of every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports, your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
Hey guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-3536, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about baseball. It's game day. The stadium roof is open. Our club's putting up a fight. They're cold brews in hand. But outside, the police are getting ready to spot fans trying to steal their home base. You're out! Maybe the night threw you a curveball. An officer made an error. Or perhaps the bases weren't the only thing loaded. At 1-800-DUI-AWAY, we know it's not 3 strikes, it's 1 strike. And you're facing the Grand Slammer. 1-800-DUI-AWAY is here to help, even if we have to go into overtime. So call 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com to set up your free private consultation. When you're on defense, it's full count, bottom of the ninth. You want your closing pitcher on the mound. 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Eagles currently on the clock as we get back to the action of the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton with you, and we're waiting to see if their first cornerback will be taken. So far, no cornerbacks taken. A lot of good talent out there, showing a few guys hanging around in the green room, which is always gets kind of sad as it gets later because they were all expected to go earlier, and that's why the camera seems to pan in on them after every single pick. But
Brock, you hate cornerbacks. Don't try to act like you.
Dave, I love defensive players. I have such respect for them. You know,
we don't know the play. We don't know the snap
that's right.
count.
Just have to react to everything the offense is dictating. 6 quarterbacks, 6 tackles, 4 DNs. By my math, that's 16 of 21 guys defined by 3 positions on the field. 6 offensive tackles, 4 dudes that they block at end, 6 QBs. It's pretty amazing. And you got the 1D tackle. The Seahawks got the 1D tackle in this class so far.
Well, the Eagles have Jordan Mailata making this pick from Australia on a beach. He's holding the card and reading the selection, which is Quinion Mitchell, cornerback out of Toledo. Not either of the two we thought would go first, but it is the first cornerback off the board headed to the Philadelphia Eagles. Now the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock.
Yeah, a lot of speculation this morning. Not a lot, but there's some of the mockers and other people thought maybe Philly, because of the relationship that Howie and John have for all these years together, that could have been one of the landing spots for them coming up and getting a corner. But fortunately for Philadelphia, kind of feels fortunate for both these last two picks, or for Pittsburgh in particular, and Philly. Like, hey man, just wait it out, just be patient. Pittsburgh could have easily panicked and said, we got to go get Faltano. We got to go get him. We got to go trade up. But they waited, and they got him at 20. And the number one corner on the board, Bump, the number one corner in this league where you got to cover these receivers, the number one goes number 22 overall.
Yeah, there's nothing like having a corner who can shut down one side of the field. And he's no chump neither, man. Bench press 225 21 times as a corner. So you go ahead and do your thing. They say he's best when it comes to zone coverage. But in this league, you're going to be asked to do a lot of things. Now, you talk about where he was drafted to in the NFC East, where you have two receivers over there with the Philadelphia Eagles that you have to take care of. You have just the way the game is going. This is a position that's almost being devalued because of the surplus of those type of players that are available in the draft. But the league is going that way. So it's kind of weird to see the corners drop as far as they have dropped, but you also understand because of the talent and the surplus, it's a necessary position.
And it's not a Georgia corner. It's not an Alabama corner. It's not an Ohio State corner, Dave. It's a Toledo.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. You probably didn't do any of his games.
Toledo Rocket.
Yeah.
I did not see the Toledo Rockets out of the MAC this year. No.
What conference are they in?
The MAC.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, I think corner is the second hardest position to play in the NFL. Maybe offensive tackle is right up there because of who you're facing.
Yep.
I mean, these corners are facing just monsters that can run. You imagine trying to cover DK. If you're 5'10", like a lot of these corners are, trying to cover that guy. I mean, then the other thing is about them is like they don't know how to tackle anybody anymore because everything seems to be a penalty. So, and then the pass interference part of it and all that. I mean, I think this
is what I like. I like the grumpy hour that we get with Wyman. The longer we go, the grumpier as far as this. And
Bump immediately started laughing.
I'm here for it. Dave, I am here for it. Let it out, big boy.
All right. Well, I mean, it's, somebody needs to speak up for these defenders.
Yep.
Okay.
It ain't gonna change, though.
Yeah.
You better have some special stuff, and that dude does, right? So you come from Toledo. You better run 4.3.
Yep.
You better bench press 225, 20. Like, you better have
pretty
some,
awesome.
Yeah, you better have some unique gifts to him. And first corner off the board, finally, Mr. Stelton at 22.
Yeah, it's just not the name I was expecting. So out of Toledo he goes, and we'll see how much he helps that defense out there. And saw that little note earlier that they re-signed A.J. Brown to a 3-year extension for a whole lot of money. So
yes, that's
a team that is set up as we are at the 23rd pick. Jags have the pick in. They'll be followed by the Dallas Cowboys and then the Green Bay Packers.
Every time I see a receiver sign a deal over the last 2 or 3 years, I think about what a good deal we got on DK.
Yeah.
And that they need to use him more and throw it up to him. I thought there were so many times they could have done that last year, but they got kind of a bargain.
Yep.
Because these guys are now making what, 29, 30 million. I
30
think DK was around 24.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you still have Justin Jefferson hanging out there waiting for a new deal.
Oh, yeah.
You've got the big money.
Amon-Ra St. Brown to sign a big one.
Huge deal. Yeah, huge deal. What's going to happen out in Cincinnati? I mean, you got guys that are in line for a huge deal. So you're right. I agree with Dave that that deal looks better and better. That extension and all the talk about trading him never made much sense to me.
Well, and it'll be even better when they get an offense than a quarterback. It's not the quarterback's fault. I just thought there was too many times that they were too conservative with him. He's a weapon, and you're not using him.
So do you think Grubb? Now you look at the way Grubb called it offense with UW. Everything was down the field. Rome's going up to get it. McMillan, Polk. Yeah. So you have to be encouraged, and you think that Grubb's going to go ahead and use number 14.
Yeah, and I like some of the elements of their running game too. Yeah. When they do like the post and pull and that kind of offense, that kind of running game, they kind of mix it up. Love that. So I'm hoping that they use him. And you know what, the other thing, Haven't heard a peep out of DK. No complaining, never complains about getting lack
Even
of
that targets.
targets.
little punk teenager yesterday.
I
You
saw
see
that.
Oh, what a little
Cathedral
creep.
High School in Cali.
What a little creep.
Those Cali guys. What
Oh,
happened?
This
come
new
on, don't
generation.
do that to us.
Jeez,
That's
punk.
Cathedral. That's East Side. I'm from the West Side.
Okay.
It's different. It's different.
Oh, there's this little like 15-year-old punk Wyman that was trying to punk DK and say that Jalen Ramsey's your daddy. And DK just kind of kept his cool.
Came around the corner. Seemed like he surprised
so
him.
what'd you say? And the kid didn't back down. He's like, I said Jalen's your daddy. And he's like, who are you? And by the way, the commissioner's now up with the Jaguars pick.
I'm more interested in this story than what the Jaguars are doing.
Yeah, that's pretty much where it ended. He goes, well, who are you? And then all his friends went, LSU wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU headed to the Jags with the 23rd overall pick.
I like that.
So he's they get a little offensive help out there for Trevor Lawrence. But yeah, that was a video that was circulated. I'm not sure where they were, what they were doing, what DK was doing.
He's
out there.
working out.
Yep.
All-season workout.
LSU put any players in the NFL?
Yeah,
Last
one
time
or
I
two.
checked.
Couple.
And they all like their shades. All three Baton Rouge boys, all wearing their shades tonight. Started with Jaden, yep, and then went to Leak, and now Brian Thomas Jr., another big receiver that can really run.
Just the thing out there. So yeah, the Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock with pick number 24. Who are we most interested in seeing that's left on the clock? You got the 49ers, division rival, picking at 31. Chiefs picking at 32. I'm kind of curious to see what the Lions do.
Yeah,
You love the Lions.
I want to see what Buffalo
all-time
does.
favorite.
I want to see Buffalo because Stephon Diggs is no longer there. They lost their number 2 receiver as well. How are you going to attack this draft? But real quick, going back to the Jacksonville Jaguars, you look at that receiving core. Goodness gracious. You got Christian Kirk now. You got Gabe Davis. You just drafted this young man, too. They believe in Trevor Lawrence. The crazy part about this, if you look at Trevor Lawrence's first 48 games and you compare it to Daniel Jones's 48 games,
Similar.
Yeah. It's wild. But obviously, Trevor Lawrence is the better quarterback. So good for them hooking him up with a receiver.
Well, 23 picks down. They are on the clock with the 24th pick are the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to keep you up to date on everything that's happening live from Detroit, side of the 2024 NFL Draft. We are coming to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
On Wednesday, May 15th, for the first time ever in Everett, Washington, we're on the road to Double or Nothing. All Elite Wrestling presents Dynamite.
Welcome to AEW.
Get the feeling as professional wrestling's hottest show debuts at Angel of the Winds Arena.
I'm about to show them all what Elite really looks like, bro.
Be there live as the path to Double or Nothing runs through the Pacific Northwest. AEW Dynamite, live Wednesday, May 15th. Tickets on sale now at AEWTIX.com.
Join KeyBank on Saturday, April 27th at their new Redmond Ridge branch for a client appreciation celebration. They'll have food, a visit from the Mariners' own J.P. Crawford, and more from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Visit them at 23555 Northeast Novelty Hill Road in Redmond. J.P. hopes to see you there April 27th from 11 to 1 at the new KeyBank Redmond Ridge branch. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank, member FDIC, NMLS number 399797, equal housing lender.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
The other day, my dad asked me and my sister if we had any ideas for a sweet gift for Mom for Mother's Day. And I told him we should go check out Shane Company because they've got these cool styles. You can pick out your own gemstones. To make her necklace extra special, my sister and I picked out our birthstones, amethyst and citrine. Mom's definitely gonna cry when she sees it.
Fine jewelry that feels like it was designed just for you. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
There's a reason Buc-ee's has been around for over 50 years, servicing and repairing cars and trucks. It's that combination of modern-day technology with good old-fashioned customer service. We're local and family-owned with 16 locations around the Sound. The neighborhood place for tune-ups, factory maintenance, brakes, and just about anything else to keep you safe and running smoothly. Buc-ee's Complete Auto Repair, no appointment necessary, and financing is available to help when needed. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
The 2024 NFL Draft is on Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Your home for the Seahawks and the 2024 NFL Draft.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle Sports' presentation of the NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Come on, man!
We are awaiting the pick of now Detroit Lions as they made a trade with the Dallas Cowboys, who were on the clock at pick number 24. Now the Lions with the 24th overall pick. The pick is in, so we will get the announcement here momentarily from Commissioner Roger Goodell, but that trade just happening. The Green Bay Packers will be on the clock after the Lions, and then the Tampa Bay Bucks following that as we start working our way toward the end of the first round. Again, in case you're just tuning in, Byron Murphy is the pick of your Seattle Seahawks, a defensive tackle out of Texas. So they stick at 16. Thought they might trade out of that spot. They did not, and they go with Byron Murphy, who was the second defensive player taken in the draft. Setting some records as no defensive players were taken through, the first 14 picks of the draft this year. So we'll see what happens towards the end of this. But, yeah, the Lions awaiting the announcement of their pick. They traded up with the Cowboys to get.
This got to be a corner, right? I mean, this got to be one of the Alabama kids, the Clemson kids. Such a need. Detroit did so many things well in their turnaround last year. So physical, so violent, explosive. But, man, they had a hard time covering people. And, Seahawks the last couple of years, in fact, torching them. So had a hard time covering people. I would imagine with just one corner taken through the first 23 picks, this has probably got to be a corner.
Yeah, it's got to be a corner. And you look at the way that they lost that NFC Conference Championship game. It's all about that defense. This offense is going to be good to go. You sign a Monroe St. Brown, you got Goff coming back. There are a lot of weapons on that offense. They have to be thinking defense, right? Because when you talk about matching up, when you talk about the best teams in the NFC, you look at the 49ers. They're the best team in the conference, in my opinion, right now. What do they have? They have bodies on defense that will get after you. So you got to mimic that in a sense.
Well, they're showing Terrion Arnold in the green room, cornerback out of Alabama. Maybe suspecting they moved up to get him. He's been hanging out there. He's somebody you brought up earlier, Brock. Kool-Aid McKinstry you brought up is still there. So one cornerback taken so far through the first 23 picks of this, and you guys both identify defense as being the big issue with this Lions team. So this would make sense that they felt the need to move up in order to get their guy here.
Yeah, it is. This is kind of the point of the draft where I think most of these evaluators felt like there was a pretty big ledge. I know that Schneider talks to you guys about that without giving specific spots, but to me, kind of get to the 20s here, the tackles are gone, the quarterbacks are gone, the top receivers are gone, and, you know, obviously the league didn't value these corners tremendously for them to still be sitting here. Well, that is such a need, yeah?
I think it would be so difficult to not get caught up in, like, okay, this is what we have, and this guy's the best, so we put him here, when really you're grading it based on every year. And to be able to recognize, hey, this is a bad year for corners.
That's right.
You know, and
the market's different every year. The market is what the market's willing to pay. And I'll say this, too, back to Seattle, no other D tackles. You know, the kid out of Illinois Newton's an explosive kid at D tackle. I would think he would go in the first round. But, you know, that's also a little bit of a tell that, man, maybe this Murphy guy was kind of a unicorn in this class that we don't see another D tackle, another big position of need in the NFL going.
It'll be interesting to hear from John afterwards about, you know, how happy they were to get him, and then, you know, what they thought about him. And, you know, that's, you know, whenever you hear that from him, that's where it's, I think, the most interesting is the afterwards. Like, okay, what did you see from this guy, and why was he so special? And again, you know, these 14 offensive players going, I'm sure there's going to be some teams that are thrilled that thought they're going to get a player that they never thought they would be there for.
Lions pick is in. The commissioner's up there with a group of kids who I assume one of them will make the pick, as one of them is stepping up to the mic. Let's see who the Lions are going with here.
Have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back, Alabama.
There you go. So they were flashing to him in the green room there, making the assumption that was who the Lions traded up. Again, trading up with the Dallas Cowboys to move into that 24th pick, and they go with Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama.
Yeah, and if you're a Detroit Lion fan, you feel like the last couple of years to everybody, like to Walter Football and all the other folks, you said, I don't really care how you grade me. You want to give me an F for taking a running back and a middle linebacker? Give me an F. But those two guys and Gibbs and the big linebacker out of Iowa made a huge difference for them. Like in this draft, they're probably going to get an A because you know what? They were patient and they waited and they let 14 offensive guys go. And the market fell their way that they could get, you know, the second best corner. Who knows? Maybe their first rated corner right there in the middle of 24 to the Detroit Lions.
Brock, they're showing the Detroit Lions cheerleaders. You always giggle whenever I heard you with Mike. Oh, just anytime he mentioned Dave married a cheerleader. It's just very strange.
Here goes Wyman's filter. If you've been waiting for Wyman's filter.
I heard you with Mike McDonald because he apparently married a cheerleader.
He married a cheerleader.
Like,
that's great.
And you just instantly started giggling.
What? You and Moyer and Wyman got a lot in common now. It's awesome. I'm really happy for you.
He says it like he's telling a secret. Like, Wyman there. So what? He married a cheerleader.
Detroit Lions had 26 against the pass last year, or their defense overall was middle of the pack. So if there's anything that this team can improve on, it is their defense. Had one of the best offenses in the league the last couple of years. So it makes complete sense that they go this route right here, man. Good for Dan
Detroit
Campbell.
kind of have some swag?
Lots of swag.
They've kind of turned it around,
Dan
right?
Campbell has brought that to the team.
He has. I think Hard Knocks helped. I think getting behind the scenes and hearing and just the style that they play, man. They kind of match the city that they're in. You know, we talk about fit in these 20s. We talk about Fontana to Pittsburgh. And there's just certain fits, and man, they have turned their brand around.
Long suffering.
Yeah, very long suffering. Packers pick is in. We'll give you that in a few moments. But just for anybody here, anybody that's left out there you're surprised is still available, as we are now at the 25th pick. So you've got just a handful of picks left to round out this first round in terms of people you thought would be off the board by now.
You're kind of now getting to the realm where maybe some of these centers, the kid out of Oregon, Powers Johnson, who's a talented guy, you're kind of getting to the point here where, the other D tackle out of Illinois, Jerzon Newton, Johnny Newton is a guy that kind of looked at there. Cooper DeJean is one of these just like multifaceted, can play nickel, can play corner, could play safety. He's probably going to go here, I think, in the next 6 or 7 picks. So I wouldn't say terribly surprised, but those would be a few of the names that certainly have had some first-round buzz.
You know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for, I don't know if you, you're too connected to the NFL, Brock. You probably don't play fantasy football. You collusion on and all betting and all that
collusion.
Stuff. You don't get involved. Don't get involved in that, Brock.
Now Bumpus' filter going down. I like this.
Don't collude, Brock.
I'm waiting for the run on linebackers to happen. This isn't a very deep linebacker class, but I feel like as soon as one is picked, guys are going to start, our teams are going to start jumping on that position. There's about 3 or 4 guys that I really like in this draft.
Well, I'm wondering if the Seahawks, and Dave and I have discussed this a lot, if that's something they'll address with some of their later picks, because you talk about the guys they brought over, there's no commitment there. It's a 1-year deal. So that doesn't mean they can't re-sign them if they have big years, but there's no out-of-the-gate belief that this is the guy that solves our problem for years to come. This is a for-now move. They did that with the majority of these signings, as a matter of fact.
Baker and Dotson,
Yeah, I mean, just across the board, a lot of the O-line, everybody's a 1-year deal for the most part.
You know what name I like? Graham Barton, a guy who played tackle, who was projected to play guard and can play center. I wonder how long he hangs around if the Hawks try to get into that second round and pick up a guy like him and address that need on offense, because I feel like you have to come out of this draft with an offensive lineman who's going to compete for a spot.
Yeah, and he played offensive tackle at Duke, right?
Yep.
And then I think they moved him inside. The one thing was like his arms were kind of short.
Yeah.
But like I feel like that shows up maybe on the edge, as at tackle, guard, center. I don't see a problem. That Powers Johnson kid from Oregon, he knocks the crap out of people.
Yeah, he does.
Man, the only thing he kind of runs high when he's running downfield, and I feel like he's going to get juked probably in the NFL. But man, that's a tough guy. And I think if you're building your trenches on both sides of the ball, get a guy like that who just likes to hit.
The only problem with him, Dave, is we had him in a production meeting, and he gave an 8-minute answer.
Oh boy!
I don't think you would like him. Yeah. He, in fact, he said you're going to like this one, and he went on, and Benetti had his little clock on his phone, or maybe I did, and I'm like, bro, he's 7
or maybe
minutes.
I did.
Hey, he's 8 minutes.
He told you were going to like the answer.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're going to like this answer. Oh, you're going to like this one. So a lot of personality out of that guy.
Well, you know what? One time we got what was it, Lefko? A 9-minute and 4-second answer from a quarterback.
Yeah, Kelly Stauffer.
That we had on. Yeah.
Yeah, QBs tend to talk a lot.
Yeah. Case in point.
Yes. Lefko wasn't there for that one. Otherwise, he would have been pulling his hair out, going nuts behind the glass. But, yeah, that was a long answer. That's a lot of talking that goes on there. So, again, the Packers are in with their pick, waiting for the announcement here. They'll be followed by the Tampa Bay Bucks, the Arizona Cardinals with pick 27. The Buffalo Bills will answer all of the questions of Michael Bumpus. The Cowboys will follow that as they made that trade with the Lions, so they moved back down to 29. The Baltimore Ravens, the San Francisco 49ers, and, of course, the Kansas City Chiefs rounding out your first round. So we'll see what goes on with this one here. If we're going to get – are we going to get this one in before the break, Lefko? What do you think? We want to see what the Packers are going to do here? Okay. We'll see what they're going to do. Again, the Bucs are on the clock. Packers pick is in, waiting for Roger Goodell to make his way onto the stage and let everybody know what's going on in Green Bay with that team out there, with Jordan Love running the show these days, and taking a look at what their biggest needs. Is there something that pops immediately with that team?
Probably still some of that defense, right? Got some young receivers, maybe offensive line as well. They've had some moving parts there and a bunch of different injuries, but kind of like Detroit, man, they were a neat story last year. Right, kind of came along and found their way. And
let's see who they go with here. Pick number 25.
The 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft select Jordan Morgan, tackle, Arizona.
There's some very disappointed Packer fans right there on the screen. Offensive tackle out of Arizona, Jordan Morgan, and somebody with a giant cheese wedge on his head is very upset with that pick. And probably not the best place in Detroit to announce that the next draft is in Green Bay. You know, there's a little competition between those two organizations that was poorly received.
You guys see this guy?
He's one of Jed Fish's guys. Yeah, he's an Arizona Wild, good athlete.
6'5", 311.
7th offensive tackle. 7. Yeah. We have got to be nearing some historic territory for offensive tackles in the first round. And Graham Barton might be number 8 here in the next couple picks as well.
Another thing we keep seeing, too, you look at these guys play, you read up on them. A lot of these tackles are projected to play inside as well. You can do both. So I mentioned earlier the evolution of the tight end spot, and maybe evolution of the tackle spot, too, man. You can play outside. You can slide inside and play that position as well. Again, the more you can do, the better for a ball club. We're watching film with this guy right now. He can definitely move. He has big hands, violent ball player. I think this is a good pick for the Green Bay Packers. What do you have to protect your biggest asset, and that is Jordan Love?
Yeah. What about, Ray Roberts always talks about having a PhD in one position, and do you kind of worry about that when, you got these guys that are offensive, like with Troy, they never talked about him really being a tackle at all, but he played tackle. And, they're moving these guys around. Yep. I don't know. It's kind of, I felt like we were sort of getting away from that whole Tom Cable thing. I mean, getting defensive players or anybody to play offensive line. And, to me, I feel like I'd rather have a guy that he played guard and he's going to play guard in the NFL. What do you think?
I think you got to be a little more interchangeable because those defensive linemen are moving around too.
Yeah.
There's some of those great pass rushers aren't just on the edge, and there's our cheesehead that's not too happy about
the Lions fans just mocking him. That is hilarious. All right, the Bucs pick is in. We'll get you that when we come back. They're followed by the Arizona Cardinals and the Buffalo Bills as our coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Seattle Sports on 710.
With the 16th pick in the NFL Draft, your Seattle Seahawks select
Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
They go right instead of the left turn. We all thought they were going to take.
Byron Murphy's grade was that good for Seattle. The value of that guy right now on our board, what John has said to you two for the last 2 months, and the way that they grade, the way they evaluate, I am sure Byron Murphy on that board had a grade where like, can't do it, man. I cannot trade.
Exclusive analysis of every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports, your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to CleanOrigin.com. Founded by a leading family in the diamond industry for more than a century, we're experts in lab-grown diamonds because that's all we do. Clean Origin, the only diamond jewelers who give you a 100-day, no questions asked return on your purchase. Head to CleanOrigin.com or one of our retail stores and mention code Radio10 for 10% off your purchase. That's CleanOrigin.com, code Radio10.
Build the custom home of your dreams with Adair Homes. Take advantage of their limited time offer of 4.875 interest rate with a 5.31 APR when you finance with Adair Financial Services. Visit ADAIRhomes.com to find out more. For well-qualified buyers, other restrictions apply. Visit AdairHomes.com for additional disclosures. Equal housing opportunity, Adair Financial Services, NMLS number 4586.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, MRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Jake was suffering from osteoarthritis when his doctors asked him to consider surgery.
However, there's a 9-month recovery period where essentially you're not walking and you're not putting much in the way of weight on.
That wasn't going to work for him, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
I heard the ads, and that caused me to do due diligence.
And how are you doing now?
There's not really any pain now at all. I have no limitations in what I want to do.
Wow, so you're able to do anything you want to do?
I recently played golf at Cycle House down in Pebble Beach, walked 18 holes, which I hadn't been able to do for a number of years, and then went for about a 2-mile walk with my friend.
I take it you'd recommend stem cell therapy to others then?
Absolutely. Had I known then what I know now, I would have done this several years ago and saved myself a lot of pain and suffering and agony and limitation to activity.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Coming towards the end of the first round with the 26th overall pick, Graham Barton, center out of Duke, is headed to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That is the latest pick, as the Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock with pick number 27. So
just talked about him.
Yeah, Graham Barton, center. Yeah, he's a guy that he thought perhaps could fall, or maybe if he fell into the second round, the Seahawks could move into the second round, but not to be, as he is headed to Tampa Bay, and the Arizona Cardinals already have their pick in at 27. So we'll see who they go with after they took Marvin Harrison Jr. with their.
It is so fascinating. Sorry, it's so fascinating to look at this in totality, right? Just the bulk of it, and. I mean, you knew coming into this draft that it would be the best offensive line draft in a long, long time that we can remember. And now 7 offensive tackles. And this guy you could list him as a tackle. They list him as a center because he's got 31.5-inch arms, and he can't play tackle in the NFL because of that length. But he did at Duke. I mean, he played it at a really high level there. And so now we have our 8th offensive lineman, Wyman. And let me remind you, Byron Murphy, our newest Seattle Seahawk, the only D tackle.
Yeah, well, and like I keep saying, I mean, offensive line's not sexy. It's hard for people to get behind it and get really excited about it. You want that unit to, obviously they're very important. And look at, what it's led to. I mean, remember when the Seahawks had Walter Jones and Steve Hutchinson and Robbie Toback, and I'm like, it was never a concern.
Do you think it still feels that way? Or do you feel it turning a little bit? Like San Fran's got swag up front. Detroit, Penei Sewell, like those dudes beat people up. Philadelphia with Lane Johnson and their run to the Super Bowl. Like, do you feel like that might be turning a little bit? That no, actually we do need an O-line and you can be cool being an O-lineman?
No.
No, you don't feel that? Okay, all right.
To us football guys, yeah, but to the average fan, they don't
It's
care.
not cool to be an old lineman.
Not by any stretch of the imagination.
Darius Robinson is the latest pick, edge rusher out of Missouri, going to the Arizona Cardinals with the 27th overall pick. That's an interesting jacket right there, I'll tell you what. But the Buffalo Bills, Your Buffalo Bills, Bump, are
My
on
Buffalo Bills.
You said we talked about who you were curious to see.
Never
what
been
they were
a
gonna...
Buffalo, Bob.
Curious to see who the Bills are going to draft since they got rid of Stephon Diggs and what they may do there. So they are currently on the clock, followed by the Cowboys and the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, let's see what they do. I think they need a receiver. You still got Lab McConkey, a receiver I really like out of there. You got Xavier Worthy, who ran the fastest 40 time of all time. So you got some options out there. I'm interested to see what they do. But Josh Allen needs weapons. He lost his number one, his number two. He's got a couple good tight ends over there, Kincaid being one of them, one of my favorite tight ends out of Utah. I think you need to make sure that Josh Allen feels like he can still compete, because what has been the knock on him? Looks good during the regular season, will win a couple games in the playoffs, but then you got to run into Pat Mahomes and the rest of the great quarterbacks in the AFC. So give this man some weapons. I hope that's what they do.
I was looking at Spencer Rattler, and it brought me to Xavier Legette. Have you seen him? Anybody?
Yeah.
So I was talking about, and I wouldn't be mad if they went and got a receiver here sometime soon. But he reminded me of Anquan Bolden, who was just the toughest dude ever. But he's like 230 pounds.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, that would be. We were talking about what would be the weirdest pick in the first round by Schneider. Probably receiver. But just because you're so set, meaning from that standpoint. But yeah, I would love to see. I feel like John does damage down in the later rounds. We were just talking to him about that, about Sherm and Cam and Richard. Who else? KJ Wright and Reek Woolen. I mean, everybody's focused on the first round, and it's the sexy part of it and everything. But man, I think where you really make your hay is in those later rounds, which are coming up here.
Look at this war room in Arizona. Arizona's been a mess, right? Just a dumpster fire. And look at them. They're all just watching the TV right there. It's interesting. Like, they care what the perception is. They're listening like hawks. And they're watching their guy. And this is a little bit of a reach. This is a one-hit wonder, this Darius Robinson, 5 years at Missouri, one really productive year, and one amazing Senior Bowl. Like, coming out of that Senior Bowl, that guy right there was the absolute talk of it. And then over the last couple months, you went back and watched the tape. You're like, ooh, I don't see a lot of that on tape. Or I see just kind of one season of it on tape. Like, I need a little bit more of it. This feels to me like, as far as a reach goes of the first round, there have not been many of them. This is one to me that feels like maybe a Senior Bowl and just a 1 year really blew him up into a first-round pick. And by the way, couldn't happen to a better organization. So go Arizona.
He's going to fit right in with whatever dysfunction may be happening there.
The more you read about, I remember there was a big article about Arizona and the culture down there. And in the beginning, I was like, big deal. And then I kept reading and reading and reading. And then it's like, oh, my God, it's a mess.
Yes.
Down there from the top down. So, and that looked like the most dysfunctional room ever. There was like 6 guys.
That's right.
Everybody else has like 15, 20 people, and these 6 guys standing there, and they looked very.
They don't trust nobody.
Uninspired.
Yeah.
You got burner phones, and it's very dysfunctional over there.
Chiefs traded up. Chiefs were picking 32nd, final pick of the first round. They traded up into pick number 28 with the Buffalo Bills, and their pick is in. So we'll see who they felt motivated to make that trade with, or that trade to get. And
give me Xavier Worthy here. Can you imagine Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy with Patrick Mahomes?
Can he hang on to the ball? They just want somebody who can hang on to the ball there. They led the league in drops. Obviously didn't impact the season.
Well,
said and done.
Maybe Roger Rosengarten here, another Husky. Can we get our 4th Husky drafted? A guy that's been kind of at the bottom of the first round. He'd be yet another offensive tackle. 7 of them have gone.
You think they got to go offense, right? I mean, Pat Mahomes didn't have his greatest season, but once it got into the playoffs, he did his thing with less. And that defense really held it down with Chris Jones and Snead and everybody else over there. You would hope, again.
They got rid of Snead. They traded Snead.
Last year with Snead. Well, you would hope that they would, again, the same way that I'm hoping the Buffalo Bills take care of Josh Allen mentally, it's the same way I'm looking at the Chiefs and saying, you have to take care of the best player in the league and make them feel like you guys are invested in it, even though financially you are.
So you're thinking receiver here, potentially.
I hope it's receiver.
I mean, you got the best tight end in the league with Travis Kelce, which, by the way, let me ask you, this is something, again, Dave and I talked a lot about, looking at the numbers historically for the Seahawks, the greatest statistical tight end in their history. You know who that is?
Jeremy Stevens?
Jimmy Graham. Jimmy Graham.
Go John Carlson.
Jimmy Graham is statistically their greatest tight end in the history of the Seahawks organization.
Was he here for a cup of coffee?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't here that long, but it just shows you how little the tight end has played a part in terms of piling up numbers. They've been Zach Miller, great blocker, things like that, but
not longevity, right? They just have not had that longevity.
Since the not even Pete era. This is from the inception of the organization until today. It's just never been a position that's been of great production for them. Do you see that potentially ever changing, or at least under McDonald? Is that something that potentially is going to be different?
Ryan Grubb used those tight ends pretty well at Washington. You know, we were talking earlier about him a little bit in the scheme and the system. He was different, and I think why he jumped from the college game, never having experience in the NFL. None. Like Cliff Kingsbury, right, jumped to the NFL. At least he played for the Patriots. He was around it. Grubb has been a college lifer, but his system is a matchup system. You'll hear this from the guys that when I talk college to pro and, hey, what's the biggest difference? They all say the same thing. In college, we have a system. In the NFL, you have matchups. And Ryan Grubb's system was not a college system. It thrived on, I'm going to create a one-on-one for Rome. I'm going to create opportunities for Jalen in the middle. I'm going to create opportunities for my tight ends and Devin Culp and Jack Westover and all the production he had there. And I know for Mike McDonald, it had to be, I like this guy's ball. This is a college dude with all that background, but he totally gets the NFL game. His system and his matchup system is going to fit really, really well here with the Seahawks and utilize, Dave, what you want. Let's go 3-by-1. And we're not going to think about getting the ball to DK. We're going to force the ball. We're going to get him a one-on-one situation to take advantage of.
Yeah, that's interesting because Bob brought up the fact that he kind of jumped the line, right? I mean, typically you go from offensive coordinator in college to running back coach or whatever. And so, yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think I'm just so curious this year. This is kind of exciting, really. I mean,
does this pick tonight give you any sense? Does it help any of your curiosities?
Not really.
Not really, right? I mean, no, I would agree with that. I don't want to make something out of nothing. I mean, it's the first little piece of the puzzle. That's not true. Free agency, we're pieces of the puzzle. But as far as the draft, with John here and knowing how important it is, the line of scrimmage matters.
Yeah. Well, and that's where they had their biggest problem. And that's also where they, made their biggest splashiest offseason signing was Leonard Williams. So you get that part of it secured. And, I was talking about that kind of with offensive line where, you just every single position you felt really good. Like Gray, what was his name? The offensive guard, Gray.
Chris
Gray.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was probably like, and I'll put this nicely, like the weak link. I mean, everybody else was so good, that, and Chris was a really good football player. So I feel like, your defensive line, you got a lot of options. Jaron Reed had a good half a year, and, you see what Big Cat can do, and now you get this young kid in there, and you feel pretty good about that defensive line.
I think, me personally, I think this pick solidified what they're doing. You look at all the moves they made during the offseason, linebackers, safety, you sign Leonard to a big deal. Now you go after a defensive tackle. They're saying, all right, we might have enough on offense for right now. Let's go ahead and address this defense and make sure we have the type of players that we want to execute this scheme.
Commissioners here with the Chiefs pick, who traded up to number 28 for this player, and here he is with the announcement.
The life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed with renal failure at age 15 and received a kidney transplant from his father just last year. Justin's love for football and the Chiefs got him through those treatments. Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his beloved Kansas City Chiefs. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin. Go get him, baby.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs, select Xavier Worthy.
mentioned that name a few moments ago. Xavier Worthy, wide receiver out of Texas, headed to the Kansas City Chiefs. So we will talk more about that. The Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock as our coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
With the 16th pick in the NFL Draft, your Seattle Seahawks select
Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
What was the issue last year? Was it offense or defense?
It was definitely defense.
Yes, John Schneider's going to get up there, and he's going to say this confidently. We got the #1 defensive guy on our board, and we got him at 16 in this draft.
4'8", 7. I'll tell you what, for 300-plus pounds, that's hauling.
Exclusive analysis of every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports, your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
If you or someone in your family is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish CyberKnife requires only 5 short treatments, each lasting less than an hour. The technologically advanced treatment has a high cure rate, and the skill and experience of the doctors is unmatched. To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer treatment, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate or call 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Are you planning to go to more than one Mariners game this season? Consider a Mariners Flex membership. It's a great option for fans who want the flexibility to choose their games and seats all season long while still enjoying the perks of being a member. With a Flex membership, you'll receive benefits like savings of 10% or more on tickets with no fees, access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts at the team store and the box yard, and so much more. Go to mariners.com/flex to learn more about becoming a part of the Mariners family.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about baseball. It's game day. The stadium roof is open. Our club's putting up a fight. They're cold brews in hand. But outside, the police are getting ready to spot fans trying to steal their home base. Maybe the night threw you a curveball. An officer made an error. Or perhaps the bases weren't the only thing loaded. At 1-800-DUI-AWAY, we know it's not 3 strikes, it's 1 strike. And you're facing the Grand Slammer. 1-800-DUI-AWAY is here to help, even if we have to go into overtime. So call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com to set up your free private consultation. When you're on defense, it's full count, bottom of the ninth. You want your closing pitcher on the mound. 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY! There's a reason Buc-ee's has been around for over 50 years, servicing and repairing cars and trucks. It's that combination of modern-day technology with good old-fashioned customer service. We're local and family-owned with 16 locations around the Sound. The neighborhood place for tune-ups, factory maintenance, brakes, and just about anything else to keep you safe and running smoothly. Buc-ee's Complete Auto Repair. No appointment necessary, and financing is available to help when needed. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Don't miss the best Spring Fest deals right now at Lowe's. Save big on Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil. Get 5 bags for just $10. Plus, get up to 35% off and save an extra $150 on every $1,500 you spend on select major appliances. Shop these can't-miss deals now. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows savings. Offer valid through 5/1. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details.
This week at Jet City Harley, buy any pre-owned Harley and get a $1,500 gift card. With access to the country's largest Harley inventory, Jet City Harley has hundreds of Harleys on site. Get a $1,500 gift card with the purchase of any pre-owned Harley at Jet City Harley. Finance specialists on site to get you approved. 100% of credit applications considered. Get a $1,500 gift card when you purchase any pre-owned Harley at Jet City Harley now through Sunday. Gift card cannot be used towards the purchase of a new Harley motorcycle.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, the picks are rolling quickly as the Dallas Cowboys just made a pick of Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma, almost 6'8", 311 pounds. And the Cowboys, they were just flashing to their room wherever Jerry was. It's not like any other room. It looked like very futuristic.
He probably put like $300 million into that.
It looked like something you'd see in an Austin Powers movie or something.
Yeah, it did look like a movie set almost. Tyler Guyton, is he maybe too tall though?
He's a big dude.
6'8", nearly 6'8".
Hey, mamas, let your babies grow up to be offensive tackles.
Please.
8 of them.
8 offensive tackles.
8 of the 29 picks in this draft have been offensive, and that didn't even include Barton. He played it, so you could say 9. 9 of the 29, almost a third of the picks, offensive tackles.
Yeah, I really like Stone Forsythe. I think his feet are good, but he's got a challenge, man, of getting those hips down. And I'm just wondering, same thing with like quarterbacks, right?
You can get to a point where you're a little too tall. Yeah, especially leverage-wise. But Amarius Mims is 6'8". That Guyton kid is 6'8". We've got 6'6", 6'6", 6'6". I mean, these are just different kind of guys. You knew this would be a good offensive line draft. You heard that repeatedly. This has been a great offensive line draft.
Well, the Ravens pick is in. They'll be followed by the San Francisco 49ers and then the Buffalo Bills, who made that trade with the Kansas City Chiefs. So they will wrap up the first round with the Buffalo Bills pick. We'll see what the Ravens go with as they show their draft.
You know what they typically do? And I went back and looked just out of curiosity with Mike McDonald. They usually take a big school guy that's been hyper-productive. Like 9 of their last 10 first-rounders has been a Power 5 big school player that has had a lot of production over his 3 years as a player. So could that be Cooper DeJean? I know they already have Kyle Hamilton. Could that be the guy that I've referenced a few times? Harvey, the defensive tackle out of Illinois, 2-time Big Ten All-Conference player, a D tackle. As we sit here right now, 8 tackles have gone. 1 defensive tackle is gone, and he's a Seahawk.
Well, let's see what they went with. Here's Roger Goodell.
2024 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson.
So another cornerback off the board, Nate Wiggins out of Clemson, going to the Baltimore Ravens.
Yep, and he would check that box. You kind of look at how did Ozzie Newsome and now Eric DeCosta year after year after year after year hit on their first-round picks, right? They're number one. Their guys have made 5X money over the last 10 years, from 2011 to 2019, their draft picks. Whoa, that's an inappropriate.
I'm very worried.
Whoa.
Very worried about that outfit.
We're going to have a wardrobe malfunction there in a moment.
Thank goodness they got off that shot.
Glad she wasn't more excited. That could have gone the wrong way.
Not real happy. Thankfully, he went at 30, because if he goes at number 10, we have a problem.
Oh,
today.
boy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there would have been some jumping up and down.
That's
a whole different show.
I think that top would have popped right off. Wowzers.
Bumpus just tapping out of this conversation.
But fastest corner at the draft. This dude can absolutely fly. He's a big school kid out of Clemson. He's got lots of production over the years, and he becomes now our 4th cornerback drafted late, kind of all late in this first round, but a little bit run on those corners.
All right, now who are the hated 49ers going to go after? What is the hole they need to fill? What is their need? What's going to make them a problem for the Seahawks? Who are they going to bring in to cause heartache and headaches for the Seahawks?
Well, last year, Hufanga was hurt. You look at safety spot. I think Cooper DeJean or DeJean, depending on on how you want to say it. Could be a pick right there. They also lost a linebacker to an Achilles injury. Maybe they're the ones to jump off that linebacker spot. Chase Young isn't with the team anymore. Maybe they look at that defensive line. I think offensively they're fine. Maybe you want to grab an offensive lineman. You're looking at the center spot. Still got the kid from Oregon who is available. So we'll see. Oh, no.
Just be careful about that shot here. Okay. Oh, she turned around, thankfully. Oh. Wow,
there's a lot of jumping going on.
Yes.
There's support there now.
Oh, people at home are going, I don't know what's going on there.
And Dabo's in the house. So, yeah, good for him.
Yeah. So you think defense is where they're going to...
Yeah, I think they're going defense. And then, again, if they were to go offense, especially at the receiver spot, then that would make you believe that maybe they're not going to force the issue with Brandon Ayuk. But I'm anticipating defense.
All right, well, we'll come back and find out exactly what the 49ers did. Still 3.5 minutes left on the clock. They'll be followed by the Bills. And now and then the Carolina Panthers will have that pick right after the Bills. So we'll get into all of that as we continue our coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
With the 16th pick in the NFL Draft, your Seattle Seahawks select
Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
That was their best player available. It makes complete sense. There's so much newness to this staff, right? Which side of the ball are they going to attack? It's natural to think that because Mike McDonald's here, he had one of the best defenses in the land with the Baltimore Ravens, that he's going to address that defense and make it exactly what it is.
Exclusive analysis of every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports, your home for the Seahawks and the NFL Draft.
Want to listen to Seattle Sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle Sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer at Swedish called CyberKnife. And who better to explain it than Dr. Meyer? He's part of the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest, specializing in Swedish CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, what can you tell us about a prostate cancer diagnosis?
Well, being diagnosed with prostate cancer is life-changing, but realize that there are a lot of excellent treatment options.
What makes CyberKnife so effective?
Well, the CyberKnife targets radiation precisely on the prostate cancer and spares the surrounding vital organs. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life and fewer side effects during and after treatment compared to other options. Also, the treatment is completed in just 5 short sessions.
Accurate, precise, and with proven results. Learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer at swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate or give them a call, 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers. I set a career goal a few years ago, and I just reached it. I wanted to celebrate with a high-quality piece of jewelry, a classic that I'd have forever. So I went to Shane Company. I found the most gorgeous pair of sparkly diamond hoops. When I put them on, I can feel how well made they are, and they're just beautiful. And you know what? I deserve these.
Fine jewelry crafted with the greatest care to last a lifetime. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Join KeyBank on Saturday, April 27th at their new Redmond Ridge branch for a client appreciation celebration. They'll have food, a visit from the Mariners' own J.P. Crawford, and more from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Visit them at 23555 Northeast Novelty Hill Road in Redmond. JP hopes to see you there. April 27th from 11 to 1 at the new KeyBank Redmond Ridge branch. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank, member FDIC, NMLS number 399797, equal housing lender.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call.
If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $35.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com. Get in zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. So let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick on Seattle Sports and streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, we are down to the final pick of the first round as the San Francisco 49ers just went offense. Wide receiver out of Florida, Ricky Pearsall, 6'1", 189 pounds. So they addressed the offense, giving Brock Purdy another weapon out there. And now the Buffalo Bills on the clock with the final pick of the first round. But Brock, you familiar with Ricky Pearsall?
A little bit. He's a transfer like a lot of these kids. Is he kind of Cooper Kupp light?
Yeah, I gotta see him block. You know, Cooper Kupp blocks his tail off, but
yes.
You know, I don't wanna put him in the same.
I mean,
bracket.
you just he's going to be a slot kind of guy with elite speed. So more speed than Cooper, not as big as Cooper, but you just wonder in this division, right? McVay's used those weapons inside so well.
Oh, whoa,
yeah.
goodness.
Yeah, that's
a ridiculous
Is that physical enough for you, Bumpus? Is that physical enough for you?
I'll take that.
Jeez.
That was.
I don't think that was physical. That was hands, baby. The defense was
one
physical
hand.
on that
That was hand. That was one hand.
Yeah.
Caught that ball in
and he
between.
went and got it. Like he just wrapped his hand around it. That was.
We used to get in trouble for even attempting to catch a ball with one hand back in my day. Now these kids are just doing it.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Hey, Dave, you want a little update? I know you were so interested in this earlier. 1 center, 6 QBs, 1 tight end, 6 receivers, 8 offensive tackles, 22 of 31 offensive players.
Yeah.
22 of 31. So 5 D ends, 4 corners, 1 D tackle. And he happens to be in Seattle.
Yeah.
So that 22 offensive guys obviously started with 14 straight, so it's been a little bit more split there. But once again, man, just 1 defensive tackle. As we wrap this thing up, final pick, that resonates with me.
Final pick, by the way, has flipped. It is now the Carolina Panthers on the clock, trading with the Buffalo Bills. So Buffalo looks like they'll have the first pick of the second round tomorrow, and the Carolina Panthers now move up a spot.
Yeah, and I think you see why John Schneider, with the pick of basically all those guys on defense, all those ends, all those corners, anything he wanted, he went with the 1 D tackle that we'll see here. Maybe the kid out of Illinois goes to Carolina to wrap this thing up, so I don't want to speak too early. But, that speaks to where this kid was valued. And I told you earlier in the week, Mark Dominic, the former GM at Tampa, came on our show and said the best defensive player in this draft is Byron Murphy. When you saw a lot of mocks throughout the process, especially early, who did you see 16 to Seattle? Byron Murphy. So I don't know, when the hay gets in the barn here with the first round and we want to evaluate, and we always kind of parse John's words, we used to parse Pete's words, what do they really mean? Here's what it means. Like, there's 1 D tackle with a first round grade, and we got him here in Seattle.
And they need him by all accounts, because we've talked about how this defense has struggled mightily last year. They were terrible against the run, have been for a few years now. It's just kind of
fans can't be mad at this, right?
I think the hardcore fans understand the needs.
Right. Well, and the other thing too, I talk about a lot is that when you're getting run on, it's demoralizing.
Yes, it is.
It's one thing, okay, they throw a couple 3 passes, go right down the field, but when they're just shoving it down your throat, I mean, that's hard to take.
2 games, Dave. 2 games of this last year. A lot of wins. Once again, you're right there, right in playoffs to the very, very, very end. But 2 games stand out. And John Schneider referenced this when he hired Mike McDonald. That can't ever happen again in Baltimore. They went to Baltimore, and they just got mauled. and manhandled and humiliated in a way. I mean, Baltimore could have had 700 yards of offense that day. They stepped off the gas.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh at home, playoffs on the line. And they just went right down the field and ran it right down your throat, and you couldn't stop them. I think those two games resonate. I think when you've got to make a pick and you got to continue to build this roster and you've got a new young staff and a new innovative young defensive coordinator, like, hey, man, these can't happen again. Baltimore and Pittsburgh, that cannot happen again. Not while John Schneider and his group upstairs are on this
Well,
watch.
they also had the Raiders game as well. Was that last year or
That's
a couple
2 years
before?
ago.
Year
Yeah.
before with Josh Jacobs came in and ran for 200-plus yards. So, but
Well, and
that's,
that Carolina that year, too,
Yeah.
also came in and ran, and backups were running all over.
which speaks to the
Chuba.
biggest problem. This has been a problem not just last year,
Yeah.
but a number of years now. This has
Remember the Germany game, and they were averaging.
They played the Germans?
No, they're playing Tampa Bay. Ding dong. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
I was just hoping I would get that out of you, Wyman.
So somebody will text in. It was the Japanese, you idiot. But
Not
yeah,
an
I
Animal House
remember
fan.
they were average. They had run the ball like 12 times or something ridiculous like that. But they were
it was
averaging
Tampa Bay, yeah.
60 yards a game, and they were dead last in the NFL. They ran for 161 yards against this defense, and yeah, I don't know what went wrong, but man, that was a mess.
Yep.
You know what running the football does? Opens everything up for business. The play action, the deep ball, the tight end, everything is open for business when you can run the rock.
Let's get the final pick of the draft. The Carolina Panthers trading up into 32. Here's the commissioner.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette, wide receiver, South Carolina.
Is it Legette or Legette?
I thought it was.
I like Legette. That double T does something to me.
Let's go with Legette out of South Carolina, another wide receiver. The final pick in the first round as the Panthers trade up with the Buffalo Bills, who will have the first pick tomorrow in the second round.
What do you think about this bump? I was watching. I thought it was weird because he really stood out to me. But I was watching Spencer Rattler tape, and looking at all the throws that he made and everything. And this guy, man, he is
physical,
solid, and he can run.
Yeah, I like it.
We'll come back and put a wrap on the first round and hopefully hear from John Schneider, Mike McDonald, maybe Byron Murphy as well. All of that coming on the other side of this break as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $35.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Are you tired of yo-yo dieting and frustrated with fad diets that feed you processed foods or use drugs and injections that suppress your hunger? And despite your good intentions, you're losing motivation and feel overwhelmed trying to lose weight because you've had nothing but slow, unreliable results. I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and we know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies to help you become you again. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Yeah, it's Mike Salk here. One of the great parts of this program is you get the results you want by eating real food. It's nothing prepackaged. There's no box meals. You go to the grocery store and you buy real food, fruits, vegetables, meat, etc. It works.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Washington Wolfpack, our
very own Arena Football League franchise opens their inaugural season May 5th at Angel of the Winds Arena in Everett. Bring your family closer to the action than any other level of football in Everett, Washington. Go Wolfpack.
Hey guys, do you know your T-level? Revive Men's Health here in Seattle is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Ken's Pool and Patio reminds parents swimming is a healthy outlet for kids if we remember to put safety first. Make sure your children are visible at all times by a lifeguard or responsible adult. Sign them up for swimming lessons and provide a flotation device for added safety. Always check swimming conditions in advance and remind your kids to never swim alone. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Ken's Pool and Patio, your family-owned full-service pool company, proudly serving you for over 50 years. Online at kenspool.com.
There's a reason Buc-ee's has been around for over 50 years. It's the combination of modern-day technology with good old-fashioned customer service. Buc-ee's Complete Auto Repair, local and family-owned, with financing available and no appointment needed. Check Buc-ee's.com for locations.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
The 2024 NFL Draft is on Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Your home for the Seahawks and the 2024 NFL Draft.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle Sports' presentation of the NFL Draft. Hear reaction to every Seahawks pick, streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Come on, man!
The first round of the 2024 NFL Draft is in the books as we come to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton with you. Brock Huard has made his way out of the building as we wait for Mike McDonald and John Schneider to address the media out in the other room. They'll talk to the assembled masses about their first-round pick, Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, only defensive tackle taken in the entire first round, taken at 16 out of Texas, addressing the trenches, which have been very problematic for this team. Some of the other highlights we're seeing, Michael Penix going 8th overall, which I think is a lot higher than most people. A lot of the mocks didn't even have him in the first round, had him late first round, if that. So, yeah, that was very cool to see that even though the Falcons did sign Kirk Cousins to a 4-year, $180 million contract back in March.
Is it fully guaranteed like his last one?
I'm going to guess no.
I hope not.
I wouldn't think they'd make that pick at 8 if he's guaranteed 4 years of $180 million, but still.
That guy has done amazingly well with his contract.
We always hear these athletes that are insulted by getting the tag put on them, and he's like, yeah, I'll take the tag.
Oh, yeah.
Tag me again. Go ahead.
Because he's a quarterback and he knows worst case scenario, he'll be a backup for 5 more years and be fine. Whereas these D tackles, D ends, linebackers, receivers are like, this might just be it for me because you never really know. Quarterbacks last a long time in this league. Good for Kirk Cousins, but I'm even happier for Michael Penix, man. I thought he was the third-ranked quarterback in this draft, in my opinion, better than Drake May. But again, I'm not a hater. Drake May, good job. Go ahead and do your thing in New England, but I'm happy for Michael Penix.
Who are the two you would have put ahead of him? Caleb Williams and who's the other?
Caleb and Jaden. And the thing, Jaden kind of scares me a little bit too because he's been a one-year wonder. At Arizona State, he was okay, but then he goes to LSU. You're playing a softer schedule. You got some good receivers. Things happen for you, but you can't ignore the Heisman Trophy winner. So I respect it, but I would have put Penix right behind Jaden Daniels.
Man, there were people that I think even had Bo Nix like in the third round. I mean, it's crazy. He got picked number 12. Broncos obviously need a quarterback, but that was one that kind of stood out to me. And then the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, if things maybe he's played a lot of football and he's had a lot of success, but you're talking about the system versus matchups, and this was much more of a system at Oregon.
Yeah.
So, and I know the Husky fans out there, they don't want to hear about the Oregon Ducks in the draft, right? There's that big rivalry there, but pretty good day for UW.
Yeah, nice day for them. But is Oregon more of a system than Michigan? I mean, we've talked about J.J. McCarthy and how he became this hot name, and he's a first-round pick. He gets drafted the same group. So, but we also look at him and say, well, he wasn't that dynamic. Well, he played within a system. Yeah. He did what they asked him to do.
Well, quarterbacks are attached to wins and losses and how far they go. And J.J. McCarthy, 2 years in a row, played in the national championship. You have a NFL-caliber head coach in Harbaugh, who is in the NFL now, who's going to advocate for all of his players. So I think there's a bunch of things that happened. He played under center more than some of these other guys, and people look at the NFL game and say, you're going to have to play under center. So, yeah, it's I think if Bo Nix would have advanced, made it to the college football playoffs, then it would have been good.
Yeah,
well, let's send it out to.
We're going to wrap it up here.
Yeah, we're going to send it out to John Schneider and Coach McDonald.
We're open-minded. We're looking for what was best for our team, and it just shook out that way. But we weren't looking just necessarily defense from the get-go.
Maybe not 14 straight offensive players, but were you thinking it was going to be pretty heavily offensive focused in the other part of the draft from what you guys were thinking?
Yeah, especially after getting done with all the phone calls, that what we were hearing was going to be pretty legit, and once it started, they just kept coming, and so it was, but not until today, really, like, okay, yeah, this is, by the time, maybe like, I don't know, this afternoon, like maybe like around 3, when I was kind of done like making calls or whatever, I was like, okay, this stuff sounds true. So, man, it stayed true. We did think there was going to be a lot more trades. It sounded like people were going to be moving around more. We were kind of nervous that people were going to trade for Byron. And thankfully it didn't happen.
To both of you, Leonard Williams played the vast majority of his snaps, obviously at 3 technique, as did Byron Murphy at Texas, mostly 3 technique. How do you see that play out in terms of, is there someone who might move if they're both on the field at the same time? Just kind of talk about that aspect.
Yeah, well, I think both guys have position flexibility. I mean, Leonard can play all across the line, so can Byron. We have a lot of guys that can. That's one of the reasons I'm so excited about it, is you're not going to know where guys necessarily are going to be all the time, and we'll have some really sweet ways to move guys around and have them in different spots, and based on the teams we're going to play. So a lot of flexibility going in, a lot of pass rush opportunities, matchups, things we can manipulate. So all that's on the table, and it'll be fun to see how it shakes out.
Totally different body types too. Completely.
With that versatility that Byron Murphy offers, he played some nose tackle last year at under 300 pounds. And how rare is it to see a guy be able to do that and take on double teams? And where do you see that running back background that he had come into play as a penetrator?
Yeah, you do see that, and it's a great point. I mean, it's there's only so many people in the world that can do these types of things, and we're fortunate enough now we have a few guys on our team that can do it. So he just adds that versatility to us, like I keep saying. But yeah, for him to be able to play a nose at his size and his flexibility and his anchor and his strength is really impressive.
John, you mentioned that he got his degree in 3 years. What else, away from football, kind of stood out to you that indicated he is the secret?
Well, Ryan Florence, Matt Berry, everybody in that room really that, studied him. I mean, everybody loved him. And he went to the combine, had a great combine. He's just, the whole fall, the makeup, the background, I mean, it just, I've never talked to him. Like, I totally tried staying away from him. I didn't think he'd be available, but still, like, not to show much, trying to show much interest, But our guys were all over him. The defensive staff loved him. It was just, like Mike said, it was just complete buy-in.
John, was it tempting to want to try to trade down because of the gap you're going to have now between, until picking to 81, and was there legitimate opportunities?
We're going to wait all the way to 81. Wah, wah. Come on, Bob, what a bummer. I'd be lying to you if I said we didn't think about it, but the player was, too. He was just too good, It's just too. He influences the game like a lot. So.
Yeah, how many trade options did you have solid opportunities?
Yeah, we did. Yep. Yes.
John,
good ones too.
Does he remind you of anybody you have a comparable for him?
I mean, yeah. I mean, people. It's not Aaron Donald, but he tested like that. I mean, he's he's got that compact style about him, but he can. Like, slow down, John. He's a Hall of Famer. I get it. You're like you're asking for like a. It's just the body type. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I mean, and getting off the ball, and I mean, his like, all these statistics we have now, all this analytic stuff, like his explosive rate, like he gets to the quarterback quicker than anybody. So he's got like that ability to that jump off the ball and get upfield, and he can play edges. He can play square. He can rush the passer inside. He gets up and down last scrimmage. But the body type that's the body type comparison. Obviously, Aaron Donald's a phenomenal Hall of Famer, like first ballot.
Nice stuff.
Along the lines of a Lawrence Taylor.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, but I guess I could just roll in the attitude, because he talked about his dog attitude. He said all his life he's been doubted. And then he's like, it doesn't matter who's in front of me.
Yeah.
It's about that play. I'm really both of you just talk about his mental toughness, his ability just to dominate that play. He wanted to.
Yeah, I think Ryan Florence would, and I hope you guys get a chance to speak with Ryan, but, just exactly what you said. Like, I was up against it, overcome whatever the doubts people had about him. And when guys play hard like that, throughout a game, and his play time's high too, right? So, I mean, it's very important to him.
John, this was your first time running the war room without Pete. Was there any
First of all, we don't refer to it as a war room.
Okay, draft room. All right, draft
with all
room.
due respect. Yeah.
But was it any different in any way? And Mike, for you, first time as in this seat on that combat, what was the experience like for each of you?
I mean, I'd be lying to you if I said it wasn't different, but it was. How?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that. I mean, it's just different. It's just a different, I don't know how to describe it. But the communication, everything was exactly the same. And the process, right? So we started this several months ago. Mike and his staff had to get, really caught up pretty quick, and they had to work their tails off for it. With Pete, we've been doing it for 14, after 14 years, you can get in a groove and know exactly, what's going to happen. But, yeah, I would say we didn't have the music as loud, okay? That's probably the biggest thing. Like, Pete would, we'd get the music cranking pretty loud in there, so.
John, you guys try to gather as much information as possible on these guys. Was it hard then to, was there a big temptation to want to talk to them just to get a feel for them before the draft?
No, yeah, well, yes, to a certain extent. We have a great working relationship with his agent, and I felt like I knew the person through the agent because I've just known his agent for a long time, and he can describe players and people he's recruiting real well, and so you get a real good background on the guy. And then just the information we got from everybody was so consistent, all the different sources.
John, he was just the one-year starter there in Texas, but what leap did he make last year in specifics in his game to allow him to break out the way?
Just more playtime, really. I mean, they, for one reason or another, they just played more of a rotation. They had more people. And this year, you know, with Sweat, they were on the field a ton. He was just on the field more.
Like for you guys, with defensive line, how important is the depth there to just be deep in the other rotation linemen?
Could you say it again?
Just for you, for defensive line, how important is depth so you can rotate guys?
Yeah, it's incredibly important. You know, I mean, I wouldn't say that was a driving, force behind the decision. It's just an opportunity to add an awesome guy and a great player. So, but absolutely, I mean, in 2 minutes, you're going to want to have guys fresh and ready to rock, and then, it's not a short season. You need guys that can get after it in the trenches for sure. So.
Coach, I know, as you were saying a second ago, I know you guys are locked in on what you have to do this weekend, but, first round versus head coach of this program, what was it like for you going through the process tonight?
It was an awesome process. I mean, I think, getting into it, and there's a lot of things you're trying to do to build the team and the staff, so getting into the process a little bit later than we would be ready, maybe next year. So, you get in it and you dive in head first, and I think the thing that I'd like everybody to know is how awesome our process is. And we've assembled an incredible personnel staff. Being able to create alignment in such a short amount of time, I think was really neat. And there's just I felt a lot of trust, about the information that we're getting and the type of people that are in that room and the culture that we have in our draft room, And I just told John, coming into this week, I was like, look, I trust our guy, we trust each other, man, and I think that's really important. So today I was, the music wasn't as loud, but I was calm, and then as the pieces started to fall in place, it was just, it was a really cool experience, and John was cool as hell, and just talking, making calls, and talking to people, and it just, whatever decision we ended up making at 16, I thought, would be the right for our team, and it was a really awesome experience. So it was a team effort for sure.
John, obviously it was a losing effort, but Byron Murphy playing in the college football playoff against Washington, we've now got two. Scott Huff having any insight on obviously playing against Byron Murphy and where.
Lost the feed there is Coach Mike McDonald, John Schneider speaking with the media about their draft pick, Byron Murphy. In case you just tuned in and missed it, they took a defensive tackle. All right, let's send it back out there.
He thought he was a heck of a player.
John, how did the 6 quarterbacks change everything? The whole draft for you?
Yeah, it just moves that whole group of, different areas down. I mean, the two corners that went, those guys are damn good. Those guys are damn good players. I mean, for Philadelphia and Detroit to get those two guys, I mean, good football teams getting corners, and if the quarterbacks don't go and all the offensive linemen, those guys are usually mid-round picks.
Mike, you've had a chance to get around the players here a little bit last week and change. So what have you learned about them since you've had a chance to see them in person, get around them a little bit over the stretch?
Yeah, 3 weeks now, so we're rolling. I mean, I've told the guys I love our spirit, and that's a shout-out to how we've done things here in the past, and what we've been able to build. And you feel like a hunger, so and a sense of urgency from them, too. So I think that's just what we're attacking every day, just trying to make the best of each day and stack them. And we've made some strides even in practice, just running plays on air, and but you can feel it from the guys that that it's almost like they want it more and faster, systematically. But we're trying to build it, slow as smooth and smooth as fast, systematically, culture-wise, building a foundation, all those types of things. So feel the excitement from the guys, and hopefully they're as excited as I am and our coaches are. So I think we're off to a good start.
Anything else? Thank you.
Awesome. Have a good evening, you guys.
There you go. Head coach Mike McDonald and John Schneider addressing the media after first round is concluded for the 2024 NFL Draft. Seahawks taking the defensive tackle out of Texas, Byron Murphy II. Currently no second-round pick. We will be here for second-round coverage, and we'll see if maybe the Seahawks make a move to get into the second round. We'll see, but they are done for now until the third round as it sits officially, and that does it. So first round in the books. Big night here. Want to thank everybody that was involved. Of course, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, Mike Lefkoe, Taylor Jacobs, and Brenna Rogers behind the scenes making it all happen. We're going to be back tomorrow. We'll be on at 3 o'clock. Paul Moyer will be with us. Is he with us at 3 o'clock? All right. Yeah. Bring him on at 3. The draft starts at 4. So we'll be on for an hour before the draft starts. Get everybody primed and ready for round number 2. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow again live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
You actually have to win. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Wow, this music gets you hype. It's game night here on ESPN Radio. Myron Metcalf, Matt Jones filling in. We welcome all of you who've been watching the NFL Draft, and we are here for your little NFL Draft post-game show. We'll keep you up with the NBA. The Lakers down 10 now to the Nuggets, but the NFL Draft first round is over. 14 straight offensive players taken in the first round. If there's ever been proof that the NFL is an offensive league now, I mean, if we don't take a defensive guy with 15. There was a time where like 12 of the first 14 guys would be defensive guys. Now they are all offensive. We talked quarterbacks just a second ago. But, Myron, overall in the first round, the biggest shocker without question is Michael Penix Jr. going 8th to Atlanta. Folks in the Atlanta media said they didn't see it coming. Even Michael Penix Jr. looked to be surprised. Kirk Cousins was certainly surprised as the team did not let him know beforehand. You seem very upset by this pick. I actually like Michael Penix Jr. and think he can succeed, but most people seem to suggest this was a disaster.
Well, it feels like there is reality and then there's Falcons reality, right? Like the things that everybody else believes, they don't necessarily believe. Because, Matt, you can't tell me that you just signed Kirk Cousins to a $180 million deal, $100 million guaranteed. He is the face of your franchise. You gave him a bunch of chains. You hyped him up. You celebrated him. And then you go out and get a guy in the top 10 and you didn't even tell him? That's unfair to both guys because now that becomes the storyline. Kirk Cousins coming off of Achilles. Michael Penix Jr. is going to be right there, who, by the way, has his own injury history. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. You don't see teams pay a guy almost $200 million and then go and draft his replacement in the top 10. Now, if you told me it was a second or third round pick, maybe a guy in the back of the first round, a Bo Nix, let's say, okay, all right, not much of a threat. But if I'm Kirk Cousins and I see them drafting a guy who can play right now at 24,
yeah, and that's the big thing. He's 24. I mean, that's the big thing to me is if you're going to, first of all, if you want Kirk Cousins to succeed, you got to give him a chance. He's not going to play forever, right? So he's probably got 2 or 3 years. So why aren't you trying to win now? So start with that. But secondly, if you're going to do this, you probably want to pick the 21-year-old with crazy upside. The 24-year-old who has already played, like, why does it make sense to sit him for 2 years? I mean, he's going to be collecting Social Security by the time you actually go and put him in. I feel like I could understand picking a quarterback even with Kirk Cousins. And I can also understand picking Michael Penix Jr. I can't understand doing both of them at the same time because it doesn't seem – the timelines don't seem to make sense to me.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This makes sense maybe to the Falcons and nobody else. And, you know, new coach and Raheem Morris, here's the problem. Like, if this doesn't work out, you're not going to be around in a couple of years. So you have to your point, draft as if you have to win now because you do in this climate. So why not go out and get a player that can play right now and help you right now after you just sign Kirk Cousins to that big deal? And I think if I'm Kirk Cousins, there's no way you talk to me or talk to him in negotiations about going out and get a top 10.
No, you wouldn't. Well, and if they were going to talk to him, they would have told him before it happened. Plus, it's got to hurt Falcons fans and Kirk Cousins that the Bears go next and take Romeo Dunze, who is, one of the most explosive wide receivers, maybe the most next to Marvin Harrison in the draft, and then you don't even take – like, they could have had him, which is exactly what Kirk Cousins would have needed. That also has to be frustrating. Now, at the draft as a whole, 888-SAY-ESPN. I want to hear from you all out there. You know what? It's late at night. If you're listening to the radio this late at night, then, you really care about the draft or you can't sleep.